darkness descending upon me. Then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me. But then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la. Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the toes in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Baby, you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. 'Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool.
You say the fact that you can't deny it.
No, you're not in control.
Once you connect it, you feel the fire.
And she's pulling you close, you close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it.
And the fact that you can't deny it.
Yeah, it's taking control. Oh,
It's so intense and she feels the fire.
and she's stealing your soul, your soul.
since returning, nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, came PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC. The Wu, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far outside, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free. I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take said, could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, you sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing a song, my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free. What a precious moment. We will always be young. We'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all. That's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 wish you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is
武林传说，在峡谷之巅有一位高人，无数人争相求见，希望能领悟侠之强者的真正含义。
大师，我等不远万里，终来此地，只为寻求侠之强者的真正含义。
那你们倒是说说，最强之人的真正意义是什么？
运筹帷幄，足智多谋，聪明绝顶，侠人诛心，可谓最强。哈哈哈哈！力能刚鼎，气吞山河，身经百战，刀枪不入者，可谓最强。哼，一介莽夫，文不能测字，算什么本事？嘿，两脚书橱，武不能防身，拿什么去了？面对强力 AD， 连扳对手5员大将，令对手无将可用，如此才智，可谓最强。左帅将军以1敌4，还能全身而退，如此神勇，才是最强。直面黑粉，坚韧不拔，改过自新，不吃蛋挞。凡强者，内心也必须强大。威武小将梦，相传秀神转世，勇挑重担，最强的称号也可以是他的。剩下一支，你怕是忘了最强的骑士团了吧？哈哈哈哈！谁敢横道立马？你敢说安吉不是最强的吗？
住口！你们都住口！不要再吵了啦！看来你们还没有领悟最强的真正含义。何为最强？就是要不断突破自我，不畏艰辛，时刻保持一颗学徒的心，
我要像杰克一样强！
不畏惧强大的对手，就算实力悬殊，也要迎难而上。
这本武林秘籍就传授给你了。
哇，我也要成为像小虎一样的将军！
不仅是自我强大，更要带领群众强身健体，始终保持着一个为社会做出贡献的心，勇攀高峰，登峰造极，翻过一座又一座山，永远有着一颗不服输的心，这才是侠之强者的真正含义。你们可要牢记于心呢。
大师，我等破译匪浅，茅塞顿开啊！大师，我们一定会把侠之强者的含义传遍于峡谷，警醒世人。
从此，峡谷之中又出现了无数位强大的英雄。
Welcome one and welcome all to another beautiful day in the LPL because it is the Hanfu Day weekend. I'm Mazel, joined by Lyric, and we have the utmost honor to crack open this weekend of games. Huge shout out to the production team behind that performance. That was honestly incredible. I was laughing the entire time, having a joyous occasion. So it's a wonderful way to kick off the day. And speaking of, got a little bit of a breakdown of what makes Hanfu Day so special and what makes Hanfu's so special, Lyric.
Yeah, man. So excited for Hanfu Day. Got my Hanfu on, got it from the LPL last
find
year.
Mine
ready
in time.
for
I'm so sad.
Ready for this moment. But yeah, Hanfu Day. Hanfu, the traditional style of clothing worn by the Han Chinese. It has more than 5,000 years of history. And nowadays, Hanfu still very popular among the younger generation of Chinese. And let's be real, Hanfu, fascinating people all around the world. Mazel, I know you. Sad you weren't able to.
I'm so
find
sad,
one in time.
alright.
But the fascination is there. The graphics are looking clean. All the Hanfu pictures that the LPL released of like the different teams and their like representative player in Hanfu. Just a beautiful and really exciting day. Actually, exciting weekend because tomorrow also Hanfu Day.
Yeah, exactly.
In the LPL.
It continues on the whole weekend here. A special shout out to those pictures we did get of the players, like just the personality within those photos that we saw mixed with the style. I think it's so awesome, and also to see these incredible new graphics we're gonna be rocking all weekend long. I can't stop staring at the top right of my screen because the guy looks so cool. But we got to get to the nitty gritty. I mean, people are here to watch the LPL, and yesterday they were also here to watch the LPL as we had some games going down. WE, unfortunately, unable to get their first win. They're still looking for it, still hunting, but OMG will be sitting pretty at 4-4 now with a 2-1 victory over them. LNG go the distance against JDG. JDG keeps on trucking strong, 7-1 now, Lyric.
Yeah, JG still looking good. I do got to give props to both LNG and WE. LNG, who were looking a little bit rough at the start of the split, like had their dominant performance against IG, and at least game one yesterday, really clean game against JDG. And then WE, their win against OMG once looked good as well. WE might not have wins on the board just yet, but I don't think this looks like a team that is going to end the split winless.
Yeah, it's a steady progress, and as long as by the end of the split you have something to build off of, I think it's important to have. And I know a lot of our analysts will be happy to see LNG take that loss. Like, oh, it's the imposter, it's the imposter. But still, when you look at the rankings, there's some interesting stuff going down in the fact that we have such tight-knit groupings in this. I mean, obviously, P5 at the very top, 7-0, one game still left to play comparatively to JDG right behind them, but the game differential is huge. Everywhere else, it's within one game. You just have these giant clumps.
Yeah, I mean, right? Especially looking at that middle, teams like RNG, 4 wins, AL, surprisingly 4 wins, Weibo, OMG. Just so many teams are now in contention. And as we're getting towards the end of the split, right, in week 5 right now, making our way towards week 6, the halfway point, like these are the wins that matter, right? Getting yourself into playoffs, getting into that top 10 slot. And especially with FPX right now being the one in 10, sitting at 3-5, I feel like every team under them, not an impossible task to start finding those wins, getting there. And then, by the end of week 10, we'll see BLG, RA, Ultra Prime, who can make their way into that top 10.
And we got to start by looking at what we have in front of us today. We have a full night of 3 best-of-3 series kicking off with Anyone's Legend versus Ultra Prime. We'll be covering that one, me and Lyric. And then we have Munchables and Ox coming in to do BLG versus Weibo Gaming and Top Esports versus RNG, which you do not want to miss. Just telling you right now.
Yeah, Top Esports RNG, bit of the baby match of the week. We actually have our match of the week tomorrow, but Top Esports RNG, gonna be exciting match, right? Spring playoffs, we saw like how back and forth that could be. Top Esports with their early game, RNG with their late game. That'll be later on. Me and you, though, AL,
I'm ready
Ultra
for
Prime,
this one.
2 teams who are incredibly exciting this split in my mind.
Speaking of excitement, I'm so excited to see this. First of all, with the kind of differing storylines between these 2 teams, Anyone's Legend and Ultra Prime, but as well because I get to do a little check-in on my average analyst happiness here in the LPL. I know it's very important, as you know, we have a nice stock of our analysts that are very big brain to some extent, but we have happy moments for Ox and we have sad moments for Lyric. Anyone's Legend having some happy moments. You see, look at that. Look at that beautiful picture of Ox with the happiness overflowing from him in the fact that Anyone's Legend have had a little bit of an upward trend here in the LPL summer, while Ultra Prime, a bit of a downslope and a bit of a crying Lyric.
Yeah, I feel like both teams came in with like a level of hype. AL just always been a team since the Rogue Warriors days that can find upsets, that can make you think they can get, make their way into playoffs. Right now, sitting at 4-3, very respectable performance. Ox have been shouting them out all split. Ultra Prime, a team that I thought would do incredibly well, has had a bit of a rough schedule, right? Having to play teams like RNG and JDG is no easy task. But the fact that they are on this little bit of a downward trend, it'd be great to see them turn it around, especially when, on paper, they do still have an incredibly competitive roster now that they have Zoom in that top lane. Elk and Shousey, we've seen what they can do in the 2v2. And then, looking at the mid lane, looking at both mid laners for these teams, right? I feel like both Forge and Cryan really stepping up this split.
I'm just happy to be able to find a way of correlating your guys' happiness into a statistical value that I can keep track of. I don't know if I'm actually going to have the statistics at the end of the split, but maybe I'll throw it at you at the very end. Like, how many times were you happy? And speaking of, I'm really happy to see AL perform in the way they have. I think you've seen so much from so many different parts to anyone's legend, especially we've talked about Betty so many times, but they just keep on returning to the Forge here, Lyric, and they need to because a little bit of a step up in Forge's direction.
Yeah, Forge is one of those players who I feel like got thrown into the deep end a little bit too early. Remember, like back in 2019, him subbing in for Rookie on IG when like Rookie had to take a step back. Then coming into the LPL in 2020, seeing him on lineups like Vici, seeing him like here on Anyone's Legend. It's been a rough time, but it feels like this is finally the split that Forge has, stepped up and is one of the reasons why AL have been able to consistently find some of these wins. Forge, a player who, right, we always thought of him for melee mids, for assassins, the Silases, the Akali's coming out, and he's still been able to lean on those old comfortable strengths, but also showing more depth, being able to play some mages like the Swain coming through, and when Forge is having a good game, when the rest of the map has already been so strong, that's why I feel like AL have been performing so well this split.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of easier decision-making to be done when you're ahead in games, and especially when your mid-jungle duo is functioning together. But it just feels like the target selection, the target calling works so much better when you see Xiaohao and Forge connecting in the right ways.
Yeah, exactly, because Xiaohao is someone who has been incredibly impressive since pretty much he's come into the LPL. Very aggressive, likes to look for some of these early plays a lot towards that bottom lane, but when your mid laner is struggling, it's hard to do that. So the fact that Forge has been having a much better split this time around is a player who is really exciting to watch. I feel like it just sets AL up for success so well.
And I like to see that success at least develop. But we've been continuously talking about, analyst happiness here. And you mentioned earlier Ultra Prime, a little bit on the downtrend themselves. But I don't want you to go crying me a river now, because crying will be the way that they could step up, the way that they could perform if they can get this guy in a comfortable position.
Yeah, I feel like it's a similar story, right? Cryan was like very clearly the weak link of RNG, which isn't much of it, which isn't really an insult in my mind considering like how stacked that RNG roster was. But he's a player that we've known has had the level to be able to compete with top teams in the LPL. Even going back to his debut on eStar in 2020, he was one of the premier standouts on that roster alongside Wei and how they would impact their bottom lane. And then here on Ultra Prime, I feel like he's been really finding himself this split. Things like the Talia have really just been his bread and butter. It feels like alongside Rookie after, his debut, he's really been the only person who looks comfortable on the Talia pick. He's willing to branch out a little bit more in terms of like some control mages. The Azir's been another thing he's leaned on and had a really big impact on. And it just feels like he's been one of the consistent highlights for this Ultra Prime roster. And again, for a player who was so heavily criticized, it's nice to see him come on a roster that, is a bit more middling, but I think definitely has the skill ceiling to be able to compete and make, like, some of the top teams work in playoffs. I hope Ultra Prime can continue to play around him, and he can look to link up with the rest of the map, which is his big strength, and bring Ultra Prime some victory.
And he's got to be able to put the carry pants on. Feels like he's definitely the one to kind of put out some fires here or there for Ultra Prime when they get themselves a bit overextended, but it is a
Even
guy
started W level 1 in this clip just to make sure they win this fight.
And it's incredible to see, the bend to the team and try to work towards the strengths of Ultra Prime itself and finding the best ways to do that as we are making our way through the season, right? And it's incredible to see the journey so far, but as well as seeing how, if it's not all positive, you can still see Cryan can be the anchor that holds this team to some, I guess anchor might be the wrong termination, but the rock to stand on for this squad.
Yeah. And especially when Hacker is very hit or miss as a player, like has
Yeah.
some extremely high moments, but also has the lows. It's good that your mid laner, who is so willing to roam and sacrifice himself, like is having a good split.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's all coming into focus now for both these two teams, but in a bit of different directions here, Lyric.
Yeah. When you look at these teams on paper, I feel like it's so perplexing, especially for the side of Ultra Prime, because in spring they were so heavily bot side focused. Their win condition was all about setting up Elk and Shousey, but they've kind of flipped the script. And AL's actually the one playing more for bot side. Ultra Prime's going towards top. You look at Ultra Prime, third highest top jungle proximity, not playing much around Elk in that bottom lane, and it's leading them to having a lot of first Rift Heralds. For AL, it's the complete opposite. Leave your top laner on an island and support Betty and Chocho because they have been phenomenal in the 2v2 so far and bringing them those first dragons. But the fact that both these teams are so like heavily stylized into their own win cons is really cool because both of them have a 100% win rate when they are ahead at 15 minutes. So in today's matchup, we know they're going to be focusing different sides of the map, and whoever can execute their plan better early will win this series.
I just think it's so funny that we get that complete duality for both these two teams. But it's also something to keep an eye on when we look at, what changes coming into this series. Do things change? Are we seeing a kind of adaptation to a different style? Do we see them just full force onto this Ultra Prime top, anyone's legend bottom lane kind of situation they have going on? And I want to say, we've seen some adaptations. Obviously, last night we were seeing some interesting things in the picks and bans. We got to see the Belveth come through and things like that. And I'm wondering, with both these teams trying to find some steady ground to stand on, how much of that variation we see in the draft when you're looking at, the redemption arc that we set up for the mid lane, how both these junglers could sometimes have a little bit of issues in terms of setting things up for themselves and really relying on the team as well.
I don't expect to see too much differentiation in terms of how they've been playing so far. I think both teams have like unique picks in certain lanes they can lean on. Like for Ultra Prime, it's been Zoom.
Yeah.
He's pulled out the Renekton. He pulled out the Swain. He's one of the people who've been willing to bring out the Aatrox. And then when you move over to the side of AL, it feels like it's been a lot more about the bottom lane.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been like that for Chocho in my mind, who's very willing to pull out some more of the niche picks. The Braum, he was one of the early adapters of the Amumu pick as well. So it's kind of funny when we're highlighting how AL lean bot and Ultra Prime early have lean top, that those are the lanes that typically do bring out those, again, more niche pocket picks to be able to lean on. I don't know if we'll see Belveth in this series because both Xiaohao and Hacker don't really feel like get in your jungle, farm it up, scale up to that big late game. And yeah, kind of disappointing because I really want to see Belveth
I'm going to cross my fingers for you, Lyric, I believe. But as anyone's legend graces your screen, we also see Ultra Prime as the rosters themselves. I will say they did a pretty darn good job taking some menacing photos of these guys. But I'm very excited to see kind of how this series breaks down, especially. And again, going back to the whole conversation of the mid lane and trying to see how both these guys step up, not only in the split, but in this series itself. I think that is also going to be a big key point for me, is how do they draft for these mid laners? How early do we see the comfort come out for them, or at least stability in the mid lane? Do we get to see the comforts of, like, as you were talking about, the Swain for Forge, the Talia as well for Cryin, and a lot of things like that? So there's so much to look for in the early parts of the draft that will just end up fleshing out the rest of it very quickly.
That's just, I mean, these two teams just feel like opposites in so many ways, because even their mid lane champion pools, right? When it comes to Forge, it's been the Swain, it's been the Akali, he's brought out the Yone this split, the Silas, one of his signature picks, to our Cryin, Talia, Galio, Lissandra, the Azir. Like these guys couldn't really be more polar opposite in terms of what champions like to play, their play styles, and how they impact the Rift. But Mazel, we don't gotta wait any longer. We get to go straight into picks and bans.
It's the first pick and ban of the 2022 LPL Hanfu weekend here. It's the Super Saturday of week number 5, and it's Anyone's Legend versus Ultra Prime. Corki banned by Anyone's Legend on the blue side. Lee Sin as well, and the Renata joining that ban table. We also have the typical red side bans of the Zeri, the Wukong, and Silas thrown in there against Forge.
Yeah, good adaptation by Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime almost ban Ahri every single game, but when you're going up against AL, not something you really have to worry about, and they decide to take away the Silas instead. Now, I mean, with AD carries wide open, a bit of a different script coming in. I feel like almost every game now we see the AD carry pool just targeted so heavily. But AL, gonna ignore it, not gonna go towards that Callista, which is something that Betty has really liked to lean on this split. Deciding, hey, we know Ultra Prime like to play up towards his top side. We're gonna get ZDZ on something he's comfortable with.
And something that, you know, if you do end up getting behind, that you can still try to scale up into the late game and have some side lane pressure, have that global
Zoom's GP
as
is
well.
terrifying.
And yeah, I was gonna say you get to take away a little bit of something from Zoom, which we got to see, you know, in the JDG series last time around. But it is the first pickup for Ultra Prime in the Nautilus. So going with the secure chassis and engager.
Yeah, we also still have things like the Viego open, and despite some of the bans coming through, we've seen a lot of teams still really heavily like to prioritize that pick. Xin Zhao, another thing that comes to mind, but no, these teams kind of...
It's the Swapperoo!
Yeah, these teams are kind of ignoring a lot of the traditional, like, just take away the highest priority champ in some of the most blindable roles philosophy, and they're both just heavily targeting the other team. I mean, this has been Forge's most played champion. 7 games, 86% win rate. Cryan has not played it once this split, but Zoom has. So we got to remember that could be going up to that top side. Probably will. Could look to face the GP and just have a bit of an easy time in terms of the scaling 1v1 lane matchup.
And we've been seeing the Amumu come out in more prevalence here in the LPL, but especially now we get it for Anyone's Legend to pair up with the Callista in the bottom lane. Huge engager, the multiple bandage tosses, the Curse of the Sad Bumby. It'd be a lot of setup and a lot of AoE for Anyone's Legend in terms of how they want to go for engages. Now for the final pick in the first phase of Ultra Prime, they will just default to the Aphelios.
And this just feels like the most common AD carry trade we're having these days, right? Callista versus Aphelios feels like it goes back and forth every single day in the LPL. For the side of AL, they're going to be looking for those aggressive all-ins. They're going to be looking to snowball early. Callista has a really easy time of getting onto Aphelios. And in the early game, right, we always said on how later on Aphelios loves champions that jump into him, while Callista just bringing more 2v2 power in the early game. So for Ultra Prime, they're going to have to do a good job of making sure that AL, who not only have a ton of engage, but also have that global in the cannon barrage, that they don't set Elk and Shousey too far behind.
And now we're looking at that flexibility for Ultra Prime in terms of where they want to bring that Swain, how they're trying to play the mind games against Anyone's Legend in the second phase of bans. They did get the Diana ban on their side, and it was the Lissandra ban by Anyone's Legend. So some obvious focus, at least for Ultra Prime, to the jungle pool, and as well as Anyone's Legend to the mid.
Yeah, Anyone's Legend seem like very aware that the Swain probably going to go up into the top lane for Zoom and want to take away some of these comfort picks for Cryan, especially Cryan when his champion pool is so blindable, and like they could theoretically just save that counter pick in jungle.
Oh wow!
Now that we are getting quite a pinch in terms of the jungle pool, Graves and Diana taking off the table. Viego, like we highlighted, still open. Trundle, Xin Zhao, kind of being the other two things that do come to mind.
We got the Rek'Sai final ban, so some very heavy focus on the jungle, as you were saying. But there's still, like, major picks for the jungle up and available in terms of the Viego that we've seen so popular in the LPL, but a couple others, right? The Xin Zhao still available. We'll see what the aggression is going to look like, and for Ultra Prime, it's going to look like Viego.
Yeah, Xin Zhao has been something that Xiaohao has leaned heavily on this split. He's its second most played champion. Looks pretty good. It'll give them another champion that can look to play up in the front line, especially when their comp is so indexed into all-in so far. Would just be very easy to find your way in with that Wind Becomes Lightning. I'm more curious to see where Forge goes in terms of a blind pick mid. Silas really was his go-to. Silas and Swain being the two big ones, and my God, Forge throwing a curveball. He's played it once this split, but it's not something that I mean, again, it's not unique. It's not something that leans into Forge's unique identity of what he likes to play. But hey, their comp will destroy the bot lane, right? You have Weaver's Wall, you have Cannon Barrage, you have all the engage coming out from Amumu with the 2 bandage toss. And I feel like AL's game plan is very apparent.
It is. I was still holding out hope for the Sway mid lane so we'd get the complete swap up of the mid lane priorities in terms of what they've played already this season. But it will be the Sway top lane for Zoom. We'll get Cryan's Azir for Ultra Prime. And I think we've seen some very great performances from Cryan on the Azir here in this split. but it's going to be a true test to see how both these mid laners pilot these champions in this specific matchup, right? You were highlighting so much how the early skirmishing for anyone's legend, the snowball is real. They need to capitalize on that.
Yeah, AL are definitely going to be the ones in the driver's seat, especially now considering we do have the Azir coming out in the mid lane. You have a Felio sitting in bot. So for AL, I mean, we don't really need to talk too much about their game plan. It really should just be overload the bot side with all the globals that they have. Xiaohao, we want to see him finding impact very early on, whether it's things like the level 3 gank or, you know, who knows? Who knows what kind of cheeky shenanigans AL can set up, because I feel like AL have always been one of these teams that are willing to go for cheekier plays, whether it's crazier level 1s or Xiaohao looking for level 2 ganks. On Ultra Prime side, I feel like a lot of it's going to be up to Hacker covering his lanes. You do have some gank potential top. I feel like that's where Hacker just going to lean into what Ultra Prime have already been doing so far this split. But if you can get Zoom set up early, it feels like it might be worth investing in some like vision control for your bottom lane, and then making sure Cryin, Hacker, that they can both be there if necessary, and you might not have to find kills yourself, but making sure that AL can't find kills onto Elk and Chelsea.
And I obviously want to keep in mind what we said coming into this one, that I feel like has been upended to some extent when we were coming into this Ultra Prime. Huge focus towards the top side of the map, anyone's legend to the bottom side, but we'll see how it all takes shape on the Rift as it's the 2022 LPL Hanfu weekend. Game number 1 of anyone's legend versus Ultra Prime, and we got a little bit of cheese coming out here. What kind of cheese do you like, Lyric? Are you a Parmesan guy? What do you got?
More of a pepper jack, type of person.
Ooh, no.
See, anything spicy. You know, I could actually tie this into LPL because I used to be on a team with Rain, who used to be IG's AD carry, and Rain told me if you aren't crying, it's not spicy enough. And obviously pepper jack doesn't make you cry, but
What kind of pepper jack you eating over there, man?
I've kind of always lived by that motto in regards to spiciness.
No,
but still,
see, it's about the stink, Lyric. It's the stinkiness of the cheese. That's how the real determination of what's cheese here. But
look, Mazel, we could come back to the cheese debate when we're in a bit of a lull state. But AL making sure they can get some vision up towards that top side so they can spot out where Zoom is, trying to make sure Zoom doesn't get control of the top lane brush and can just look to, you know, weave in and out of brush, drop mini aggro, look to continuously harass him down. And now we see just normal starts coming through. Hacker gonna actually path down towards the bot side, kind of give some safety to his bottom lane early on.
Yeah.
But actually,
would need to, right? As we were saying.
I'm sorry, we're both top laners just vibing, kind of.
Hey, they're just saying hi
catching
to
me
each
off guard.
other. ZDZ is supposed to make sure to get a bit of damage down on the Zoom, and yeah, Zoom early game on the Swain. Not gonna have much to say against the guy with a gun, but a little bit of damage traded back and forth. This is the power that Zoom will have in sort of that range matchup. Hacker, look at this pathing.
Oh.
He's going for the level 2 gank here.
Yeah,
ZDZ has no idea.
Yeah, ZDZ's.
He
Oh,
goes
ZDZ.
for
I
it.
feel like he's definitely gonna go down.
Oh, absolutely. He's trying to go back for the kill on the Zoom, but he can't get it. First blood for Ultra Prime. Engage on bot lane. Anyone's legend. They're trying to make up for that top lane deficit, but they can't find it just yet.
I love how true these teams stick to their identities. We said for AL it's going to be about bot. For Ultra Prime it's going to be about setting up Zoom. Hacker already coming through with it.
Ooh, nice connection there.
Cho.
Elk just going to take a decent amount of damage back. So I can go for the engage on the Xiaoxi, but don't find it just yet. Still, the aggression is up, and that's exactly what we're saying in the draft. This bottom lane is going to need to keep the pressure up.
Oh, and now having a bit of a split map scenario, right? Xiaohao spotting the gank from Hacker in topside, knowing, hey, it's going to take Hacker a bit of time to come down here, looks to steal away the blue buff. So we'll at least find a bit of an advantage for himself, right? It's always a trade-off for junglers when you opt into early ganks of like, hey, I could potentially lose out on some camps, get counter-jungled, but I find an advantage for my laners.
He tried to make it. He
tried
to make it to the Scuttle Crab in time. I like the idea, though. At least Hacker knew where his, like, what state his jungle was in. He was like, okay, I'm just going to try to go for the cutoff into the Scuttle Crab, but doesn't find it. And that's the trade back, as you were kind of saying there.
I do got to say, though, like, he was just looking for a cheeky smite because you looked at the state of the map. Like,
yeah.
His AL's bot lane had heavy push, and even Forge was already TPing back into mid, which would be able to make sure, right?
Chelsea has the flash. He does get the dredge line into the wall. Bandage toss number 2, and that'll be it. JoJo gets the kill. He might go down, though, and that's a big return kill for Elk, as it's a trade 1-for-1 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and actually, maybe even being more favorable to the side. Actually, not maybe. It is more favorable to the side of Ultra Prime. Look at AL burning all of their summoners for the kills coming out so far. Even look at where the kill went. Chocho was the one who picked it up for AL, to where Elk is the beneficiary. That's the word for the side of Ultra Prime. So, but I just love the level of aggression coming out from AL's bot lane. They know they need to get the ball rolling early on, and they're trying to slam their foot on the gas pedal.
Hey, you got to when you picked up this composition. I mean, come on now. Like, this composition is definitely looking to try to get something going in some aspect here. But I love a little bit more of this focus because you're looking at the map and you.
Oh, look at the mini map, Mazel.
That's what I'm saying. You're looking at this bottom lane again because we're getting so much focus down here. Hacker was on the flank, but actually doesn't pull the trigger on it.
Yeah, they opt out. AL's bot lane is showing a bit of respect considering that they don't have sums up, but my god, their wave in a horrible position right now. Ultra Prime are taking advantage of this, just holding it right in front of Turret. AL are going to have to bring their jungle down to this bottom lane.
How much mental damage do you think Xiaoxi's doing to Betty over there right now with his ex-teammate behavior? He's keeping him off the wave. He's got the aggression down. His ADC has a kill. Betty doesn't have a kill. You feel like there's a little bit of jealousy?
Yeah, I think a little bit, right? Because this is kind of like the Flash Wolves 2.0 bot lane. Obviously, we did have people like Kramer in there, but Betty really the follow-up to NL. Xiaoxi was handpicked by Sword Art to replace him. This was the bot lane that went to 2019 MSI. And always a bit of a fun matchup when you get to see them go toe-to-toe against each other.
I got to keep my eye on that one, though. As Betty, a little bit of aggression that we've seen in the LPL ADCs, but especially with Betty. As Xiaohao's pinging down towards bottom lane on his way. Dragon number 1 is up and available. Not a Rift Herald for 2 more minutes. But I love the hover here from Xiaohao, realizing, they've got strength at the bottom side. Let's play to it.
Yeah, keeping up with their strong first Drake percentage. And again, even though the kills went over on bot side did kind of favor up, they have been able to get an advantage in terms of CS because of the freeze that we've seen in bot lane. Definitely not doomed for AL just yet, especially once we get closer to things like Rift Herald, and if we potentially get, some like 4v4s or even 5v5s coming through.
Oh, the Emperor's Divide. It stopped for a moment, but here it comes, and they are delivered to the rest of Ultra Prime. Cannon Barrage is going to help get one of the kills back, but it's going to be 2 over at Ultra Prime.
Like you said, the key thing, at least for AL being able to find 1 kill back, was Cryin getting locked down. I wasn't sure if it was just Chocho immediately throwing out the bandage toss or if Forge actually did manage to get the Unraveled Earth down when he was going for the dash. I'm sure we'll get a replay, but ultimately coming up for the side of Ultra Prime, they had more members to this play first. They actually they didn't have more members first. They had more members collapsing, and it actually was the Unraveled Earth that stopped Cryin from going in. But we see here, Elk able to get here first. You already had Hacker ready to look for the engage. Sadly, Cryin does suffer for his troubles. We said Cryin's been a player who has been willing to sacrifice a little bit to find these engages and to find these advantages for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and I think you have to be willing in those kinds of situations because you're trying to get this set up. I love that he was willing to pull the trigger on that, even if it didn't go exactly the way he planned out in his mind. Like, you have to see a little bit of that target decision making for Ultra Prime to find the success that we found. And now Hacker having 2 kills, the resets for Viego being ever present, it gets harder and harder for anyone's legend who were looking for that snowball to find the big snowball that they were looking for at least.
Especially with Hacker being so close to his Divine Sunder, you can see having his red buff up, going to path towards top side now. You can start trying to cement some vision down for this Rift Herald. And Ultra Prime going to rotate their bot lane up first. So they really want to make sure that they're able to get this objective. Zoom still having his ult up as well. Cryins will be up shortly. So Ultra Prime feeling like they're in a good position to get this. And it looks like AL might not even contest. They might be so far behind in terms of moving their bot lane. It's probably just better at this point to commit Betty to getting some plates. But definitely not the best scenario for the side of anyone's legend.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit worried for the bottom lane. I would love to see a little bit more resources in Betty's pocket on this Ballista, because obviously Elk on the Aphelios is going to get scarier and scarier. The scaling aspects there for Ultra Prime as well are going to be terrifying. Not that you don't have some response on anyone's legend, but I'm looking at that roster lyric, and it's a little bit sketchy when you get to further in the game.
They're
keeping
Mazel,
up the pressure, though.
you actually are the one who pointed out to me, AL have won, like, it's been win-lose, win-lose, win-lose. It's always rotated. Their last series was a win. Does that spell disaster?
It might. I mean, hey, as things go in the LPL, we like consistency. All right, we'll see if the up-down trend continues for anyone's legend. I love to see the aggression from Zoom up here, able to trade heavily onto ZDZ on the gangplank.
Wait. Okay, if it keeps going like that, Mazel, then AL should beat RNG in week 9. Keep that in the calendar.
You just counting into the future now? Hacker has to use the Heartbreaker out. Xiaohao continuing here. Weaver's Wall goes through, but they pull the trigger on the stop on that. And Cannon Barrage used too. Interesting.
Yeah, a lot of tools blown by AL, which is really weird to me because it didn't even seem too committal to come out from their side with the fact that Forge not wanting to follow the Weaver's Wall because, right, he'd be kind of opting into a bit of a 1v2 since it would take Xiaohao a second to follow up. They knew that Cryin was there. But, yeah, going to be a bit of a window where we've highlighted for AL that the plan should be to overload the bottom lane. You could tell that's what they were trying to do from how their bot lane was playing the early laning phase. But now without Weaver's Wall, without Cannon Barrage, I feel like you just give another few minutes to Ultra Prime to where they're feeling pretty calm.
In a 1v1. Hey, I said aggression between ADCs is so huge. Elk is looking for it. Can't hit the Calibrum. The heal came out from Betty. It'll just be continuing to trade and pushing for Elk.
Yeah, Elk feeling confident with this one, having the chakrams ready to go toe-to-toe with Betty, and once again, coming out ahead, right? Forcing Betty to have to burn that heal. And especially when Ultra Prime are the team with Rift Herald, you can see where Hacker is right now.
They
can even just set AL's bot lane even further behind and snowball Elk out of control.
I'm just wondering if we have to see the adaptation come from anyone's legend because I just don't see a big advantage coming through this bot lane anymore, and you have to kind of change that focus. Maybe they try to put more resources into Forge or ZDZ, but right now it's just control for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and especially when like AL have champions that will be able to like get off good damage late game. Both Talia and GP, really strong damage. Talia, ever since she got the changes done in her kit, that boulder really just hits so hard once you get some items in your belt. The problem is Ultra Prime have a huge DPS advantage in the late game with the Zero Felios, and even just a bunch more consistent range coming through with that combo as well. But both teams setting up for Dragon right now. Ultra Prime are the ones with river control, but I like AL. They're like, hey, we can't contest through mid, trying to force their way in through bot. But look at Zoom. He's recalling, and he has teleport.
Is it bad that in these kinds of moments, I just love the LPL because we're about to get a huge fight over a 2-second dragon. Big Curse of the Sad Mummy as well. Engaging onto Hacker. He tries to get away. He's down already. It is going to be anyone's legend pushed back into the fight, though, and Forge left out to dry. It's a bit of a trade, but you'll take that all day long if they shut down Hacker.
It's a 1-for-1, but Zoom also did TP down to the bot lane. So ZDZ being the one to really get the most off of this play from anyone's legend side. 3 plates down for him. He's getting so many minions. And right, when ZDZ will be one of the people where like, hey, as the game progresses, it will be very hard for the AL composition. Right, one huge barrel change from ZDZ can just change a fight for AL.
And he also just got the counterplay on the other side of the map with the Cannon Barrage. So not too shabby there. A bunch of gold in ZDZ's pocket. And that's where that question comes. Do we see anyone's legend transition to more of a top lane focus? We'll get a look at that fight, though. Big engage from Chocho.
Yeah, Chocho finding the flash in, and then Xiaohao able to follow up to make sure that they find the kill. The problem is, though, after that, the fight gets split with Kalista being forced out. You see Cryin once again finding the Shurima Shuffle, and even being nice, and it looked like they were willing. Oh, wait, but we're still going.
He's caught out. They used the Rift Herald bottom lane. He got a charge, but they lose Xiaoxi's life.
Yeah, this is now becoming incredibly back and forth. Ultra Prime trying to push the momentum they found earlier, but AL finally being able to find some moments to punish. AL, I feel like since they know like how the game should progress, that's why they're not afraid of looking for these picks, especially with the fact that Forge did have his Weaver's Wall up, so you had a tool to be able to force a numbers advantage and find a pick for yourself. But now, I mean, AL, we were scared for them in the early game, but suddenly coming right back into it. 2 dragons, they're up in gold, they get the first turret. Triforce now built for ZDZ. In the next team fight, AL are going to be incredibly strong.
Absolutely. It's a huge turnaround from some of the early lull that we felt like we were getting from them, but this is a big moment, at least in terms of uptick of aggression that they can play through. We got the shield bow now completed for Betty, so some more sustainability on the Callisto, which is going to be needed at this point. But something I want to go back to, and we saw Hacker's hand forced a little bit. They obviously wanted to get more resources into Elk. They ran Hacker down immediately to drop the Rift Herald bottom lane. That also results in Elk getting a tower himself in the side lane, and the first tower for Ultra Prime.
Ultra Prime going back to what they were doing in spring. This was their bread and butter. Give everything over to Elk. Believe in him to carry you in the late game. And now having that Gale Force, this is a window where Aphelios is incredibly potent, right? Find that Gale Force in, find a Moonlight Vigil onto a low health target that hopefully Cryan has been able to chunk out, and then bam, that's one person picked off. You can take the fight from there. But with Rift Herald coming up now, both teams look like they're trying to make their way to topside. AL should have first move on River, so this is going to set up for the fight we were talking about where they would be incredibly strong.
Yeah, and they're obviously just going to go for it. They just start up the Rift Herald. They know Ultra Prime is here and about. Division game still in favor of anyone's legend at this point, but here comes Ultra Prime. Chocho with the engage here. He gets them as well as the seismic toss. Xiaoxi is already dead. Betty gets one. That cannon barrage is a huge separator, and when they heartbreak away, you know it's already doomed. That's Xiaohao picking up Hacker. Zoom is trying his darndest in the middle of everybody. Elk is still alive, has the Caliburn and the Chakrams. He Gale Forces, and Elk goes down. He gets one in return, but Zoom, you might be sustaining, you might have crying, but anyone's legend, take your lives.
Ultra Prime want to contest the objective. They're trying to figure out a way to force their way into River. Xiaoxi goes for the face check and Forge with the beautiful seismic shove. Still, they won't be able to pick up the Herald. And Ultra Prime going to be the ones to get a bit of damage onto this mid lane turret with how much damage AL took in the exchange.
That's a big turnaround.
They're just going to get it.
Yeah, they're just going to get it. That's a big turnaround for Ultra Prime in a fight where it did not look to go out their way. We'll get a replay of that fight as well. It was so back and forth, and that's what I'm loving about the volatility in these fights.
Forge finds the seismic shove. Chocho set it up with the bandage shots to lock him down. And then you just have so much AoE damage that Ultra Prime can't fight into. Cannon barrage, huge Curse of the Sad Mummy coming out from Chocho and even manages to get away. So overall, fight just heads up for the side of AL, but Zoom there with the pull gives Elk the confidence to go in with that Gale Force play we were hitting on. But I love it. ZDZ doesn't miss a chance to flash in and capitalize and find the kill for himself.
And I'm loving the differences we're seeing from both these teams. I guess a little bit of that adaptation to the series that I was talking about, right? Because when we're coming into this one, Ultra Prime, we're all about Zoom this split, trying to figure him out, trying to figure out what works best to play around him. And on the Swain, they haven't really been able to visit up there, but it's been everybody else stepping up. Elk is 3-1 now, and they obviously know the Aphelios is the carry here for Ultra Prime at this moment until the late game.
Yeah, so we're going to see, the fight should pan out like this, right, where AL have a ton of, like, upfront damage and burst. If they can find picks like they did in that last exchange right away, they will win. If Ultra Prime can kite out some of these key abilities and take the extended fight, that's where they do have more DPS coming out with the Azir and the Aphelios.
Both of these teams are so willing to just lay everything on the line for dragons here. I love it. We got a huge fight over the second dragon, and now we're getting a catch out by Cryan. They have already found ZDZ. He tries to get some damage down, but he is already dust, my friend, and Ultra Prime are coming for the rest of them. They're running them down. Can they get him? Ooh, nice Fates call for Betty. Will save Chocho from the engage with the dredge line, and anyone's legend still trying to make it out. Crying on the flank, and now Hacker goes in. Moonlight Vigil across the Gravitum. Not going to do too much. His Zoom is chunking down the health bars. Anyone's legend. Betty, you better just run away. He's trying to, but I don't know if he gets this one. Dredge line as well as the eye comes down, and that's an ace for Ultra Prime.
Xiaoxi finding the hook on his old brother Betty, and Ultra Prime find it, but I will say at what risk, because now AL, they're on soul point. Like, this was a nice injection of gold for Ultra Prime, huge fight for them. Hopefully they can get back on the map first and turn this into a Rift Herald. But had this been at like 20 minutes, right, when Baron was up, in my mind it would be like, okay, that was just huge, like definitely worth for Ultra Prime to commit on to ZDZ. I don't know how much it is though, knowing that AL are now just one lucky smite away from the play. But we see here, Cryan wanting to commit so much to finding one pick. They get it. but Weaver's Wall makes it so they're not able to find their way onto Dragon. Ale, of course, have an incredibly fast and safe Dragon take with Betty on Callista, but Ultra Prime, no. We need to find kills now because they got the objective. They're on Soul Point. They wrap around from different directions, and Hacker finds a beautiful stun onto Forge. Zoom. But once Zoom gets in the fight, right? I mean, this is where Swain thrives. You pop the ultimate, everyone's close range, you're healing forever, and then you even still just have the primary damage dealers from Ultra Prime still up.
That fight was great stuff from Ultra Prime in terms of just finding an angle and making sure to stop all exits and find a way to not give over too much in the process as well. And we see Anyone's Legend trying to get something back. They will get a tier 2 tower in the bottom lane for ZDZ, so that'll be huge. Elk will respond with a tower of his own in the top side to even things up here, as it feels like we've been dragged around, fighting all over the place. We're only 19.5 minutes in, and we're 3 minutes from that soul potentially for Anyone's Legend.
This was one of those series you looked at on paper and you knew was gonna be amazing.
Absolutely.
Like both AL and Ultra Prime, despite their scores, right? I feel like have looked incredibly competent and like have been able to put up a fight against almost every team that they have played against. And then both like the aggression. I actually believe Ultra Prime lead the league in champion kills per minute so far. So yeah, it's nice to see them both willing to scrap, and the fact that we are kind of seeing the strengths come out from both sides. Cryan really being the big damage dealer on the side of Ultra Prime and continuing the solid split that we've said he's had. The bit of a redemption arc from RNG.
Yeah.
Not that you really need a redemption arc when you became an MSI champion, but at least
come on, I would say
silencing the doubters.
Yeah, I would say there's something to be said for the journey that Cryan has taken since that moment, and especially the uptick here in the spring split that we've seen him on Ultra Prime. I think it's something to be proud of for Cryan in general as a fan of the player, but I think it's still something where you want to continue seeing the growth, seeing the build, seeing the backup to that conversation in moments like this where you have a big advantage. As this is here, you're 4-1, you've got a CS differential, you have been the trigger pool a lot of the times in this game already for Ultra Prime, and it just feels like that confidence is radiating out of the mid lane.
Wow, you're right. I mean, heck, the confidence is radiating out of the whole team considering they drop Herald to try to pull AL's attention. Go straight to Baron. They're burning this so fast.
Vision of the Empire gets the slow. They get the engage, though, back onto Xiaoxi, and Xiaoxi is going to die. They back out of the Baron, but they're leaving it on a silver platter for Anyone's Legend. Anyone's Legend goes for the engage. It is taken by Xiao Hao. Zoom is on the side with a lot of AoE, but Elk's all by himself. Chocho doesn't hit it. That was a beautiful flash from Elk, but the follow-up, Elk, you can't get away, and Elk goes down. Ultra Prime's hopes are dashed, and that's 5 clean Baron buffs on Anyone's Legend.
And AL pretty much just walk up, the door is open, and they can do whatever they want. I'm surprised Ultra Prime weren't willing to put up more of a fight for that. I do get AL have a bunch of AoE damage. You don't just want to be grouped up in a tight-knit space like that, but I don't know. It seemed like the thought process of Ultra Prime was like, dropping the Herald is enough. We have the speed, we have the damage to be able to sneak this, but I feel like it should have at least been in their mind that AL could have come for this fight. You can see Elk already starting to back off. Xiaoxi goes in, like, Ultra Prime not really on the same page. Cryan goes straight to the back of the pit and dashes out. So AL are like, cool, free Baron, we get a bunch of kills. Thanks, guys.
But look at this, we're setting up in front of the Dragon. This is Anyone's Legend in pole position to take Soul in the moment. The amount of momentum that is behind Anyone's Legend, but they can also just utilize this Baron because they have gotten themselves the graces of this. They can push in mid lane, they can try to take this outer tower and not have to deal with Ultra Prime's setup and use this Baron that they cleanly stole away.
Yeah, AL do not care whatsoever that Ultra Prime got that Dragon. They are in such a good spot because of the fact that they got that last fight, right? That Up committed to that pick. So it feels like Up, small mistakes from Up have continuously given this breathing room and given over these advantages to AL that maybe otherwise should have been harder to contest. But AL, at least so far, doing a good job of pushing their lead forward. 5K gold. Sure, like Dragon just got taken. You have to wait out another 5 minutes, but they can keep extending this gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, they took 2 towers in the mid lane. Now they're working on a tier 2 tower on the top side, and that'll leave only the inhib towers available. Here comes the Weaver's Wall from Forge to cut off Hacker and Elk as they try to put the damage down onto the tower. Not a lot of damage to be found, though. Xiaoxi tries to go for the engage, but doesn't find it. Seismic Shove doesn't find Hacker either, and Anyone's Legend back away.
AL not going to be able to find too much off this push. They only have 40 seconds left on their Baron, so feels like it's time to reset, buy the items with the gold that you've just accumulated, and start reasserting vision control on the map. No neutral up on either side just yet, so not like a clear place where it's like, hey, like vision's going to come down right here on this side of the map. They've even taken inner turrets of all lanes. I wouldn't be surprised to see them opt back in the top, though, just for the fact that that is where the last outer turret is left standing, and try and put some pressure to taking that structure down. For up, I feel like looking for a proactive move of your own is quite hard, so wouldn't be surprised to see a bit of defensive vision coming through.
You gotta get out of there. Forge doesn't have the Weaver's Wall, so it's all about just the running game here to try to chase him down. He'll use the bit of movement here Cryan has. They're TPing to try to save him. Emperor's Divide, but Seismic Shove comes in and you join them. And that'll be a pick off into anyone's Legend hand, meaning they can keep sieging if they want to.
I do gotta say, like, it was a nice try from Cryan, right? He sidestepped the first bandage toss, but Chocho just walked up, pressed R, and it's like, really, like, you can't do anything at that point, right?
The classic conundrum.
Yeah. So the mistake coming of, being in that position in the first place, of contesting a wave that is in a neutral state of the map when AL are the team with control, and they are just going to default back up to the top side to get some pressure on this inner turret.
I will say it's something that before the catch out on Cryan, BLG is so far ahead on this gameplay. Obviously, you can talk about the gameplay's inherent gold value in what you get in the lane phase and everything building up for him, but he's at 3.5 items now, and you're still trying to work on, pieces to third item for a lot of members in this game. I think that's going to be a subtle strength right now that anyone's Legend can absolutely utilize.
Yeah, and when you look across the board, right, the fact that Ultra Prime don't really have much of a front line, ZDC is going to be huge because Hacker having to opt second into Randuin's because he really is going to have to be that big tanky member. Zoom is a tank in the sense that, right, he's a drain tank. He can survive a long time, but still can't absorb that much. And Chelsea, I mean, he's living life on a sports budget, bro. He can't be as tanky as he wish he could.
He cannot, unfortunately. But fortunately for Betty, he'll complete his third item, and that's going to be the Wits End completed for the Callista. So nice little spike here in anyone's Legend as they have found themselves in that lead. About a minute and a half until the next Dragon. I would expect, after not having a Baron buff for this one, unless they want to go for it, as Baron's up at about a minute and 10, they would look to try to finish out the soul here, and if they need to push the game a little bit longer, get that Elder Dragon fine.
Yeah, lucky for the side of AL, they do have all of their summoners up, so don't have to worry about, like, no flash on Betty or Forge to be able to bring you down. We also have some nice MR items being built. Wits End and Ma, both done for Betty and Xiaohao when you do have so much AP damage on the opposing side. But for up as well, they're picking up stopwatches. So it kind of just indexing even more to being able to survive that upfront burst. Like, if you can get through Curse of the Sad Mummy and Cannon Barrage, it really feels like Ultra Prime should be favored in a fight, barring Forge finding like a massive seismic shove onto a key member like Elker Cryan. So I like that Ultra Prime are indexing heavily into these defensive tools that can get them through that initial burst. I just don't know if it'll be enough with the lead that AL have accrued. And then heck, even add on top of it that all you would then need is a lucky smite. The fact that they're also on soul point means if they lose control of bot side river, they always could just go up to Baron. Like, they have all the cards right now.
And Ultra Prime realized that. They got some backs off before this TP from Cryan in the mid lane to reassume control and try to move some vision down into that pit, because they are the ones that are with their backs against the wall in this kind of situation. And they're the ones that are going to have to force a fight if it comes down to it. Chocho goes in. He goes for the flash. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Look, the exit is blocked by the Cannon Barrage. And it's Ultra Prime heading for the hills. Again, the Heartbreaker used in defense. And anyone's Legend is wiping the floor with Ultra Prime. That's a double kill. They're not even going for the soul at this point. They want the inhib.
And this is why I've loved watching Chocho ever since he's left Top Esports. He's one of the most aggressive players we have in the LPL, who always is willing to look for the engage. And like you said, Mazel, going to be able to get the inhibitor. I don't know if they can push for much more. They are going to back off. They are going to go for the safer and smarter play.
Ooh.
Guarantee yourself the Infernal Soul and
poke.
look to close out a smooth win.
There's some pings coming down from Ultra Prime towards this Dragon, and you see Hacker coming out of base right now. They might try to push
they're
up
going
through this mid lane, or just
up
go
and
for
going
the
for
Baron.
Yeah. I mean, they know they can't get this, right? I mean, they'd be walking into, like, a man down, you're missing some key ultimates, and you're walking into things like the Talia, which just gives her such an easy setup.
I don't think they can do this. I mean, I understand trying
either.
to force it to a big team fight because we have seen their success has come when Zoom can get into the middle of the fight and not be picked apart whenever they're not getting the catch-outs against them, and they're trying to force the hand of anyone's legend who just forced their own hand. So I think this is a very interesting call for Ultra Prime. They're trying to find something in this game.
But look at mid lane. Look at mid lane.
They're going to lose
the
their
base.
base. That's what I'm saying. They are drawing the line in the sand right here, right now. They say, you got to fight me over this Baron. I know we might lose, but we want to go for a fight anyways. The engage from Xiaoxi is not going to land, and you can see some of the indecision coming through here for Ultra Prime.
Yeah, Xiaoxi, Mr. Hook City, not able to land the hook. Now they have to back off. They have to go answer the minions. And this is going to set up for AL to be able to do this. AL can now start up the Baron. You don't have TP on Cryan either. So, sure, Zoom can get here, and Zoom is coming on a big flank. But it will be a...
Let's see. Oh, it's going to Xiaohao. After Fate's call used by Betty, they'll get the re-engage here, but Chocho is about to die. He gets the engage on a Hacker, though. Hacker gets one kill. The reset's not going to be available there. Zoom goes down as well. And anyone's legend. This is an easy win to start off their best of 3 against Ultra Prime.
Zoom regretting that early TP, leaving ZDZ by himself to pick up the gold. He finds the damage, and like you said, now it should be easy for AL to end this game.
Ryan might be crying me a river here in this first one. I know I said don't cry me a river, but even through the good performance, even through the redemption arc that we're trying to see for Forge and Cryan, Forge is the one that tempers himself through the difficulties of the early game for anyone's legend, and they temper this first game in a win for the Legends as they take a couple more kills, get a little bit of padding on that KDA, and go up 1-0 in this series.
Mazel, give me a best of 5 of this,
please.
Please, AL and Ultra Prime, make it into playoffs. I want to see these two teams go toe-to-toe as many times as I can, because that was an exciting game. We saw clear strengths on both sides. We did see mistakes coming from both teams as well, of course. I feel like Ultra Prime especially, it felt like very small things just gave over what ended up being massive leads to AL, right?
Yeah.
The fact of when the TP came out, and he didn't actually end up doing anything in that fight. ZDZ gets a bunch of plates. Once again, Cryan goes for the Stream of Shuffle onto ZDZ. It gives that third dragon over to AL, more breathing room to play with. Just so many scenarios like this where it's like one decision, the Baron obviously being a big one as well that Ultra Prime went for, and then we're so disconnected. And I don't know. It was sad to see because other moments were looking good. Like it seemed like they realized what they were able to do off the back of that Baron, pushing mid lane, taking some of these extended fights, finding the early game lead, but not able to transition that into a strong mid game.
And I will say the flexibility that we saw from anyone's legend in this first one, right? We were coming in here and they were so vastly different in the way that they approached the game that I think it was interesting to see the kind of holistic approach that anyone's legend found. They were finding leads somehow on the top side of the map. They were finding those early advantages in the bottom side and trying to work that around with Forge in the mid lane. Forge wasn't, the big standout carry in this game, but those Weaver's walls, the communication, the mobility out of the mid lane was also super important.
He had some great seismic shots this game. Like, I do feel like the standout in my mind though was Chocho.
Absolutely, my dude.
Chocho always found like the best Curse of the Sad Mummies he could find. Just flashing, like bandage toss, flashing, 4 or 5 people locked down. Like then the fight just becomes so easy, and like the seismic shoves everything becomes easy for the side of AL when Chocho's finding the types of engages that he's finding.
I just love that in that last one, he hits the minion. He's like, I'm committed. Flash, Curse of the Sad Mummy. It's over, baby. It's over. But it's all about that quickness in decision making, something that I've loved to see the aggression from anyone's legend paired with in terms of how they engage those fights, in terms of how they're willing to just follow Chocho into battles like that.
Yeah, but look at that gold graph, right? Because we saw the early aggression for AL actually kind of biting them.
We did.
And coming up for Ultra Prime, especially in the bottom lane, where they find the early 1-for-1, it comes out in favor of Ultra Prime. They're able to freeze the lane. But like we said, sadly, it was the mid-game decision-making that wasn't there for Ultra Prime. And like you're hitting on now, the willingness to double down on what the strength of their composition is to be able to find their way back into the game. So again, some good things from both teams, some bad. AL coming out in spades in the end of it all. A lot of the stories we were telling coming into the game also really showing true. I feel like both mid laners did have good moments and are still showing that form that we talked about. And then Ultra Prime, it was about setting up Zoom. AL, it was trying to set up Betty and Chocho. So game 2, I don't expect us to see much adaptation in terms of the play that we came through. The thing I'm curious to see is if it's going to be like game 1 draft, where it's a lot of takeaways coming through, right? Forge taking away the Talia, Ultra Prime taking away the Swain. So both teams understand each other's play styles, their picks, and their identities very well.
I got one last question to follow up on from a question at the very beginning. I was asking about a little bit of the jealousy factor. You think Betty's feeling pretty confident with his support at this point after the dub, after him getting those huge lockdowns, or what?
Man, how do you not feel? How do you not feel
I just
happy
feel like
when
Betty's
you have
like,
Chocho on the roster?
oh, Chelsea, you see this? But we'll see what happens after the little break, as we will have game 2 of this series that you do not want to miss.
我觉得我们队伍就是现在的表现就是感觉就是打谁都有机会吧，然后但是觉得打谁都也没有说稳赢了，就是也有一点中规中矩吧。我认为 UP 他们之所以前期节奏就是比较好，主要还是因为他们的打野选手 Hiker 吧。对，就是我们前期一定要，嗯，就是多注意一下地图，然后多报打野，多报他打野的位置，对，然后我们现在小心一点就好了。
Welcome back to the 2022 LPL Hanfu Day weekend, and we are in our kickoff series after Ultra Prime take the victory over Ultra Prime. You got to hear a little bit there say we got to focus on the early game, got to focus on Hacker. But in that first game, I'm focusing on Chocho, who takes our MVP.
Yeah, great performance from Chocho. I do want to hit on the interview just real quick. I love how he said, like, yeah, we feel like we can beat anyone, but we're not confident doing it stably, because that to me defines AL. That to me defines a player like Chocho. These guys can go toe-to-toe with anyone. It would not surprise me to see them beat teams like V5s, RNGs, Top Esports, but you also wouldn't be surprised to see them lose to teams like WE. They really do feel like the dark horse team of the split who could do it against anyone. All of it coming off the back of the decisiveness coming from Chocho, off of
this one
the
right
angles
here.
He finds. Yeah, onto the minion, straight into the backline of Ultra Prime. This man was just getting the job done, allowing his carries to follow up, and it kind of, we saw it in game, right? For Ultra Prime and how the compositions played out, you really can't stop the engage from AL.
Yeah.
They just have so much coming through. Slows with Cannon Barrage, Bandage Toss, Curse of the Sad Mummy. It really felt like it had to be Zoom being the one to, like, he's up front, he's drain tanking the damage. You have things like the stopwatch to be able to get through the initial burst, and then you go from there. They weren't able to. That was a quick one. We're straight to picks and bans.
Right. So one thing I was going to point out was Crying was actually so clutch with the engages of the Emperor's Divide. So I want to see if we get a little bit more of that, I guess, aggression coming through here. But we will see, as we're Ultra Prime on blue side this time around. Anyone's Legend on the red side. Anyone's Legend banned away the tried and true Zeri and Wukong, but also throwing the Renata. Ultra Prime banned away the Callista and the Gangplank from game number 1, but as well as the Silas.
Yeah, and this time with Lee Sin being available, I mean, I think Ultra Prime just locked this in. They have to. It's Hacker. This is Hacker's go-to pick coming out in the split. I hope they do better. I was one of the people kind of propping up Ultra Prime coming into the split, saying I think they could be, you know, a team in the top 8, in the top 7, kind of towards that lower middle end of playoffs, making a bit of waves. Would love to see them bounce back in this game too. But now with Lee Sin going over, AL have the option to get their hands on their cupper picks.
Like, you stole it away.
Exactly. Ultra Prime took these away in game 1. The Swain now coming out 4-4. Just has been his most comfortable champion so far this split. I'm curious to see where they go for their second pick, though. Because we hit on, right? Typically it would be jungle here. Things like the Viego being what's open, being his go-to pick. We also do still even have things like the the Lucian, which they're highlighting now. And they're just going to go for it.
Yeah, potentially just going to lock in the Lucian Nami combo here, unless Ultra Prime just feel like they need to take the Nami away, which I would highly doubt. But it is going to be a nice combo for anyone's Legend bot lane. We've seen, obviously, they're going for the snowball potential of bot lane. They feel like they can take it to Elk and Xiaoxi and find advantages to build off of, which we've seen anyone's Legend do to Abandoned here at this point in the season. Now we will see Ultra Prime hovering this Nautilus. They'll lock it in for the second time around.
Yeah, and the Aphelios, I think, is the expected pick to come through. Sad that the Renata is not up, right? Because that would typically be the go-to answer of, like, Aphelios plus Renata to be able to go into the Lucian Nami combo, but still going to be able to give them some team fight presence later on. Elk, even though didn't have the best time having to deal with Chocho, like, did have some moments, right? The Gale Force in finding the ability to get some kills. As stop being indecisive, actually going for the Zai, I guess opting into the safety in terms of the ultimate, that the ultimate provides you and being able to get out of some of these fights. So you already hit on the Nami. We knew that was coming through. AL have pretty much leaned on Lucian Nami and like Callista plus X as their two go-to bot lanes to keep up the level of aggression that we saw in game 1.
Yeah.
And just throughout the split so far.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's been working out for them when they do find those bottom lanes. I think it's interesting to see them when they are put on the back foot, when they do have a lot of bans targeted to them. And they had a couple this time around, but they still get one of their tried and trues of the summer split here. And so now it's putting even more of a spotlight on Elgin Chelsea. Like, what are you going to do to come back into this one, right? We saw the Aphelios Nautilus last time. It did not have the greatest of times, at least in the laning phase, but as well in the team fights. So very, very interested what the Xayah brings to the table for Elk, how that changes, I guess, the way he approaches this one. But into the second phase, the Xin Zhao ban from Ultra Prime. Again, a lot of focuses from those plays, at least the champions pick game number 1 against anyone's or for anyone's legend. The Corki, though, nice ban from anyone's legend. Try to take away some of those power points in the mid lane, as well as the Talia.
Yeah, taking away the signature Crying champions, you do still, again, have the Viego up is the other thing that Xiaohao typically leans on. You do have, like, obscure picks that Xiaohao has been willing to play. I was going to say the Nocturne being the one that comes straight to mind when you think that AL want to keep going with this aggressive kind of all-in play style as being something that Xiaohao has really liked to play, especially in past seasons. I'm curious to see what he goes for here, because I think you definitely would like to leave top lane for counter pick and get ZDZ in a matchup he's happy with.
Got banned last time, not going to be banned this time around. So they opt into the Xin Zhao, the Nocturne. Could just be the lock-in for anyone's legend. They do get the Diana for Xiaohao.
Yeah, typically you like having setup alongside this, whether, you know, it's the Yasuo, the set, like in the past, even things like Renekton potentially could come out. You do have double AP in mid-jungle, so is potential to be played around. So I think for AL, their top lane pick is going to be pretty important, but nothing really coming to mind. I don't think ZDZ really plays, or even bringing out things like the set and top, I think could be a little bit awkward depending on the matchup. So for Ultra Prime, they're going to go with some just very reliable blind picks coming through. Cryan going to bring out the Lissandra. Should have an easy time getting in the middle of everyone on the side of AL because they want to come into you. So potentially could find a very impactful ultimate. And then Zoom going to go back to the Gnar.
I love the amount of CC that Ultra Prime have. They can make decisions and follow it up, which I felt like was missing a lot of the time last time in game number 1 for Ultra Prime. But they do get a couple of those blind picks, as you were saying. It is the Jax as a response here, so we will see the flexing coming through, the big brainness for anyone's legend, as they'll stick the Swain in the mid lane on Forge, and they'll bring ZDZ to bat with this Jax.
Yeah, so at least having some lockdown of their own. Also the ability to play out through sides later on, right? Jack's going to outscale both Lissandra and the Gnar in the side lane. But for AL, it's still going to be all about those 5v5s, getting Swain and Diana in the middle of everyone, hopefully finding your way onto Elk. That's why Elk bringing out the Xayah, right? Wanting to have that safety of that ultimate, trying to be able to get away, build some distance between you. You hit on the amount of CC they have, right? Cryan being able to lock people down, having the Gnar ultimate, and then just allowing Xayah to be able to whittle them down in an extended fight with those autos. But hey, if anyone's legend can do what they did in game 1, be as decisive, find those engages, I think it is going to be incredibly hard.
I know we just passed over for a brief moment, but I really like that cutout of Elk with the Hanfu. I thought that was really cool. But in all actuality, I think it's going to be a step up needed. Again, I was talking about this bottom lane, but as well as for Cryan, where last game he did have resources to try to pull something out, but was unable to because of some of those miscommunications, because of the big blunders, which the one that immediately comes to mind is the Baron play, where if that doesn't happen, Ultra Prime are in a much different position in game number 1.
Yeah, just what you're saying, Mazel. We need the Ultra Prime faith out there, the Ultra Prime fans, the Ultra Prime believers to rise up, give them your energy, and AL, you know what? They won game 1.
I need this to go to 3 games, so let's see what happens. Ultra Prime on the blue side, game number 2 versus anyone's legend. Kicking off now. We'll get a little bit of the funsies, a little bit of happiness here on Hanfu Celebration.
What bros?
The bros.
Yeah, exactly. You always love to see it. Just show up,
I
shake hands, walk away.
Chelsea and Betty. That's all I'm saying. We haven't gotten that. There's a little bit of bad blood there, maybe. I don't know.
Hey, I'm just saying, when Chelsea and Betty were in Flash Wolves 2019 summer, I think that was the first time Flash Wolves had ever missed playoffs. So maybe, you know,
maybe a little bit of bad blood.
Exactly. Maybe they separated not on the best terms. Who knows? I'm not even actually speculating that. That is actually just a meme.
Absolutely.
But Elk coming out, coming out, Hail Blade, so wanting to match the level of aggression that's going to come in from the 2v2s. But I really like that you kind of had the spotlight on Crying in draft, because I feel like a lot of the heavy lifting from Ultra Prime is going to have to come from mid-jungle. You do have mixed damage. You maybe can try to disrupt this Diana in the early game. And if you can set champions like Diana behind, like Lucian behind, that really feels like the avenue of where Ultra Prime can actually be able to find a win. Is Xiaoxi, you're Mr. Hook City, and it goes wide again.
He does get some lockdown onto Betty, and Betty has to burn Cleanse early on. Betty's in some serious trouble there. That's going to be a nice little cooldown. Ignite also used from both sides, and the exhaust from Elk. So just trading the exact same amount of summer spells back, but it means that.
And especially when you think about the Lucian Nami bot lane, right? Again, not the strongest level 1. You need a few spells to come out Lucian to get that full combo off. Nami to be able to proc the electrocute before you really start hard winning some of these trades. So despite the fact that the hook did miss from Xiaoxi, still able to win, and they aren't giving up. Xiaoxi still keeping the pressure by standing in that brush, zoning them off the way. It's going to guarantee they are able to find the level 2 first.
Exactly, a little bit of advantage. But I want to go back to the general conversation that we were having in terms of like where we want to see the focus for these two teams. Coming into this one, Ultra Prime, the top side of the map was the focus for them. Anyone's Legend, the bottom side. But especially in this one, it feels like Ultra Prime are going to need to weather this early storm from Betty and Chocho once they hit that level 3 mark. And once we see Xiaohao finishing his pathing down to this bottom lane. But again, we see Hacker on a unique path himself that we saw come to success in game 1. But this time, he's spotted out by the ward.
And Hacker's going to be the difference maker, right? Because you're kind of hitting on having to survive the early game of AL's bot lane. The good thing for Ultra Prime is that, I mean, they have the stronger early jungle. They also have a Lissandra that pairs up with Lee Sin incredibly well. So that's why they're the ones who are able to look for the aggression pre-6, because Xiaohao not really going to have the ability to influence. But nice read by him. Since they do spot out Hacker on the ward, he can just go for trading camps on the top side.
See a little bit of trading, but on the top side is continue to highlight on that one. But I do want to see, and we do see Xiaohao taking a little bit of aggression here into the topside jungle, maybe looking to make a little pit stop for ZDZ, as we actually got to see a little bit of last game. And it was that adaptation I was talking about for Anyone's Legend, where it's not just about the bottom lane. They were able to find advantages elsewhere.
Yeah, they were able to find some advantages elsewhere, but I think this game, right, we're expecting the slower pace. We're expecting the slower pace coming out kind of from both teams. For up, I would like to see a little bit more in terms of like hitting on mid like we've hit on, but for AL, I mean, you're going to need to hit the level 6 on the Diana.
Oh, he's just been spotted at every path he's taken in this game. It's kind of nutty.
It is kind of sad coming out from Hacker, but, you know, good vision control coming out from AL. The thing I'm curious to see as the game goes on is how AL start fights, because it's really going to rely on things like actually Forge just being the one to like run forward, get his slow down, Xiaohao maybe having to flash in to guarantee the dash, and then, you know, hit the lockdown. It's going to require a lot of these like kind of small minuscule windows and a lot of, I don't want to say outplays, but like individual skill expression to come through to be able to guarantee the engages that they want to find.
Yeah, but I think that's where, if you're looking at Anyone's Legend, you value the comfort that you're getting on the Swain for Forge, right? And a little bit of the potential engage with the never move and the catch-outs that can possibly happen. The big team fight that will be strengthened with Forge in there when you're looking at, you know, trying to pick apart fights and whatnot for Anyone's Legend, because they will need to find those catch-outs. They will need to find a way to get Betty within distance, but not within death, because I think there's a lot of possibilities, as I was hinting at earlier, with the CC to lock down Betty and shut him out.
And we might see that right now, the CC able to come through, Hacker waiting in the wings.
Oh, Xiaoxi says hello again, my friend. He doesn't find him, but guess who does? It's Hacker for first blood. Ultra Prime, get a bit of deja vu.
Ultra Prime hiding in the brush. Xiaoxi finds the hook, and they find the advantage in bot lane that we wanted to see. Hacker being active on the map. It's what AL were hitting on in the pregame interview. One of the big win conditions, one of their big fears going up against Ultra Prime.
And it strikes first. Nicely done. The little lollipop is not one that Betty is going to be very happy to receive from Xiaoxi in that aspect, but it's a really good look, and we'll get a replay of just how close it was.
Yeah, just, I mean, kind of weaving in the middle of the minions, right? It seems like they don't expect him to be here. Chocha was channeling his recall. Ultraprime's bot lane had been waiting in that pressure for quite a while. As Flash comes out from Hacker, able to guarantee the Sonic Wave connects to be able to get the damage down. So overall, just nice play coming out from the bot lane and jungle of Ultra Prime.
Shousey still has flash too, right? Everything, that was the double flash from anyone's Legends bot lane. And Shousey, with the engage potential, still has flash available. Exhaust is back up now for Elk, so they have an ability to continue to put down this bot lane.
Yeah, they're going to be able to keep looking to all in on that, but I kind of want to move to the other side of the map because we saw ZDZ stack up a huge wave onto Zoom. Hit 6 first, was able to zone him off, which allows him to get the free reset and just walk back up the top lane. So ZDZ so far doing some work. Zoom didn't fall behind in terms of minions. Didn't look like ZDZ had any sort of freeze. Was just able to build up a big wave and get himself a bit of a window where he can come back to lane with an item advantage. But Zoom does still have teleport.
Am I ridiculous for thinking Betty's going to have some seriously fancy feet in this game to be able to stay alive? Because it is terrifying. I feel like, and I'm not nowhere near the skill level as Betty, obviously, but I feel like this Lucian is going to have to be on one here. And starts by getting some resources. He's going to go straight in. The exhaust is utilized. Shousey gets the re-engage. Nice feather recall, the blade caller, to stop them in their tracks, Lyric. That is unfortunate.
Yeah, Shousey able to get away. Just so unfortunate coming out from AL when Xiaohao able to find the gank. But Forge,
it's blue side dominance. Frozen 2 comes through. Oh, Hacker not able to connect. And Forge does use the demonic ascension, but he does survive as well.
Still, ultimately, Ultra Prime coming out ahead on the map. They don't lose anything in bottom lane, despite the fact that AL commit resources there. They send Hacker mid. They get a flash and an ult of their own. Just coming up nicely, but going back to your point about Betty having to have some fancy feet, I feel like it's going to come down a lot to who's starting up the fight, right? Because if AL are able to find their way onto Ultra Prime first, I mean, you're not even going to be thinking about Betty, right? You're going to have Swain in your face, Xiaohao's going to be on top of you, a tidal wave's going to be coming through. The hard thing will be about being able to guarantee that you have that first move onto objectives or onto engages to come through. I think you're going to need a pretty good vision control, especially control wards, to guarantee that Xiaohao can find some of those off angles to come at that Ultra Prime won't be expecting.
Now, we did have first objective taken by Ultra Prime. Rift Herald is now in the pocket of Hacker. We'll see where the resources are going to be distributed in that faction, in that factor itself. But now there's the Hex Flash over the wall. Shousey gets the dash out of Betty, but not too much more. Dragon on the table, which we haven't seen anyone's Legend go for at all this time around, even with a little bit of that focus on bottom side.
The problem was the fact that their bot lane was losing out because of level 1, right? Because of level 1 coming out from Shousey, where he's able to generate so much pressure with AL losing the trade, AL haven't been able to consistently keep up prio down there. So nice just by Elk and Shousey being able to do well in the 2v2 to make sure that AL can't go towards that game plan. With them coming off resets now, they will finally be able to secure this one, but not as early as they did in game 1, to where they were able to put a lot of threat onto Ultra Prime with the threat of an early soul.
Yeah, I mean, we were at like 22 minutes for the soul dragon for anyone's Legend last time around. ZDZ will spot out Hacker, transitioning to this top side, but there goes to that objective. Hacker will reset. I'm sure looking to find positioning for this Rift Herald next. I mean, I would like to see, he's obviously heading down to this bottom side. I wouldn't mind seeing the resources given over, but we're seeing so much push from anyone's Legend now with this Lucian Nami combo. Be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I still feel like it has to go down to the body. Shousey does it again!
The pointing clicks. Betty is out of there, though, with the flash and the cleanse, so he gets out. But, man, Shousey's got a bit of mental gap right now onto Betty.
This is what you want to see when you watch Shousey, right? Because if you think back to 2020 E-Star, all you think about is Shousey's Thresh. Shousey's Thresh, Shousey's Blitzcrank, hitting the hooks left and right. So glad in this game, too, he's finding them, and he just keeps generating pressure, walk into Fog of War, Hex Flash in. Is AL going to try and find a plane mid?
You find Crying. Does get out with the ball, but it's the CC chain. He goes into the Frozen Tomb. What a tomb it shall be, Lyric, as anyone's Legend finally on the board.
With Xiaohao waiting in the wings, just AL able to find the pick. Their bot lane and moving over first as well. So nice response pick coming out from the side of AL. Hopefully it gets Xiaohao closer to his rocket belt, because when we hit on of like 4AL, where you don't have, right, a Nautilus, an Ornn, these like easier ways to find engages, you're going to need a lot of different ways to be able to get on the back line. So getting Rocket Belt will be incredibly crucial for Xiaohao. You do have things like the Nami ultimate, though, which could make it a little bit easier. But speaking of bot lane,
I got my wish,
Hacker,
I think. I think Hacker's
Hacker gonna drop Herald?
Yeah, he's going to use the resources bottom lane here. Try to get Elk ahead, but Betty and Chocho are right here.
I mean, to be fair, Mazel, you do have a Lissandra mid and a
You
Nar,
do.
a Nar top. So
hey, you gotta give me the dubs, all right, Lyric? You gotta give me the dubs every now and then, okay? It's the little
You're
things
right.
for a play-by-play that make me happy. It makes my brain
You
go,
know,
yay!
it's not. No, that's actually not true about that's for anyone. The little things are what you appreciate in life. So I'm sorry, I actually just corrected you again and took away
Yes,
another.
you took
dub,
yes.
so.
You just keep correcting me. It's fine. That'll be our dynamic.
I'm sorry.
It's
I'm sorry,
okay. It's
Mazel.
okay.
I didn't mean to.
But we do see Zoom actually pushing in ZDZ on the top side. The TP will be available. He actually stops his back to get this wave here. Not wanting to let it crash. Get those plates over to Zoom, who in fact might get a little bit of aggression back on himself as the Mega Gnar. That's coming up for him here, and we're looking back down to the bottom side of this map and looking at where Hacker is really getting involved next, because he has been the movement forward. But I think for me, it's the Xiaoxi factor. It's 9 days. He's on the same champion. He's on a different side, but the Nautilus looks like night and day comparatively to last game.
Just with the start that they've had in lane, it's been so much better. Going to be able to guarantee this turret in bot lane. And
oh no, anyone's legend. They're going under the tower. The tidal wave not going to hit anybody. Blade Caller does bring it back and gets the root, but the tower will fall eventually. And if you stick around anyone's legend, 2 more people will be biting the dust here, so they back away.
yeah, good call by AL to back off. I mean, they had the ward in the tri-brush, right? So knowing that Hacker's in the area. And for AL, all they can do is try and find something else on top side. Xiao's level 8. I wonder if he would
Play
have,
a little bit funny. He's
yeah,
sightseeing.
I mean, Zoom is mini Gnar, but still, I would expect he'd have a fine time getting away. He has the hop, he has the flash. So for Xiao was just waiting to see if he can try and take away the Gromp rather than trying to aggress onto Zoom himself. And I mean, heck, it just seems like for Xiao, the only thing you can do now is just go back to your jungle, pick up your Raptors, maybe have a reset come out. And we're kind of seeing the difficulty in terms of how you can link up your jungle with your lanes in this draft to be able to get something done.
Oh, Betty. Dash Chocho stops his back to try to help out. The kick is there. He's blocking. Hacker. He's going to get the kill anyways. And Hacker survives to at least take one down to the depths with him.
Nice bubble by Chocho to make sure that they do get the kill back in response. But Hacker still finds the critical kill onto Betty. Showing again why, Chinese fans calling him Ultraman the first 15 minutes. He is willing to make these proactive plays, and that is why you need to fear him. But ZDZ trying to scale up and be a bit of a monster for Ultra Prime to deal with later on. It feels like that is a win condition that they are having to lean on right now, as we just get to see, like you said, he was backing on the ward. Hacker trying to get here as fast as he can to guarantee this kill. Sonic Wave's going to connect. Not much Betty can do with how strong Hacker is at this time, and Betty not having any mana either. But right there, Bubble does connect. Some nice damage comes down to Hacker with another ward hop to guarantee that the kill comes through.
Oh, that feels so bad for Betty, though. I do want to take a check in here, though, because we have both objectives on the map at the same time at this point. And the big golden option right now is the mid lane for Ultra Prime as they pounce onto Chocho. He flashes away. Betty dashes away from the Everfrost and Brian. They'll get out calling onto Elk here. Just a trade of ultimates. But I was going to say the big focus for me is the Rift Herald. Dragon at this point doesn't mean anything, but this Rift Herald, it could be a key unlocking factor, and both teams know that.
And some key ults down, right? Crying not having ult, I feel like is big, but Betty and Chocho, more importantly, do not have theirs up. Still, oh wow, it's going to be enough to dissuade Ultra Prime in terms of not having
what's going on?
Lissandra's team there.
Wait, what is happening? Kelly, are you okay? Blink once for yes and 2 for no. Oh, okay, it was 1 blink. She's okay. She's okay. All right.
Even have words.
Our Rift Herald,
our
minions, our neutral minions have been on
what
one.
was it?
It was the Gromp in the mid lane.
It was the Gromp,
yes.
right? It was the Gromp, yeah.
They just, they're tired of being caged up. The animals need to be free on the Rift. This was their home. They want to take time to look at everything. And Hacker wants to take time to look at their first dragon for Ultra Prime.
I think it would be kind of interesting if the game was changed to where jungle camps actually did move around the jungle.
Oh God, please no, please not more RNG. I don't want more RNG.
I don't think we need that. I don't specifically want that, but I don't feel like it's out of the realm of possibility in terms of you know, some things we've seen come into the game.
I'll just stick to the elk that walks around, the ducks, the rabbits. Like, that's fine. I don't need the blue buff to walk around.
Hey, we now have a champion that, you know, summons Void Remora just being around minions that die. You don't need to kill minions. They don't need to be enemy minions, just minions that die. So, you know, anything can happen. 70% damage reduction?
Yeah, which is actually crazy to me. It's just so funny to me when you see a Bel'Veth at the end of a game and you're getting the triple minion wave spawning under the towers and you're just getting like thousands of rewards. But anyways, Bel'Veth is not in this one. Hopefully we get her in the rest of the night. At least I'm hoping so. But shout out with this Rift Herald that they were able to sneak out of Ultra Prime's palm. Ultra Palm. We'll see where they actually utilize it, because at this point, the bottom lane a little bit forfeit, but I'm looking at this top or mid tower to really bust down for anyone's legend.
I think it'd be really nice if they can open mid just for like the wave clear that'll come from Elk. The benefit if they do open up a side lane with it is just the fact that you do have that Jax, we've hit on a few times, will be one of the things consistently generating pressure for anyone's legend in a mid game. So even if, like, let's say we get to a place where Up are able to get control of mid and they could force their way into river, AL should always have an avenue of going through whatever side lane that ZDZ is playing in.
Ultra Prime looking for an avenue of their own in the top side, but for me, what has shown out for Ultra Prime is they're just constantly moving together. That's been a huge theme we've seen in the second game that was a little bit all over the place in last game, but it has been constantly, if they want to make a play bot lane, they're constantly hovering. Not that they're going to execute the play, but they're ready and waiting.
And they're even just dropping waves to do it, right? They're kind of like, hey, like, bot's pushed in a little bit. We can give this one up. Let's try and find our own advantage in mid. Because, I mean, they want to find those 5v5s. I believe Cryan having his ult back up as well, giving them confidence to be able to take a fight win. But AL going to be able to get a decent amount off this, right? You take top turret outright, ZDZ able to force the wave in, and it just looks like we're coming to one of those circumstances of like a team that wants to make the map big in AL versus a team that wants to play smaller, more controlled in Ultra Prime. Kind of funny saying that about AL when they have Diana and Swain, like two champions that want to be right in the thick of battle. But maybe they find it here.
All right, we got the charge from Anyone's Legends, Rift Herald into the mid lane. I got to do a little bit of check-in because at the beginning of the day, I was talking a lot about the average analyst happiness here in the LPL. It's very important to our statistics and our numbers. I want to ask you, Lyric, how's your average analyst happiness going here? Are you happy Ox or are you sad Lyric?
I don't know if I could be happy because I like both of these teams and I want both of them to win, always.
But I feel like in terms of looking at what we were setting out in the first place for them, what they were looking to have their win conditions be around, I feel like we've gotten a lot of the right check marks for both these two teams, maybe just not in the right fashion.
I feel like we've at least seen what we expected to see from both of them, especially in Game 1. This Game 2, feeling a little bit more toned down, like Ultra Prime not putting a lot of pressure up towards that top side. AL not able to find the advantages in bot, right? So kind of a flipped script. Not for lack of trying, though. Like, obviously, we saw Shahao go bot very early on. Hackers been everywhere on the map, but not able to hit the same early game strides because, I mean, nice reads coming from both teams, right? I mean, able to escape ganks, like when we saw Shao able to survive in bot lane. Forge, like, sure, he did have to blow his flash, but not giving an advantage over to Hacker when he came to the mid lane.
Well, I will say, and speaking of that mid lane a little bit more, it's a bit of a different tale than the first game we saw, where both of them were actually, I guess, Forge a little bit less so, but both were getting some resources in the mid lane. It's been a little bit more quiet, a lot more propensity to move in this one, but still a lot less coming in terms of resources. And it's really been just about keeping control for the most part.
And especially when we talk about control, I think one nice thing, like coming into the map state now, especially with AL having side lane control, is even if they don't play out through sides, they can at least constantly rotate ZDZ over, come off at an angle, find the counter-strike, and that potentially sets up the fight that you want. We see both Forge and Xiaohao now have stopwatches, so I think that's like a really key timer where they feel comfortable in taking a fight because they're not as afraid being the champions who have to be the ones to look for the all-ins themselves.
Brian will be opting into the side lane play. They do take the tower, but Anyone's Legend putting even more bodies around mid lane. Never move, connects onto Xiaoxi, and damage will follow afterwards. Culling comes through as well. Decent amount of cooldowns used. Hacker connects onto Chocho, but will not follow that one up. Back coming through from Cryan. He has the Unleashed teleport, and Dragon is on the table.
It's kind of funny, too, because we're just seeing both teams trade windows. I'll pause on that, though, because Zoom, with the fact that he has Mega Gnar almost here, Ultra Prime feeling really confident about the fight. Yeah, and Cryan and Xiaoxi still not even close. Like, Cryan might have TP, but Xiaoxi wouldn't be able to join in, so Ultra Prime are just going to elect to give this straight up. We'll put AL on 2, and now for Ultra Prime, it feels like trying to get some vision control back in bot. You're going to have to send someone to answer that top wave. And, yeah, it feels like we're just going to go back to where we were a second ago in terms of...
Wait.
Oh, wait!
Hacker, a little bit hypey there, but, you know, it is what it is. Forge has to pop the Thematic attention, Megadar, and Forge has to go golden now. He'll heal up a decent amount while he's in there. The Never Move brings Hacker back in. The Vision of Empire helps as well. Xiaohao wants to follow this up as Forge flashing over the wall. The nice blast cone, though, will get Ultra Prime out of dodge, but it's a 4v3. Anyone's Legend have overextended themselves, but they've evened up now. Betty, not a lot of health, gets instantly deleted by Cryan, and Ultra Prime have turned it on. The engine is revving up here in game number 2. ZDZ is on his own. He's all by himself. He gets one back on a Xiaoxi, but he gets Everfrost locked down, and Zoom gets the kill.
And now Ultra Prime going to start building up this gold lead. Looks like they're going to try and take bot turret. Forge going to have to TP in, so not going to be able to find anything. But great fight coming out from Ultra Prime. It started off in a bit of a weird way in terms of, like you said, Hacker being hyphy. We saw missed ultimates back and forth. But Ultra Prime finding a foothold in this game. And nice, we get to go straight into the replay because Hacker, knowing they have more members on bot side, looks for the steal. Kicks the Lissandra away. Xiaohao not able to connect with the lockdown, especially because the Wardhop able to come through from Hacker. But Forge, my god, by so much time with his ultimate, the damage from the pop is huge as well. But it feels like the important thing is the fact that, like, so many members are already low. I believe Lucian had already gotten chunked out low in the mid lane. Forge now not having the ultimate available.
He just gets
and now Elk and Cryan still at 100% from the push that they got in mid. They turn on him, he gets popped. Sure, ZDZ's able to find a kill onto Zoom. Or was it on Xiaoxi because he's mini? Okay, onto Xiaoxi because he's able to find the Counter-Strike. Sorry, there's so much going on right now, Mazel. And yeah, point is, I feel like the key thing in that fight was the control of mid lane that Ultra Prime had, the fact that they were able to chunk Betty out low, and then you're bringing in Lissandra and Xayah at full HP.
Yeah.
And again, kind of your key CC and engage, and then your key damage dealer were untouched and able to just find the burst. But my god, please don't give us more of that. Let's have those straight front to back. Easy to see everything going on. There's no solo kills going off behind the fight, and you know
I'm here for it.
Uncomplicated
All right, I'm here for the complications because that is seemingly how Ultra Prime are going to take out this win here. Because the way they were able to navigate that fight is so interesting, but also the utilization of all that CC that we've highlighted so much here, and the fact that Anyone's Legend's key priority in the fact that we wanted to see Betty carry. He's 0-3. He just completed Collector. He is so far behind right now on Elk that it just feels like AL need to find something else that's going to work.
And I mean, right, they have other damage dealers, right? I mean, you especially have a carry in jungle, you have a carry in top lane, you have these key things that really can influence fights. Ultra Prime aren't like incredibly far ahead to the point of to where I feel like AL need to be like ridiculously scared. But now we're starting to see things like, I mean, the fact that Ultra Prime were able to chunk out Betty in the mid lane, I feel like comes down to the fact that Elk having this range with his Q available, like you said, now sitting a whole item up over Betty is going to make it a lot harder for him to be able to find the damage coming through. And like you said, Collector being built, we now have like the armor stacking coming through, Zoom having the Randuin's Omen, Zanya's being built for Cryan, and I feel like they're going to make it very hard for Betty to be able to find any semblance of impact on this game.
The Hacker is just searching right now, trying to hack into the mainframe of Anyone's Legend and find a pick where he can. Ultra Prime will be positioning up towards this top side of the map, though, into the red buff of Anyone's Legend. You got to still think about the catch-outs that Anyone's Legend can have, the team fight potential with Forge. We've seen a lot of possibilities there, as well as the item completions coming across for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah.
At least
I like, and you know, you're saying item completions, and you just hit on like, hey, AL might have to look for another avenue to be able to take wins in this game. We do see that ZDZ built Hullbreaker, and Hullbreaker was obviously an item that was, I mean, we could say nerfed, but like changed, right?
Yeah.
To where they like hit it early and buffed it late, trying to like push it to not be an item you just first buy and are incredibly strong in lane. Yeah, and they're like, hey, like we still want this to be a split push item that is strong, but it should not be you build it in laning phase and you just win out lane like the resistances, all the shenanigans with minions, just no. So ZDZ maybe going to opt into more of contributing to sides, but AL, with the fact you have Diana and Swain, it feels really hard to not like commit to 5v5s with your comp. Feels almost impossible.
I just think it's so funny how we went in game 1 where it was like skirmishing all over. Yes, we had big skirmishing around the objectives, but in this game, it's literally objective fights or nothing, and Forge is going straight in. He will go gold, and he's buying so much time. This is a nice fight for anyone's legend, but they can't get picked off. Chocho is down. Big moonfall, but it's not enough. Betty is on the side. Betty finds Elk, and anyone's legend. This was the fight that they were looking for, and somehow they turn it all around. A double kill for Betty. Never Move does not connect onto Cryin, but the Vision of Empire will spot him out, and that is Dragon. It started up for anyone's legend. What a turnaround.
And I don't even know how someone like Elk gets picked off when the whole enemy team is right in front of you. But AL find the angle. Xiaohao, like you said, the moonfall, able to connect. It doesn't matter that Chocho went down extremely quickly. AL having the damage there, and now going to be on soul point once again. Everything's going wrong for Ultra Prime again, Mazel.
They need Ultraman. They need him to zip up the suit and get on going. Something at this point, because this fight is so whole-handedly a fight that anyone's legend wants to take.
I mean, like, the fact that Forge finds the CC and forces the ult out from Elk so early, which allows for Xiaohao to go in, you connect some damage, Betty can just jump over the wall, was waiting for his right time. Like, to me, that's what won the fight, right? Connecting straight onto Elk, and then having other members with the ability to follow up, but also not being too quick to pull the trigger, right? Because there's a world where Betty dashes in a bit too soon, he gets popped, you now don't have the damage to kill out.
Exactly.
So, nice team fight coming out from AL.
For me, it's also the fact that silently, Forge was the start of that fight, but he was constantly hitting like 4 or 5 members.
He
with
was
that
draining
demonic
everyone the
ascension.
whole time.
In the middle, the Meganar pushed him into perfect position. It was such an underlying factor of that fight that that's how anyone's legend approaches winning fights in the future here in this game.
Yeah, and I think it's a good thing that Up, a good thing for AL that Up are trying to scrap, are trying to go toe-to-toe, as both top
Zoom
laners
wins
also.
this one anymore.
Yeah, I mean, definitely should not, especially as his Meganar are getting closer to timeout. So for AL, not only winning in that last fight, but
oh no, Cryin!
Oh.
We needed him to be the mainstay, needed to be a pillar for Ultra Prime. He almost gets caught out there. Has the flash, does have to burn it there. Betty trying to get the aggression.
Okay, but Betty now also has no flash. Like, you do have a lot of mobility, right? You have your E, you have the Gale Force, but still, that might come to bite you later on. But at least for AL, they do have other damage dealers, like we saw in the fight that they just won. So both teams now pretty much even. 8-8 in kills. Really, the one benefit being AL having this massive Dragon lead. But still, now that we've seen that AL can come out ahead in fights and are still winning with ZDZ in the side lane, I feel like AL in a very comfortable position. But still, let's remember that Ultra Prime also did give that engage a little bit easy in terms of Elk getting pulled.
No,
oh, no.
Hacker doesn't get the red buff, and he gets picked. Tidal Wave coming through. It's about to be the TP, the Forge engage here. Elk gets caught out. He takes down Betty, though. That's a big pick out, but Elk has to get out of here now. He has the Blade Caller coming up soon. He had to use the Feather Storm. Forge able to get the Never Move on Cryin. TP in the mid lane from Zoom. Try to put up a defense here, but it's a great pick onto Betty.
Elk coming in clutch to save a play that Hacker, just a little bit confusing, opting into the red buff steal, and
wait,
oh no.
What? You don't have
We're getting
Betty.
a fight. We're getting a fight, Mazel.
Elk is backing right now with no health, and now Zoom is trying to get away. Elk is just going to finish his back while the rest of his team is getting picked apart here. Everfrost is huge. But they have to flash, they have to burn everything, and anyone's legend are flexing their muscles here.
Nice call coming out from AL. They knew how low Elk was, right? They knew that a bunch of summoners were burned. So you knew that they weren't trying to actually take the Baron. It was about forcing Ultra Prime to come in, forcing Ultra Prime to have to try to posture, have to try to stop them so they're able to find the turn. But we're going to go all the way back to Hacker. They spot the members of AL here. Xiaohao and Betty, they find the damage to connect. again, I think extremely fortunate that Elk is able to find this kill onto Betty because Ultra Prime were just giving advantages left and right. He's able to lock him down. Cleanse not coming out in time, and even if it did, it felt like the damage was there for Elk with the lead he was able to generate. Nice lockdown from Cryan to make sure ZDZ can't get onto his AD carry, but still, with the damage that was done, that's why they were able to force that Baron.
And I want to just take a second here while we're looking at Anyone's Legend pushing into siege here in mid lane against Ultra Prime. Anyone's Legend themselves, we've talked about them sparingly throughout the season, but it's been an interesting path at this point. But at this point, it feels like they were a bit of a dark horse, a foal. But at this point, they're fully grown into that dark horse. Like, I can see when they get their win conditions, when they're able to find, like, of course, the resources towards Betty, it's huge. And we've seen that turn around in this game specifically.
Yeah, AL, I mean, we hit on it earlier, right? They seem like a team that could beat pretty much anyone coming into the league. I do gotta say, I was disappointed with the amount of tension that Ultra Prime were building in that play, hugging that wall, looking for the pick. That not able to find it, Counter-Strike just gets popped by ZDZ, and it's like, yo, I'm out, boys. As we once again get back to just posturing in the mid lane. To be fair for AL, right, they do have their sides pushed in as Elk.
That
to be forced the Gale Force out.
At least just a little cooldown, not the giant cooldown, but Anyone's Legend never move on to two members. It does have a nice little engage possibility here. Dragon is up. This is Infernal Soul for Anyone's Legend.
Now, we have to see what Zoom can get done. Again, the Mega Gnar bar is stacked up. You've already forced the Gale Force out from Elk, though, coming from AL. But they just get it.
Yep.
They just get
That's it. Tidal Wave to separate the fight. Forge is fine being the engage. He's fine if you engage on him. And Xiaohao is fine with a moonfall from the heavens. As you get Betty on the side, Betty takes him down. And it's a 5v3 right now. Ultra Prime are headed for the hills, and Anyone's Legend are headed for the Baron.
AL gonna look for it. Ultra Prime.
Oh,
what?
Betty!
Oh, no!
He's he's insane! He's insane! That man is insane in the membrane.
That was Mojo, Mazel. That was pure Mojo. I know Munchables is watching because he's casting next, and my God, Betty does not care. Now, I mean, heck, still not caring. On like 15% HP, they're going to force this Baron because of the numbers advantage that they have. It is all up to Hacker.
This is it. This is where you can turn it completely around. He doesn't have any way to get into pit, though. And so it's just Baron, it's Soul, it's everything for Anyone's Legend.
Once again, we've seen it every single time from Ultra Prime, right? Ultra Prime, like, have consistently kept it close against pretty much everyone, right? There's been a game here or there where they've gotten blown out, but always able to bring the fight. But it's always these small things, always these small circumstances where the enemy team able to come out ahead. AL should be primed to take this game at this point, right? Like you said, they have everything. They have Soul, they have Baron, they could look to push, they could look to play out through two lanes, considering you have ZDZ, who definitely is going to be spanking Zoom right now. Collapse in the mid lane. It's going to be tough for Ultra Prime.
For me, that's what the crazy part is. They're literally getting their cake and eating it too, because nobody can beat ZDZ at the side lane at this point. But they can also take the team fight because Forge is fine taking the dredge lines that Xiaoxi is serving up to him on a silver platter. And the engage doesn't work every time for Ultra Prime. Elk keeps getting caught out the side of these fights, and it is just being able to be picked apart by Anyone's Legend. I think it's beautiful.
Especially when we look at itemization, right? Because, like, sure, like, Cryan does damage, right? I mean, has the Rabadon's Death Cap, has the Electrocute, but AL knows they really only need to itemize 4L coming through. So Forge already having the Randuins, has the Zanyas as well, just a ton of armor under his belt. He can absorb so long in these fights, and Betty once again
it's the aggression.
Goes to the play.
It's absolutely crazy. The Gale Force calling combos that have been coming out from Betty. It doesn't get much every time, but it's keeping the mental advantage over Elk.
Always forced to have to use that to get away. Again, luckily for Elk, he does have other tools to be able to get by, but it feels like even though AL, again, you have like Tidal Wave, you have Forge running forward, they're still always able to force.
Oh my goodness.
What was that?
That's unfair.
Wait, that's Infernal Soul. That's 3 Infernal Drakes and an Infernal Soul.
Helps as well to have some teammates there. They take down 2 quick inhib towers, and again, Zoom can't do anything against CDZ. Gets Mega Gnar, but the inhib is going down slowly but surely. Xiaoxi actually tries for the engage, and now he's just caught out. Never move, and that signals the end. That's a big Meganar from Zoom, but Forge is still ascended here, and they've got Baron minions on the last 2 towers. That's a flash for Cryan as well.
They're just going to be able to keep putting out the damage. And that feels like the differentiator at this point, right? Like, sure, Ultra Prime, we keep seeing one member like step too far forward and it sets up the engage, but now just look at how much they're chunking, even just basic skills coming out to get them low. And now AL gonna look for the end.
That's it. Zoom is trying to run away, but the last tower falls. Xiaoxi will not get the redemption against his former friend in Betty, and anyone's legend will continue to build up and continue as they break the streak of win-loss, a 2-0 victory over Ultra Prime.
It's so nice to see smiles on players like Forge and Chocho's faces. We've hit on Forge, right, of how rough his journey has been, maybe being thrown into the LPL a bit too soon and how much he struggled. But even Chocho, because Chocho has been around for so long, a player, I mean, heck, a player who's played 2 roles, right?
Yeah.
We go all the way back to his stint, oh my God, why am I blanking what top esports was? Oh, Dan Gaming. Go all the way back to like Dan Gaming back in the day, swapping over support, rough journey. He was a sub on TES, like we're thinking back to like 2019. I believe him and Molyu got like 1 or 2 games in the split to come in, but not that much. And now really cementing himself as this aggressive player on AL.
Yeah.
But all of AL being these aggressive players. Betty this game, like early game, they lost in the 2v2, right? They struggled in that 2v2. Come into mid game, they don't care. He's on 10% HP. He's still gale forcing and he's still Eing in and knowing he needs to be the one to get the damage done. On the opposite side for Elk, Elk was having a pretty solid game. Then once we got to those mid-late game fights, things like the never move, catching him off guard, forcing the ult out, really felt like the defining moments of the game for Up.
And we laid out at the very beginning of this how different both these two teams' approaches are to finding success on the Rift, right? We were saying, lead before 15 minutes ends up in a win for these teams. But in all actuality, I think we saw a lot more from anyone's legend tonight than we did Ultra Prime. A lot more flexibility in terms of play styles, a lot more ability to flex within the game, especially that second one. Game 1, a little bit more snowball, a little bit easier to pilot. But to see them have to go through the decision-making process of how, obviously, our early win condition did not get ahead. How do we process this? How do we make it to the mid-game, to those big team fights that work out for us in those favors? And Betty himself, after having that really rough early performance in the second game, pulls it back in wonderful abandon.
And it amazes me how AL always managed to find the fight, right? You're kind of always looking at it and you're like, okay, like you can see the angles, you can see the flash, the rocket bell getting the Diana in here or there, but it's always like small things of, again, Swain hitting a never move, or one time when ZDZ came in on a flank with a counter strike when Cryan was like literally probably 1 pixel too far forward to allow that to come in. That one didn't result in the kill, but still, like, those are the moments where it's like, my God, AL always seem to find a way. And similar but different Gold Graph to game 1. Obviously, Ultra Prime had the lead for much longer. In game 1, it was maybe for 5 to 10 minutes, but AL falling a bit behind early. They find the fights they need, and they always manage to bring it back. It feels like you cannot allow Forge to have this Swain pick anymore. Like, my God, it's his most played champion. He's played 8 games on it, and it's sitting at like a 90% win rate.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. And the way he piloted it was so just confidence-filled, I feel like, in terms of what he was doing. Obviously, saw the damage numbers were pretty huge. But I want to quickly go back to the highlight of Ultra Prime before we continue to wrap things up for anyone's legend. And we did get to see a lot of the strengths from them. And I do want to highlight, Hacker was a big focus for anyone's legend, at least from what we heard, right? In terms of the early pathing, the early advantage that Hacker can find. He did find first blood in both games, in those unique pathing moments, right? First and top side for the first game, second to the bottom side. And it shows that, they can get an early advantage, but it's about piloting that and using the composition, because it felt like Elk was a little bit different on the Xayah. It just felt like the pieces. Xiaoxi was looking incredible on the Nautilus, but it was when it all kind of came together, it didn't seem to pan out for them.
It didn't really feel like it ever did actually fully come together, right? Yeah. Because we never got to see a fight where it was like 2 teams coming in and actually like going head-to-head. Like, look at Zoom's kill participation. 20%. We never got in with like a huge Gnar ultimate, slamming members into the wall, Hacker trying to find his way around a fight, or even zoning, kicking people off. Or B, AL would find the engage and they'd go down. So it kind of sucks that we never really got to see Ultra Prime go for the big 5v5. Even the one they did win in bot side jungle that was kind of all over the place that, you know, we had the replay of, that wasn't much of like a team fight, right?
Yeah.
That was a bunch of small skirmishes in different directions that came together for Ultra Prime. So yeah, Ultra Prime continuing their downward trajectory again. I find it kind of disappointing because like the names on this roster I think are pretty exciting. We've seen the highlight moments of them in past rosters, but I mean, heck, AL just keep impressing.
Yeah.
AL, it's hard not to be a fan of watching this team play and the personality that they've cultivated. And again, keeping up the spirit of the old Rogue Warriors. Because that's what I find the most hilarious thing is that even despite the rebrand, despite like different players, it's still all about the aggression that they bring.
Yep, it's all about the aggression. And speaking of aggression, I got to give a subtle shout out to ZDZ in the top lane in that series. I think, you know, seeing the adaptations that I was already talking about for Anyone's Legend, but especially ZDZ having a major portion to that, right? Like being able to bring out the gameplay game number 1, being able to bring out the Jax and be such a force to be reckoned with, as we were seeing, kind of leaving Zoom out in the middle of nowhere for his team. 20% KP is not the stats you want to have in terms of trying to deal with a Jax side lane and trying to find a win for Ultra Prime. So a subtle shout out to ZDZ, who going against Zoom, it was a tough test, but he was able to pass it with flying colors.
Especially like, I mean, he brought the counter pick, right? Like he did have last pick, but I mean, having a phenomenal laning phase. But I guess we get to go back.
They're going back to the Forge. They're going again.
It's no surprise. It's no surprise that he picked up MVP. It felt like he was just the unkillable monster in this game. He was the one finding a lot of the picks, finding a lot of the engages for Anyone's Legend to be able to take the fights. And I just can't keep harping on, again, his growth. Because I was incredibly critical of Forge in 2020. Again, it was just such a rough time for him in the LPL. And even maybe now, he might still lean heavily on comfort picks, but we've seen it even in the series, the diversity, being willing to lean on the Talia, being able to come in game 2 and, again, play his comfort when it's brought up. And it just feels like it's a pick that will almost always guarantee AL win because of how well Forge pilots it. I'm so happy to see this player finding some success now and again, turning it around.
Yeah, exactly. It's consistency for me to see. It's such it brings a smile to my face to be able to see that consistency come through for a Forge in these kinds of moments, to see that redemption arc at least started, right? There's a long way to go for Forge, and I think you can still say there's a lot to work on, but it's moments like these, it's moments that we've seen all summer split long that have really shown they can go to the Forge and they can find success.
Yeah.
What kind of weapon does he have, though? What does he make at the Forge?
I don't know. What do assassins use? What are those little like
shuriken?
Those little like Ninja Turtle-esque knives that have like the 3 points? Maybe one of those.
That's his
but
weaponry.
Mazel, for us Hanfu days
I'm
done.
sad.
We're
It's already
done.
over. I needed a best of 5 of that series. Please see if they can make it to the playoffs. But that is it for our first series of the night. Anyone's Legend come out with a 2-0 victory over Ultra Prime. But that's not it, as it's the Hanfu Day weekend, but it's also Super Saturday here in week number 5 of the LPL. Next up will be Munchables and Ox bringing you BLG versus Weibo Gaming. Don't step away from that browser.
Munch, you better have your Hanfu.
The LPL are kings again. Viper's just something else. It is such a pleasure watching him on a high-skill champion, and it just feels like he can't miss. You know, W feels like a point-and-click skill, and Viper is just completely on form.
They say to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And for Victory 5, that means taking down the defending world champions, Edward Gaming. But some things are easier said than done.
He's feeling confident as he's got Scout and the rest of EDG on the back of him saying, look, keep going, buddy. You know you can take him out. It's Viper picking up another kill.
When EDG's on the Rift, it's Viper and Mako's world, and we're just living in it. You can gank them, you can dive them, you can throw the whole book at them. No matter what, these two titans always seem to come out on top.
Backed up to the Megas. He's going to try and jump on the south wind. That's the Tamken. She's very tanky, but he will just start to get shredded down as the rest of TT just have to walk away as EDG just 5-man him. Hoya is going to go golden, but only for a moment as Viper picks up 2, and Viper is just tearing everyone on TT. An absolute new one. Triple kill for Viper on the Zeri, and this game is done.
But if there's anyone that can stand up to the competition, it's Photic. And, well, you know his name.
You can see I'm joined by a very special guest here today. We've got PP God joining us too. You've become a little notorious within the overseas crowd because of your name.
In a region full of super carry bot laners, PP God and Photic have shown time and time again that they can stand up to the competition. And when the best in the world are challenging you to a fight, you stand firm and you make it an all-out brawl.
Sonic Wave are going to go in. They're going to try and secure it. It is given over to the side of B5, and now the fight can begin. There's going to be the ultimate coming out there from CDZ to try and keep himself alive and ticking. The hostile takeover doesn't really hit a lot, but it doesn't need to. That being said, though, this Callista is just burning through these health bars. Nice little lick from Jojo to make sure he gets the kill, but that's a triple kill for Photic. He gets on top of 4, but can they make anything work? It's an AL. We will see Rich going into Zonia's to try and delay this fight. CDT can't get the stun down. Look at Photic on the backside of this fight. Just free hitting with those Qs. No one's gone down just yet because of all the GAs and the Zonias, but look at Photic. He's just tearing through these health bars, and Photic was able to survive. Photic with the quadra kill, and B5 get everything.
微博战队的话，我觉得最需要注意的就是上中野吧，就是打野很喜欢刷，然后我们下路可能就尽可能打得激进一点，因为他们下路比较被动嘛。然后团战的话就减少自己的失误，可能就会赢下比赛。我们队伍的话，可能对线都不成问题吧，就是在打龙或者是先锋各种沟通，可能是需要我们去加强的。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Casters Hanfu Day continues. My name is Munchables. I'm joined today by a very special guest, MSI International Superstar, and now Giga Chad, Master Tier Nautilus in solo queue. Orcs, how you doing, mate? Thank you so much for joining me on the cast. It's an honor.
Thanks for joining me. And I gotta say, dude, your Hanfu is looking real sick. I love the hat.
Thank you.
I feel like that's real creme de la creme on top of everything.
It's a bit of a balancing act, I'm not gonna lie. Hang on, because Lyric didn't give anyone a spin, I'll quickly give you guys a spin. I've got my big sleeves. Hang on, I actually can't. I'll have to spin in the chair. But then you can't really see the back because I spun in a chair, but you know what? That's the best I've got because that's where the camera is. Welcome everyone, anyway, to our second series. It's BLG versus Weibo. We're looking swish on the cast, and I'm hoping that teams will be looking swish on the Rift as well, because honestly, we've got two baggers coming your way. BLG versus Weibo, and then Top Esports versus RNG, the unofficial match of the week, let's be honest. And not to mention, AL absolutely smurfing it to start the day as well. So it feels like a fantastic day of League of Legends. Let's start by talking about our mid laners here for BLG Weibo, though, because, or at least on the side of BLG, we've got a bit of a switcheroo coming on around where we've got Icon and Fofo, two mid laners on the roster, and they're switching it up each time now on who plays.
Yeah, so today we are going to have Fofo, but I want to talk a little bit about what they were trying to get out of Icon, where it worked, where it didn't, and probably why they brought Fofo back in. So we have some stats to show you, and I think the big thing with Fofo is we talked about him being someone who's very proficient in lane, but not the most active at moving outside of lane. So they bring Icon in, and Icon is more active. You know, you can look at mid jungle participation, kill participation at 15, kills and assists at 15, they're all higher. This guy was making moves on the map and trying to get places. And we have some clips to sort of go through and show you where it kind of did manage to work. And I think, you know, for a time, there was a couple of series. I remember the series against IG, there was moments where it looked really successful. Like here, he's pairing up with Weiwei, trying to make picks on the map on things like Lissandra. And it's a bit of a return to the meta we saw towards the end of spring. It was very much about proactivity. Again, his one of the Amumu way goes towards the top lane and manages to find a really nice kill here. The issue is that in a lot of these clips, he's sacrificing a fair amount to make these plays work, which is fine. You know, when these picks go well, it's really positive, right? And I think it shows a new side of BLG when they're able to be proactive and move. The problem is that in the times where the clips, you know, don't go well, this next one where it kind of backfired, he really suffers because he's gone for this proactive play. He's moved away from lane, potentially sacking a wave, and then if it backfires, it's a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, it's like moving around the map and then not actually winning on the side of the map you're moving to. It's not a good situation to find yourself in. And, you know, TT actually manages to win out that series off the back of some of these plays as well. Another significant thing to talk about, though, is the fact that it will be Fofo playing today. And interestingly, BLG have made a change in the jungle role. Weiwei will not be playing today. Instead, they're bringing in a player called Khan. Now, for some context, Khan is an LDL player that's been playing on BLG for a couple of years. Won the LDL in spring. 8-0 currently in the LDL RBLG. So this player very successful. 9-0 is it? They've won a game since I last checked.
Yeah,
but very very successful in the LDL. It's just a question of whether or not that can continue in the LPL.
Yeah, and you know, big relevant player for the team, has brought out things like the Kindred, but also playing a bunch of you better junglers you'd expect. You know, like the Lee Sin, Wukong, Viego. But yeah, so hopefully. The expectation is he's going to be able to slot in and be able to really help this team. Obviously doing very well in the LDL, sets up some high hopes. You look at players like Dream, Strive, who really joined their rosters and helped to revitalize them. That is kind of the expectation, the hope here, and pairing him up with Fofo, someone who is a proficient laner, is hopefully going to be able to give him the assistance and the pressure that he needs to shine.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if he's going to be able to make a change. Like, I'm hoping maybe he's a bit of a shot caller, because that felt like the reason Icon was coming in. So to see Fofo playing alongside Con, we'll have to wait and see what happens there. I want to talk a little bit about Weibo as well, though, because coming in, not necessarily on a win streak. You know, we just saw AL win this morning. Well, last time we saw them before that, they were pounding Weibo as well. Weibo getting absolutely pounded by the Pandas. Managed to win one game in the series, but in the grand scheme of things, not a very good look for Weibo. And certainly... A few of those games, it felt like Weibo really not on the same page as one another. Like a lot of questionable decisions being made.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you got to take into context that AL are looking pretty good, right? I actually think AL are better than you'd expect them from being last split. But still, Weibo, our team who made it to playoffs, a team with so many stacked players, really shouldn't be expecting to drop series against anyone outside of like the top 4, realistically. And this one, it just felt like in the team fights, AL had their number. Like, look at this example. The 6,000 gold up, and yet it still feels like such a struggle for them to find favor in some of these fights. And I think that's kind of a trademark of AL, is really challenging in team fights regardless of the goal difference. But yeah, Weibo, maybe not all on the same page at times at least.
Yeah, it feels like, so that clip, fantastic, but then doing things like flipping the Baron. I feel like everyone is flipping the Baron at the minute in LPL. AL, happy to punish that one. They did the exact same thing against Ultra Prime literally today. That pretty much exact same play. So it feels like Weibo, some questionable decisions coming on out. But, enough about the teams overall. We're going to talk about this top lane. It's Bin versus the Shy. We would be remiss not to highlight this is a lane to watch, because these are two of the most exciting top laners in the whole league. That is a very adorable teddy. How do I get a Weibo Tiger? I need one of those in my life. If anyone knows how to get one, please DM me on Twitter. Anyway, look at these stats. The Shy top in many categories. Bin not too far behind.
Yeah, so what I do want to point out is damage per minute. This is a stat that a lot of people like to track for the Shy. He's often at the top. He's at the top in spring, despite that big streak of playing Scion. He's second at the moment. That's because Summit is actually first. But the thing with Summit is he has a small sample size, so my expectation is the Shy will reclaim his throne. But yeah, I mean, both of these top laners phenomenal. The Shy has looked insane. Bin has just won MSI, and yeah, going up against his old team, the former Suning roster. Should be, a lot of rivalry here, but I think also just two top laners who really will take the fight to each other.
And straight off the bat, Bin locking in a blind Gnar for the top lane. This seems to be becoming a theme, because in LCK as well, we've seen a couple of blind Gnars on the blue side. So wanted to go for a safe top lane matchup here for the side of BLG, as Weibo opt to go for an Azir first pick with a Viego. We're going straight through this draft real quick.
Yeah, the Viego, bit of a running meme that it was just for a time all SFM had played until it got banned away. So despite the nerfs that came out, still very much a high priority. An Angel definitely comfortable on the Azir. But I feel like some interesting picks, like, Gnar can be countered. Azir, there can be picks that make his life a little bit more difficult. So we'll see what they opt to go for. I know the Shy has been a big fan of the blind Kayle, and obviously Kayle has a pretty good matchup with Gnar, so we'll see how that develops. The BLG here, mid lane pick could make a lot of sense if you want to match up to that Azir before we go to the second round of bans.
I will say SFM, 14 games on the Viego so far this split. One of the most Viego'd players in the entire league. But also, Khan getting himself a Lee Sin. If you're going to make a debut in the LPL, I feel like Lee Sin is the absolute jungle pick to go for. But now it's inside of Weibo. Looks like we might get both top lanes locked in before the second round of bans. Bottom lane hasn't even been touched. Like, when is the last time you saw this in a draft?
Yeah, definitely rarer, and I feel like, we hyped up this top lane matchup, like, oh, they're going to go pedal to the metal, hardcore at each other, and then it's like, okay, we get Gnar against
hang on. It's Gnar and Sejuani, but it's still Bin and the Shy. I anticipate solo kills, even in this matchup.
Yeah, I could see it, honestly. Go to the second round of bans. Surprisingly, not many bans towards the bot lane so far. Still have your Kalista open. Senna's just been banned away there. Kalista Mumu, obviously something that's been super popular at the moment. Renata, though, Zeri, both taken off the cards. And we'll see what they go for. Obviously, Weibo kind of get first choice in this position. So if there's a certain AD carry they want to prior support, they are in a better position to be able to take that and then leave counter pick open and available. Usually support counter pick can be stronger, but often it's like something that you're comfortable blinding. Nautilus is just a common blind, but that's now banned away. So we'll see what Weibo opt to go for here.
Have to see the Lucian taken off the board. Kalista still available if one of the teams wants to go more aggressive. We could see something like an Aphelios or a Jinx ban if BLG are trying to deny the scaling from Hwanfeng with that Senna ban. He certainly seems to be leaning towards trying to deny some of that late game power that Weibo could get for themselves, because that is a style that Hwanfeng is more than happy to go for, but the Kalista is kind of the top of the list right now for Hwanfeng. Actually, Misfortune being banned away, not something Hwanfeng has played at all this split.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a fringe pick, but I feel like it's kind of directed towards them maybe leaning into the Kalista. Although, honestly, Weibo could just pick the Aphelios themselves, and BLG might well just answer with the Jinx. A lot of directions they can go in. Ezreal something are still available, although obviously we've seen time and time again how that can be countered. Interesting enough, Weibo going for the Rakan. So obviously something On is very proficient on. Did get buffs a couple of patches ago. Champion is strong, but blind does mean BLG can pick a variety of lanes that can apply pressure. You could even go for something like, I mean, they're looking at potentially a Draven, but there's a lot of lanes where you just have the range advantage. They aren't going to go for it. They're going to go for the Kalista Mumu as a standard.
They are taunting Huanfeng. They're saying, you're going to go Draven. We're locking the Callista. Come on, bring out your Draven. Huanfeng has played 9 different AD carries so far this split. That's the most out of anyone in the LPL. But it looks like he won't go for the goading, won't go for the bait, takes the Aphelios, plays for the scaling that the rest of Weibo have locked in.
Yeah, just ends up blocking in the Aphelios, which is a standard answer. And I mean, at least the thing with the Rakan is that it's going to be difficult to pressure you early. Like, you know, we saw even in the last series, playing the Nautilus into the cluster Amumu, very easy for the Amumu just to dive on you and cause issue. Rakan obviously has the ability to make that a bit harder. But yeah, both teams, a lot of scaling elements. I feel like Weibo does have the edge in some regard when it gets to the late stage of the game, but I think BLG, you know, they have that Corki for Fofo. If they can find some momentum, can absolutely take over on this one.
Look at Crisp on the desk there, a little model of him looking real cute. I'm excited to see how these two teams match up, because BLG are a team that have been struggling so far this split. Like, I don't think anyone is remiss to say that. And I kind of want to open that conversation that you and I had a couple of days ago off stream, where, you know, talking about the BLG roster change, the fact that Weiwei's being something, I keep seeing myself on the screen with this stupid hat on, and it's so distracting. BLG, you know, there is logic to changing Weiwei out. It's not necessarily saying that Weiwei is the issue on this team, but, you know, you were saying the other day, you've just brought in an MSI champion top lane, you've just changed your mid laner, you got Crisp and Doggo in the bottom lane that you don't really want to change. Weiwei's kind of the only other option of a roster change available.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Crisp would be the last person I'd switch. I think Crisp still does a really solid job. Unless, like, you specifically wanted, like, someone who's... I mean, I still think Crisp would be vocal. As you said, Finn, MSI top laner. 80 carries don't tend... Unless your 80 carries individually underperforming massively, 80 carries aren't usually the ones responsible for, like, team-wide issues and how a whole team is functioning, because 80 carries kind of just slot in. It's like, you know, we give them gold, they pop off in team fights. That's the requirement. So mid and jungle tend to be more impactful, and at the end of the day, BLG isn't working. I think everyone can agree on that. They haven't worked so far. They didn't work really that well in spring, but it was still better than what they are in summer. Something had to change, and I think when you have Khan, who's been performing well on your LDL roster, then why not go for it?
And it's something I actually respect from BLG as well, being willing to change things up. They showed that they were willing to change things up in spring as well. Like, clearly they do want this to succeed, and they are trying to improve the situation. Weibo wanted to go for a level 1, though, as On steps into the brush. Needs to be a little cautious. Will go for a knockup, busts a flash from Crisp, but now they re-engage. On stunned up, flashes over the wall, ignited. Doggo to follow. First blood comes through for Khan. Welcome to the LPL. What a way to make an entrance.
And now it looks like they might transition this into an invade. You know, the enemy support isn't there. You can just try and take the blue buff away. Absolute disaster for Weibo. And getting overconfident. I mean, Amumu Callista is one of the best level 1s in the entire game. The fact you have 2 charges off the stun, and then Doggo being able to dive in and stack up the Rens. Just a massive overcommitment from On there. And it will not only cost him, but also his jungler dearly.
Yeah, and not to mention, like, the martial poise from the Callista, plus a Lee Sin. These champions are very good at chasing you down if you overstep. So On clearly not expecting that many players to be in the brush, but now in that bottom lane, look how many summoners are burnt on both sides. This is going to become such a volatile 2v2.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the cleanse for Doggo isn't as valuable as the cleanse for Huanfeng. You know, cleanse only really good against On when he has the ultimate available, or if Huanfeng has the Gravitum. But cleanse very nice for Huanfeng into the Amumu, but there's still that glacial augment. Really powerful with the Amumu, the fact that, like, even if someone cleanses you, they're still on that slow field. So I expect there to be a lot of fight in the bot lane. Already started out early, but Khan is just going to clear up, make sure his blue's not going to be contested, so SFM can't make back the buff that he lost on the other side.
I will say it's exciting to see a bottom lane where there is potential for big action out of these two teams, because neither team really has the most proactive bottom lane, let's be honest. Like, Doggo and Crisp, Huanfeng and On, these are not players that you talk about for just dominating the 2v2, right? These are not players that you talk about for looking for lane kills all the time. Generally speaking, it's much more about the team fighting for both sides. So exciting to see that hopefully we might get a bit of action there. But you see Corki is here in the mid lane so far. Very Corki favored in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things is a weakness to Azir is how he deals with poke. Long range poke in particular, you know, back in the day, there was even things like Varus mid picked into him just because, you know, he has a long range, but this poke is such a problem for him to deal with. That being said, the early laning phase is favored towards Azir. He's going to be able to find the priority, which is why I think the fact that Khan got that early advantage is such a big deal, because typically you don't have mid prio and you would end up suffering a bit. But yeah, hasn't really been able to see much come out. One thing to note there is we have Khan did take that top scuttle, and the bot scuttle was also secured by BLG because Crisp and Doggo moved up. So not only does SOFM lose his blue buff, he also gets double scuttled. Has to reset, but if you look at the map at the moment, no camps currently available for him. So we'll have the Wolves respawn now, which obviously he started on, but not an ideal position to be in.
Not great for SOFM, getting run around a little bit in the early game. So, I mean, Khan having a great start. Obviously, it's all off the back of that first blood. Like, Khan able to find the priority, find the advantage in that one. But Khan, as you say, the Wolves up, now Gromp respawning for SOFM. Similar situation for Khan, though. He can match that pathing up towards the top side by going for his Croaks into his chickens. So, feels like we could maybe lean up towards a scrap in the top side now.
Could potentially. I mean, the Shy is really... It's expected, right? In this laning phase, up against the Gnar, you are playing the Sejuani. Unless you have a window to get on top of the Gnar, you're just going to get harassed down. So the Shy not really having fun yet. And particularly having Grasp as well, not getting many windows to proc it. SOFM is spotted out here. This could turn into a contest here.
Yeah, Khan knows that he's here and it's just going to go straight in. Sonic Wave lands, bit of damage coming down. SOFM forced underneath the tower. Phosphorus Bomb. A lot of damage onto SOFM, and he's starting to regret trying to make a play towards the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to kill him. They just chunk him out, and now they know his position. They know he's low in HP. He can smite to try and get some health back, but SOFM just really not going to have much impact. And, you know, considering Corki is going to scale exceptionally well into later stages, Bane is having a fantastic time top lane, bot lane is going smoothly as well. Khan is happy if his lanes just continue to function in this way.
Yeah, BLG loving every second of this game so far. Big roster change coming on in. Fofo back to the mid lane. Khan being promoted from the LDL team. And so far, so good. Now, we're only 5 minutes in. I don't want to count the chickens before they're hatched, but it's a good start to things for BLG and a proactive start as well. Feels like they're the ones in the driver's seat. Dragon is up on the map. Herald coming up in the next couple of minutes. SOFM spotted in the top river as the TP comes up. Look where Crisp is on the map. They want to make a play onto SOFM here. Bandage toss dodged by SOFM. And the play will be neutralized.
Yeah, it's a nice timing for Crisp to be here. You can see the wave is actually getting pushed in bot, so Doggo isn't going to miss much. And with the scuttle being up, it just secures that and denies them more. Actually, no way, the wave, sorry, didn't get a save from the minimap, is actually going away. So this is a bit of a rough spot for BLG. Crisp needs to make his way back bot lane quickly because you can see Doggo is getting zoned off by quite a bit of CS. So, you know, I said it was good roam timing. I get to see the lane. Not actually ideal, ultimately. A heavy cost for BLG's AD carry here.
Yeah, and they didn't get the pick onto SOFM as well, so not ideal. If they can find that pick, maybe that's like a snowball opportunity. Maybe you can then force the dragon and that kind of thing. But for the time being, just a bit of zoning in that bottom side. But you can see Doggo still up in CS. Swanfong does have that wave there that should even things out. And now SOFM returns to that bottom side. Nobody touching the Drake just yet. But I want to quickly talk about that Rift Herald, because BLG, low in the standings, right? 2 and 5. So generally speaking, their statistics not that great. But when it comes to Rift Heralds, they have, I think it's 4th in the league in terms of Rift Herald percentage. This is a team that really wants that Rift Herald.
Yeah, and that can go two ways. Sometimes that can be really beneficial. And sometimes over-contesting on the Rift Herald when you shouldn't be can really end up backfiring. I feel like this game is one they could potentially really look to take, especially if they kind of delay it a bit. The ideal thing is that you don't initially start the Herald. If you wait till like 10 minutes, you can have the package, or just waiting for Chris to have his ultimate available could be a big factor as well, because that ultimate combo between the Kalista and the Amumu is devastating in team fights. So if you can set up a window where those are available, that's the ideal. But you can see already SFM's on the top side of the map. On is going for a reset. Looks like they might be trying to make an early move towards the Herald. And we'll see if BLG end up contesting them. But the expectation is they probably will.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if we just see a big old scrap for it. That said, I don't think Weibo should be trying to fight for a Herald. Like, looking at their composition, you got a Nazir and a Felios. You're not ahead in gold right now. I don't feel like fighting 5v5 is the answer for Weibo. I wouldn't put it past them anyway. This is the LPL after all. We've seen worse situations pulled off anyway. On moving to the mid lane, though, to try and help our Angel, who's in a 1v3 right now. We'll just be able to clear that wave away. But by the looks of things, will be Weibo just accepting that they don't get the Herald. Kind of surprised to see SOFM not opting into going for that Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's good moves from BLG. You have to praise that, right? They moved the bot lane up to make sure they have contest on the mid wave, and then they realize they're not needed topside, so can't just gets the Herald and the Scuttle as well from that play. And as you said, Dragon not done. It looks like they're making a move towards it now. They should be able to pick it up here, but it's still Weibo a little bit behind on the play, down in tempo, and they'll get a trade, but this is allowing BLG really to take control of the game.
Oh, the Shy's go for it all in. The Ignite is down. Can he land the flail? Bin flashes away. 1 HP, but he will survive. And now Can moving up to the top side. The Shy got no HP, got no summoner spells, and Can plenty to work with. Kicks him against the wall and finds a kill onto the Shy.
Really nice play. Leaves 0 outplay potential. And now you have a choice. You could slam the Herald down here. The Shy's dead. SFM, you know, is on the boss side of the map, and you could just pick up a bunch of plates. But goes sides that, you know, maybe given that extra resources towards being in the play, may end up to look to try and put it towards bot lane where you can snowball the Callista, or alternatively mid lane. You're up against Nazir. Typically, it's going to be hard to break that tier 1 mid anytime soon, so thinning the plates down a bit with the first Herald, so the second Herald can take the tower could be the play coming out from BLG. Regardless, a good play coming out from Khan, and second kill off the game. Solid start.
Really nice stuff. And again, LPL debut here for Khan. 2-0, even CS at the same time. Still has that Herald to work with as well. Like you say, opting not to give that to Bin, can put that somewhere else on the map. So a really, really nice start for Khan. And it feels like this is a great proactive jungler that we're getting to witness here in the LPL. And I hope we get to see a little more of this from BLG. Nice little dodge from Doggo there. Denies the all-in from on the bottom side.
Yeah, good moves, and it can be tricky to pin down their Callista just with the martial poise. Obviously, when you have the ultimate from the Rakan, that really changes everything, but on not wanting to commit too heavily onto that. And I think I'm kind of just tracking Khan here, what he's going to do. Has about half of the Herald duration left. We talked about his options, but I think one of the things when you do have the Herald is tracking the enemy jungler. What you don't want to do is slam it down. Enemy junglers there, they have numbers. You aren't able to get the full value out of it, or worst case scenario, they even prevent it getting slammed down. So tracking the enemy jungler at a time like this, finding your window, your opportunity to go for it is ideal. And actually, if you look on the minimap right now, bot lane has prior, they're moving up. Pings are coming out mid on the way pings, and you're going to TP in from Fofo. It looks like the play is going to be for the Herald mid from BLG. They want to thin out this mid tower, get some gold for Fofo, and try and get this tower in a more approachable position.
And maybe go for a dive in the meantime. Crisp and Doggo moved up, and there's a ward from on, but it was a little late. Okay, Doggo's now been spotted. Herald gets the charge. It will just be a couple of plates in the end. The dive will not come on through. Angel just going to clear that Herald up. Should be able to finish the cannon as well. In the meantime, Bonfon gets a little bit of alone time down in the bottom lane, but won't get an opportunity to get onto plates. Maybe an opportunity for a 2v2. I'm not sure On and Bonfon want that one. Big damage down, and like Vigil surprisingly used, but I suppose when you have no intention of a big fight anytime soon, you might as well use it for harass.
Yeah, I can just throw it out to trade with. Obviously doesn't connect, and bot lane, you know, as much as there was that early death from On at the level 1, managed to stabilize. The lane is going completely fine. I think Weibo are happy with it, but you see Doggo still trying to look and play aggressive. And this top lane matchup has gotten a little bit difficult. 20 CS lead for Bin over the Shy. Mid lane, we're seeing a lead for Angel, but ultimately it's getting to the point where the Corki can just kind of obliterate waves with those rockets. So BLG in a pretty comfortable position right now. And when we look towards the team fights, they have a lot of strength there. Just need to find the windows, find the opportunities. And something to note is these early objectives, the fact that, oh, might see a bit of a evade here.
SOFM does finish his blue buff, but takes a bit of damage for his trouble. Angel doing a good job to move to protect his jungler in this game, because I feel like we've seen quite a lot of pressure coming out from Khan on towards SOFM. Weibo doing their best to try and maintain things there as the Shy returns to the top lane. 2,000 gold lead so far for BLG. As the Shy once again just charges at Bin. He really wants these scraps, but he is not winning them. He is consistently getting destroyed by Bin in these trades. Look at this damage.
Yeah, one of the big reasons why Gnar gains so much priority after the durability change is he has percentage HP on his W. Everyone has more health, and that really has a ton of value. And on top of that, Mini Gnar is a lot tankier than it used to be. You can't just get up in his face and expect to win the trade as a Sejuani. And so Bin, the fact he's already ahead, really punishing the Shy in these trades. And at this point, it's a 2,000 gold lead for BLG. And bear in mind, so early objectives was a Dragon for Weibo, Herald for BLG. But from now on, we have to have the discussion of the package. And BLG can just lean on that. Every time they want to contest an objective, you know, obviously there's going to be some overlap. For example, there's Dragon in 30, Herald in 50. They can't necessarily have the package for both if they use it on one of them. But it does mean that it becomes way harder for Weibo to contest these with that in mind.
Yeah, one thing I will say, AD Carry's not been back to base in a little while. Neither has the Mythic available with Drake up in 10 seconds time. Remember, Weibo got the first one of the game. You can see Crisp fighting for vision control of the Drake currently. But in the meantime, you've got the Shy fighting for a Scuttle Crab on that top side to try and make sure that they get vision control of the Rift. Herald, On and Crisp sparring, but On has to dip on out of the play as Crisp gets the stun. And Herald not going to be needed for this Drake. This could be an opportunity for BLG to then transition up towards the top side as well.
Yeah, it would be risky to like just charge in no vision. And I think the package just got thrown down there. So, you know, won't have that available to contest the Herald. And SFM is in the vicinity. So we'll see what they opt to do here. Reset is coming in for Doggo and Crisp is walking up. They could look to move in the area. But as you said, no package available now. So Weibo might feel like this is an objective that they can fight.
The Shy certainly does, as he's not shy about walking forwards and base checking these brushes, trying to clear vision, trying to maintain control as Chris moves into the mid lane, takes a bit of poke from Angel. Cat starting this Herald off. The Shy over the wall, but look at the bottom lane. Huanfeng and On just staying down in that bottom side. This is so typical of Weibo. Let Huanfeng grab plates, especially on the Aphelios, but we're past the point where he can get plates. So now a TP comes down, means he won't be able to finish this tower off. And Weibo lose the Herald. Bin actually looking for an all-in, but he's in a 2v1. This isn't a fight that Bin wants for himself against his old AD carry. He wanted a bit of damage, but he won't find it.
Yeah, very risky overstep. Commits himself, dives in, but On is there to turn it around. All Bin had to do was clear the wave, defend the tower, deny first tower blood from Weibo. But a big overstep ends up costing quite heavily. You give a kill over the enemy Aphelios. You also give that first tower as a result. So BLG, they make the right decision, but Bin just oversteps and it ends up costing.
Getting too aggressive. Thought On wasn't there, but when you're on the Rakan, you could be halfway across the map. He'll still be able to make it to the play. Very nicely done by On to protect Sadie carry. Bin, bit of an overstep. That's not the first time we've said that this split. Bin, known for being a little over aggressive sometimes. Second Herald will come down in the mid lane. Orcs, I know how much you love this. I know you love the double Herald mid.
Yeah, I mean, it just makes sense, right? You open up the map so much by using this. A tower that's traditionally very difficult to take in general, particularly against Nazir. And now it just puts so much pressure. You can see BLG able to move up deeper into the enemy jungle. There's no longer that big safe haven in the mid lane for Weibo to kind of deny you and cause issues. And, you know, they won't necessarily get anything from it now, but just the extra pressure further in the game will make a big difference when it comes to pushing in that wave quite deep, finding that mid priority. Now, it's 2 minutes 40 until that dragon, and Fofo does have the package synced up with it. So we should expect BLG looking to just sync up again and again the package with the dragons and just try and chain those together. It is an Ocean Soul, which I feel like is, you know, it's fine. I feel like it'd be better for Weibo when you're going up against the Corky poke. You have the tanky Sejuani. You'd love to have the Ocean Soul, but BLG will definitely take it.
So I want to talk about these next few minutes of gameplay, right? Because we've actually ended up in a position. Oh, he's on Rakani, should be fine, yeah. We've ended up in a position where Weibo are actually not that far behind in gold. BLG were almost 2k up earlier on because that first tower. Weibo have somewhat caught up. You've got an Azir and a Aphelios on this Weibo composition. They certainly have scaling elements. At what point does this become too much for BLG? At what point can they no longer play against this scaling comp?
The thing is, I feel like as much as the scaling elements for Weibo, it's not like BLG doesn't have their own. Like the Corky's going to be a menace later on. Crisp on the Amumu can be very effective in team fights. I feel like, you know, if you let Huang Fong get to 3-4 items, he will eclipse his counterpart. But the Azir never really is going to eclipse the Corki and the value he has in team fights. So I don't think there's like a clear-cut point. But I think, you know, there is points where like Huang Fong will have more value, for example, where the Shy won't be getting bullied out in lane anymore and can be that big beefcake in team fights. I would say, though, the difficulty for me is that the longer you wait for Weibo to opt into these fights, the more difficult it's going to become, because, you know, BLG will keep using those packages, and in those later fights when you have the pressure of needing to contest the dragon, you also have the package to deal with. Corki obviously scales exception. He's already level 13, and Corki is very level based. You basically get a higher AD ratio on your ultimate depending on what level you are, and at 16 it's 75% on AD ratio on the little rockets, 150% bonus AD on the big ones. So the fact that Fofo is at level 13 already is worrying a bit for Weibo.
So pretty reasonable scaling on both sides. So not necessarily that big threshold that we were talking about. Going to be much more about how these two teams play the game. Bin might have been caught up in the top side, though. Stuns chained up by the side of Weibo. It's a good gnaw. Bin trying to escape, but you're against the Sejuani. Locked up, chased down, and will be finished off by SOFM. It's 2-2 on the scoreboard now. Just 500 gold up for the side of BLG as they try and muscle their way into the bottom side instead. On the target as Crisp actually flashes straight onto Angel instead. But Angel, Empress Divide there. Shurima Shuffle away from the play. TP's out of both sides here. As On escapes on the top side of the play. BLG, 4 men in a unit here, but they're surrounded on both sides.
Yeah, they kind of want Bin to be alive, TPing in to make this happen, but they do have the package from Fofo, which is why they're willing to play so aggressive. We'll see if Weibo are able to contest this one, but I think the package is too scary, Angel's too low. And that's the problem, you know, even despite the fact Weibo got a pick, that's exactly what you want to do. You get a pick before the dragon, still the package is too threatening. They can't contest the dragon, and it's another one in the pocket of BLG.
On actually going aggressive here onto Doggo, trying to protect Huang Fong, get a bit of damage down himself. Crisp goes in, big damage. There's the Inferno coming through as well. Or the Moonlight Vigil, sorry. Big damage onto Crisp, but not enough to get a kill on either side. I feel like that's been the story of a lot of this game so far. Attempted aggression, but everyone's so slippery.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. As you said, so much mobility to get these champions out. SFM going super aggressive here, though.
Not the first time we've ever said that. SFM trying to find himself some wolves. Won't get them. Perhaps a blue buff, though. Angel's here to DPS that down. SOFM taking quite a greedy path, but should have a blast cone there to get himself out to safety. The Shy, in the meantime, taking the chickens. Feels like Weibo's game plan is deny Khan camps right now. Remove every camp on the map.
Yeah, I mean, you should take it, right? You've missed out on the dragon. You have a window. You have an opportunity. With the package not being available, just to punish, to take as much as you can. And it does mean that Weibo have got a little bit of a goal lead. It's only minor, but considering they were down in goal before, it does put them in a better spot. So then note as well, for Huang Fong, we've seen the Collector second and not the Bloodthirster. Very common to see the Bloodthirster second, especially to Corki. If Fofo lands a poke on you, you just don't have the same sustain to try and heal back up. And you got to remember that that was one of the things that was nerfed prior to the durability changes, was like sustain and runes for 80 carries. It is fleet footwork for Huang Fong, but still, I think Fofo is just going to be such a pivotal piece in these team fights.
Got a bit of a scrap up on the top side here. Is On and SOFM move up to try and protect Angel, who's just going to reset under the tower. I think BLG should be able to take a tower off the back of this. It was Fofo and Angel sparring against each other. Big damage coming out from Fofo. It's opened up an opportunity on the top side of the map. On gets caught by the Sonic Wave here. Kick available from Khan. Crisp there to follow up if they want to pull the trigger.
I feel like so many times this game has been Crisp looking for On, trying to get like the double bandage toss on top of him. But On is just, you know, playing Rakan very hard to find that window. And with Merc Treads as well, really difficult to make it stick. But Crisp fishing time and time again. And I do believe they were able to pick up that top tower Angel there in time to defend. Just able to get a bit more pressure. And you can see a lot of vision setup coming around this Baron area. If someone does misstep on the side of Weibo, if they find and engage, then I'm certain BLG will not hesitate to go for it. Bear in mind as well, they have the Calista, that extra secure ability on objectives. Lee Sin as well with the execute. Fantastic at setting them up.
Stepping forwards, Crisp alongside him here. 3 men strong from Weibo, but they're against 4 on the side of BLG, who are desperate to cement their vision control of this Baron area. Khan being pushed away, Tribrush Vision cleared by Weibo, but they're struggling to get anything more done than just that. On actually going to use the no, it wasn't the quickness, it was his, battle song, yeah. This is a weird play, Orcs.
Oh,
here we go.
Now.
Here's the sand mummy. Doggo over the wall. And that's going to be a pick onto On. SFM forced to flash now underneath the tower and immediately TP from the Shy. BLG can't go any further, but they get themselves a pick.
You know, I've seen extensive fights over dragons, heralds, barons, elder dragons, all sorts. That is probably the most heavily contested brush I've ever seen. Just the back and forth to try and get the vision. And now BLG confident to stop the baron. SFM doesn't have flasher roll or smite at the moment, but it is coming up soon and he's looking to contest.
There's an Infernal Bolt. Crisp has to turn golden. Big damage coming down onto Finn as well. There's a pick for Weibo. It's two, in fact, with the Calibrum. And suddenly, Weibo on top of the play. SFM is here. Does have smite available if they want to try and force something more. Can forced away. Calibrum again coming down. Big damage onto Can. There's a root with the Gravitum. There's no follow-up from the rest of the team. Weibo returned to the Baron. We talked about the Kalista, we talked about the Lee, but with an Aphelios and an Azir, it's not like Weibo is slow.
Yeah, and Khan is so low, it's so hard for him to get over and to do this one. I think it's just going to be gone. TP coming in from Fofo, but it's too little too late. And BLG end up fumbling it, give the window over their opponents, and Weibo capitalize and pick up the Baron. Absolute disaster for BLG there.
And all of this off of a pick from BLG. They started this passage of play finding the pick onto On. And yet, it all somehow goes the way of Weibo. This is a 4v5.
Yeah, I mean, they're just taking so much damage, and it's like, as much as you cleared out the Rakan, there's still so much threat for the enemy team. They're taking damage from the Baron. They don't have anyone who's really tanky enough to soak it up. And yeah, it ends up backfiring quite heavily. Now, Fofo is actually here, but doesn't have the package available.
Okay,
so
5 seconds on Drake. Oh, big damage onto Khan, actually. That's half of his health gone. SFM could be stuck, though. Has his ultimate if he needs it, and will use that defensively. As Angel just sets up a line of soldiers there. It's so difficult for BLG to push any further in. Doggo sent forward. Drake on the cards here. This will be third for BLG as they're trying to secure it. Look how stacked Weibo are as they try and move in. Bin about to turn mini. In they go. On starts the fight. Bin trying to escape, trying to back away from the play. The rest of Weibo moving forwards. There's one pick for themselves, and it's the Drake taken by BLG. But can they escape with their lives? The Shy trying to chase out Khan as Fofo goes to the mid lane, but On is still here. No quickness available, but won't be able to find and engage. In the end, though, with this Baron, this should be some towers now for Weibo as Doggo just about gets away with his life.
I mean, BLG got away with murder there. They're contesting without the package to try and get the dragon. They managed to secure it and only lose one, but such a volatile play to go for when you don't have that big objective secure from the Corki. And they managed to get away licking their wounds. And you actually look on the side of BLG, Bin, Can, Fofo, and Doggo all have to burn their flashes there to get out. So heavy investment. And Weibo, they'll happily pick up the towers. They now have a 5,000 gold lead pretty much out of nowhere on the back of that Baron. I'm gonna see the replay. And this is the thing. Fofo, no ammo, no package, really not offering much. Wangfeng's so scary at this point, and you actually see the ultimate from him is tanked by Crisp, who flies out and just eats it. And Khan manages to make his getaway after securing the dragon, but look how many low health bars there are. That could have easily been so much worse.
So close to disaster. I can't believe the quickness from On didn't catch Fofo and Doggo there. That must have been millimeters away from a 3-man knockup and a very different play. Crisp caught, forced to flash. Ignite used there by the Shy. But now complete control right for Weibo. They got 3 towers off the back of the Baron, tier 2 in the mid and bottom lane. Now they can start to pressure up towards that top side with Angel and start to try and finish off that 3rd tier 2 tower. Like you said, 5,000 gold lead, and BLG losing control of the map in 3 minutes. They're gonna want to try and get an Ocean Soul, but whether or not they can, regain enough control to contest that will be a different question.
Yeah, there's such a disadvantage at this point. I mean, they're waiting as well. Fofo level 15, looking for that level 16 spike, but at the moment they're kind of just playing defense. Baron timed out, so should be able to clear the waves here, at least. But yeah, I mean, you look over the side of Weibo, 3 full items for Huangfang and some components. Angel is working on his 3rd as well, 300 CS at this point. Weibo's carries are really firmly online. I think at this point, Doggo is just starting to lose relevance. Gonna struggle in these team fights. There's so much CC flying about, and yes, you have to cleanse, but even if you're cleansing, like, it stops you in your tracks for a moment, at least on the Kalista, and there's just like Huangfang who can step up to you and shred you. Angel, who has so much DPS offered as well. I think it's going to be difficult. But, you know, with the package, at least, if they go towards that next dragon, it's definitely fightable if they want to try and contest it. But at the end of the day, BLG can also just wait, right? They don't need to fight this next dragon, as Weibo only have that one. So I guess securing that that most recent dragon for BLG does alleviate a good amount of pressure.
Yeah. The one thing I will say, though, is in 2 minutes, yes, the Drake will be coming up, so will the Baron. And if Weibo get themselves a Baron, with the kind of range that they have on this composition as well, I don't think that BLG will be able to survive another Baron siege against this Weibo composition with Azir, with an Aphelios as well. Like, you're going to be able to get some inhib towers down. That's where it becomes real scary for BLG. And you can see the vision control being pushed slowly but surely forward by Weibo. This feels like very controlled gameplay from the Weibo side.
Yeah, I mean, they are not giving many windows over the other side. And I think a big thing as well to talk about is the tankiness front line of Weibo. This Sejuani is an absolute beefcake. We see the Wit's End come out from Doggo, but like no armor penetration as of yet. Really going to struggle to cut through the Shy. Who also has a Force of Nature, which is great against Fofo. We have SFM's gone for like Blade Rune King and then a Bami Cinder item with the Crossfire Gauntlet. So
yeah,
quite bulky as well.
You got a whole line. You've just got a brick wall across this team, right, where the health bars are just going to be indomitable. SFM trying to move down to protect the Shy here. He is still half HP. Like you said, completely invincible. Still got a quarter going. 2 men have been on him for about 4 hours at this point, and he just won't die. Finally falls, but what is the cost on trying to re-engage? But SFM losing his HP as well. There's a Moonlight Vigil. No Calibrum, it's all going to be shurikens, but Hwanfeng can't get in range to actually get the autos off. The Q comes out on the Severum right now, but again, can't get in range for the autos. Can't escapes with his life. It's a 1-for-1 top for top.
No one can walk up with these Aphelios right now. Hwanfeng's so strong with those weapons. Will shred. As you said, it's a 1-for-1. Both top laners do have TP though. And Fofo can pick up the package here. He's level 16. The Corki is online. Got decent item spikes as well. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. And I think a big thing as well is when you're trying to play for Pope, which I think BLG need to do, you need vision of the enemy team. They might look for Angel here.
Yeah, Angel gets over the wall. Still had Flash. Still has his ult as well. Feeling confident to just clear that wave away.
Oh.
Moving over. Are they going to go for a two-man play on this one? They want to deny the Baron. They need to get the Drake, but also stop BLG, who are moving over. Package in Fofo's pocket right now. Hwanfeng a little late to this one. A TB coming out from BLG.
They want to fight. They want to use the package and take a fight here. Fofo's looking for potential flank angle. He doesn't have much left on the timer for this.
Yeah, look at his angle, though. This would be perfect if Weibo fall for it. But Weibo backing away. Very smart here. They've denied the Baron. They don't need any more. Bin trying to find the engagement. He's not Mega Nudges yet. Hwanfeng found alone. Fofo finds the angle and Khan alongside him. Low on HP, but surviving for now. Weibo need to somehow scrap this one back, but SOFM falls and BLG find two and get the jungler.
Man, the fact Khan manages to survive there, meaning they have the smite to go for this objective. Lee Sin as well has a ton of sustain. There's a honey fruit there. Not sure if he'll go and pick it up, but Weibo approaching. Angel has to be the big carry here.
Angel and the Shy moving forwards on. No quickness available, but maybe he can find a knockup. There's a stun onto Doggo here. They're looking for Bin in the meantime. Angel can't get into the pit, can't get the damage, and gets stunned up instead. The solo laner falls as BLG will find the Baron. They'll find a couple of picks on top of it, and it looked like dire straits just a few minutes ago, but BLG will hold on.
They find their window back into the game, and it's a great decision. They don't go for the dragon where they don't have the vision they can't contest. They instead move over here, and Hwanfeng isolated here, trapped in such a poor position, even with the flash, still gets hit by the package from Fofo. And the thing is, he goes down. They try and take out Fofo, but here's GA, so even the fact that he drops is irrelevant. And Khan, look at this. Look at the health. He survived on there before the triumph, ensuring they had the smite. So close, but so clutch.
That was so close for Khan, but he survived. And again, I just want to reiterate, anyone that doesn't know who Khan is, this is a player just promoted from the LDL, having his debut game in the LPL, got first blood, got the second kill of the game. He's now 3-0-4, having a perfect game, team fighting like a beast. I am excited for what the future holds for Khan right now.
He looks really good. 100% kill participation as well, still at this point in the game, so Fantastic performance so far, and now BLG have the Baron, can start to make some headway on those towers themselves. Remember, Weibo have 5 towers, but BLG only with 2 means a lot of standing gold left available on the map for them to pick up. And now GA picked up by Doggo as well, making it much harder to deal with him. Fofo trying to land some poke here, but not quite connecting yet.
Not finding the opportunities. Look at the gold, though. We're almost even. It's 1,000 for Weibo. That does not matter. At 33 minutes into the game on, finding a knock-up onto Khan. Actually used the quickness as well. Follow-up not there from the rest of the team. Crisp actually stepping a bit too far forward. Takes a chunk for his trouble. But ultimately, not too much going to come of that one. The siege can continue, and this is Fofo's dream, right? Being able to set up in a siege position on the Corki. There's some rocket damage coming on through as Angel desperately tries to clear this way.
Yeah, and Fofo low on rockets, but has a blue buff and can just keep firing off as soon as they recharge. Getting some decent poke downs, forcing people to back off. And you can see on this side of the map, Bin just taking that tower by himself. No real contest. The Shy can't deal with him in the side lane at this point.
Yeah. And remember how crucial this game is for BLG as well, right? 2 and 5 in the standings so far. This is a team that on paper should make playoffs, but what we've seen so far this split has not been convincing. Now today, with a couple of, like, they've subbed multiple players across the split now, it finally feels like they've found something that's working a little bit for them in this game. The question is, can they finish it off? Because we said that about Weibo earlier on in this very same game. And, you know, we said we were going to have bangers today. The first series was a banger. This second series, game number 1, already looking fantastic for a good day of games here. Exactly even on gold currently.
Such a tense one, honestly. And this next Dragon, I feel like BLG, they've evened the gold, right? They were super far behind before. Look at the items available to this Corki. Super strong, only lacking the Void Staff to round out the build, and should have package and TP available. Actually, may not have package, remember, because the Dragon went down a lot earlier than the package was used. A lot earlier because obviously he picked it up quite late, so may not actually have the package for this one. This could be a window for Weibo to get in without that being available. BLG are posturing heavily to try and retain control of the area. They were trying to land some poke.
Yeah, been moving forwards here alongside Fofo to try and get onto On. That's Meganar. It's a little bit early, 20 seconds until the Drake comes on up. Bin might find himself in Mini-Nar, and perhaps that'd be the window for Weibo as On continuing to try and get a bit of sustain out from his Qs as Weibo have the inside track on the mid lane right here, but they can't afford to give up Ocean Soul. On, charging forward, there's the quickness, there's a knock up onto Doggo, but he cleanses. Crisp escaping with his own life as well, but there's a stun out from the Shy. Fate's Call now going to be used. That's a lot of cooldowns on both sides.
Lot burned, but Weibo still healthy apart from On, and no ammo left for Fofo on the ultimate. Weibo looking to make their way in on this one.
Yeah, it's going to be Bin aggressed upon, but you got to keep your eyes on the Drake. Weibo can't afford to lose this Ocean Soul. It's going to reset in the pit. Bin back into Meganar once more. This fight has gone on forever so far as the Shy tanking up Doggo. In the meantime, 2K on the Drake. SFM has to get in the pit, but it's taken by BLG. And now onto the fight as well. The Shy on the front line, but he will fall. And BLG, they found themselves the Ocean Soul, and their health bars are looking comfy off the back of it. Angel escapes, but no, cut down midair as Khan looks for a 2v1. It's his first game of the LPL, and he wants to make sure that Weibo remember it. BLG find the soul, and they look for the base.
Khan is just a beast, secures the Dragon, kicks Wong Fong into his team. Flash cleanse does not matter, finds that late game Aphelios, and then his team are able to clean up the fight and able to take game 1. What a debut from this jungler.
I can see why the substitution has happened. Quickness across the team, but SOFM and On, try as they might, cannot defend this one. It's BLG taking themselves, you know, not a perfect game, certainly not an easy win for them, but a win nonetheless. And Khan, almost 100% kill participation there. A flawless game and an unbelievable debut.
Fantastic performance. Exactly what you want, right? You bring up this LDL star. The hope is that he'll be able to slot into the roster. The hope is he'll have the same confidence on the LPL stage as he did in the LDL. and absolutely did he. And I feel like, you know, often with picks like Lee Sin, you see them have an impact in the early game, maybe pick up a couple kills, and that's about it. But I feel like that final team fight, a big aspect of the success was the fact he found Wong Fong. He also secured the dragon as well, got them the Ocean Soul, which, considering the amount of damage coming out from the side of Weibo, even having that Ocean Soul in the final fight can make such a big difference in being able to find favors. So just really solid play from him. And BLG, you know, it's early days. It's one game, so I don't want to draw too many conclusions yet, but looking positive so far.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Weibo leaving a little to be desired, right? We saw very positive things in that game. We also saw, you know, quite a few times just being late to the Drakes, not being able to find those Drakes for themselves, like BLG consistently having control of that one. The Baron as well. Like, Weibo did a very good job of contesting the one Baron with just 4 players against 5. But then again, going into the 3v5 later on, like, people being picked off before these big objectives, it's a worrying sign for Weibo and a team that's currently, I think, 4-4 in the standings. These are the kind of games that they really need if they want to make it to playoffs.
And I feel like Wong Fong as well on the Aphelios. There was that time he was caught out by the package, right? And died and gave up the Baron. That final fight being caught out by the kick. Don't feel like he had the best performance overall. Like, if he was in position to deal damage, then absolutely be able to shred, but just wasn't able to find the posture. And ultimately, yeah, well, a rough one for Weibo. And as much as we talk about BLG struggling, I feel like Weibo as well are a team who had a really strong start in spring, kind of fell off a bit, and then obviously didn't have the playoffs run they maybe would have hoped for, would have hoped to go deeper. Losing this series would be pretty devastating for them as well, would put their series score into negative. And I mean, look at that cold graph, by the way. The fact that BLG did make a mistake, they made a pretty substantial mistake in that one, but managed to claw it back and sort of retain form throughout that. Really positive to see.
And I will say, BLG did such a good job of playing around On, right? It felt like On just could never get that big quickness, that big knock-up across the team. So many times it felt like he had an opportunity, but just not quite able to manage to make that happen. Really, really nice stuff from BLG. Great team fighting. And some pretty good packages from Fofo across it. Like the one where he managed to get onto Huanfeng, who realistically, 3-2-1, like Huanfeng is one of these AD carries. He's got the highest KDA in the league. It's kind of like the LPL Reckless, if you will. He's this AD carry that's known for great team fighting, but will never die. This game, Fofo finding him with the package, then Khan finding him later on with the kick as well. Feels like they were able to shut down that late game AD carry.
Yeah, and make it work when there was definitely some concerns, right? You have the Calista into the Aphelios. One of the big things is if you don't get that early advantage, you are going to get a clip. So just a lot of positives. I'm interested to see how the adaptation comes from here. I think there's definitely a lot of chance that Weibo challenge and continue to in this series. So BLG have to, keep this up if they want to take the whole set.
They certainly will. We're going to jump into a break. We'll find out if Weibo can come back in game number 2 right after.
迷雾中找光线，谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远，尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的言言。算多少次摔倒过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念，粉碎极限，阳光之间。冷漠与偏见，接受 疲惫，这条路不走到尾，绝不停歇。每个你每个我很渺小，却又生而无畏的信念，战胜一切，向光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼，展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I.
下一场对战 BLG 战队，就是他们的下路也蛮厉害的，对战他们就做好对线就行了。
Welcome back to Hanfu Day, everybody. Oh, Orcs, watch out! Your head's about to be chopped off. You got to dodge out of the way. How much? I'm joined by Orcs. We're heading towards game number 2 between BLG and Weibo. Oh, what a game number 1. What a banger. What a set of team fights we got in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was... I mean, we saw the goal graph, right? It was such a back and forth between these two. I think BLG, though, for the most part, were in control. It was just a big throw around Baron. And, I mean, I can only give huge amounts of praise to this jungle debut from Khan. Really solid performance coming in here on the Lee Sin. And a big reason why they took this win in the series.
Yep, and he'll be MVP as well coming out of game number 1. In his first ever LPL game, grabs himself the MVP, not a singular death. Currently has an infinite KDA in the LPL.
That's a lot.
Was minus 44 goal difference in the end somehow against SOFM. But you know what? With a scoreline like that, we take it.
Yeah, and I mean, just the early confidence, play aggressively, find those plays. There's a top lane dive on the Shy, but then continuing throughout the game, often we could see Lee Sins have a good start and fall off, but securing the objectives when it came to team fights. And I mean, there's definitely games where people have zeros deaths, but I feel like he really played on the limit and got so close to going down and then just didn't go down, right? In so many scenarios on just like slivers of HP and surviving on the back of these plays.
Yeah, it's like so many plays that were so close to disaster for BLG later on. But so many times as well, it felt like it was Khan winning out these smite fights, like grabbing this soul. And the soul really just secured this fight. Great kick from Khan as well onto Huanfeng to make it happen. Like, just beautiful gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, the kick was fantastic. You could see that maybe Weibo weren't necessarily going to win that fight regardless. But the second Huanfeng died, it's like, right, game over. It's done. And just fantastic work coming out from him. So a strong start, but it's still a series, right? It's one game, definitely positive. I want to see this form continued and see what BLG can do and if this is like a consistent thing. Because I'll be honest, Joe, I've been baited by BLG before.
Yep.
This split, I've been baited. Icon came in, he was roaming loads. I'm like, oh, this looks like a new BLG. It lasted like a series. So, I'm optimistic but tentative.
I was going to say the exact same thing. Icon came in. We got one series of them being super proactive. It was like a really action-packed. I think it was against IG, if I remember correctly. A really action-packed series. Actually, a really fun one. If you've got a bit of free time, you want to watch a fun series, BLG IG was a good one. But whether or not they can keep it up is the question. It's actually Fofo playing over Icon, and so far seems to be working. Him and Khan working as a 2v2 exceptionally well. So we'll have to wait and see if BLG can maintain that. On the side of Weibo, though, couple of question marks there, right? Where people are getting picked off before plays. Doesn't necessarily feel like everyone's on the same page all the time. And, like trying to contest things while Huanfeng's still on the bottom side of the map in the early game. And didn't quite feel like the whole game plan was cemented. Yeah, and I think part of the problem as well for me is the fact that, you have this prio from the Azir in the mid lane. But, I mean, okay, the level 1 definitely messed with that. But they just didn't really find any windows to do anything. And they were definitely leaning on like, okay, we have a Felios Azir later. That's great. But then every team fight, pretty much, at least a lot of the big ones, you're going up against the package, which just makes it so problematic to fight in. I don't know. I'd just love to see a bit more activity from the comp from Weibo. Or if you are going to lean into scaling, then give, maybe the Shy had counterpick. You could have gone for something like the Kale that we've seen from him before. Or at least like a lane to play around. Because it felt like they really didn't have that in the game. So multiple areas, they could definitely change it up. But either way, not exactly the best one. But they have switched side to the blue side now. BLG will be on the red. We'll see what comes through. Sanak's been banned first rotation here, whereas before we saw it go down to the second. Weibo maintaining that GP ban as well away from Bin. Yeah, Belveth continuing to be banned as well. So I've yet to cast a Belveth game. I'm hoping one day I'll get to cast Belveth. But for the time being, she'll still be taken off of the board. Azir going to be removed. Actually by Weibo there as well, something that they lent on in game number 1, perhaps deciding that they need a bit more proactivity on their side.
Clearly showing like how much they prioritize it, the fact that they picked a first rotation, that are banning a first rotation. It clearly shows that, they're not necessarily going to first pick it on blue, but they know that it's a strong pick and they don't want to give it over to Fofo, someone who is, typically a strong laner. We see BLG, so actually keeping a lot of their bans from the previous side. But Renata is something that's gone through. Ari is something that was banned last draft that is available now. But obviously we've seen before Ari have counters available and things like Lysandra. Interesting to see what BLG are going to do here, because Kalista Renata is a really strong lane. But there's also, if you pick Kalista up for BLG to deny it, they can just take Aphelios and have a really comfortable spot. Looks like BLG might end up going for that first pick Gnar again for Bin. Yeah. Which is, it's interesting to me. I feel like, I'd expect the Shy, someone who's willing to blind Kale, to have answers to this, but clearly BLG just feel confident on it for Bin.
Yeah, and also the Wukong was available last game, kind of just went through the draft. This game, Khan's just going to prioritize that Lee Sin once again. I guess this must be a comfort pick for them. This must be something that he's very confident on. Looked fantastic on it in game number 1 of the series. So the Viego open for SOFM if he wants it, but honestly, I don't know if I want that matchup after game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I feel like as long as you have a more active lane to play around, and then you can find some momentum, you can find some to skirmish, that could go a long way. And it looks like Weibo might be going for this cluster Renata. This is a really strong lane. And especially as BLG can't respond with both. You either pick your AD carry, support, or neither, but they can't pick a full bot lane to answer this. So I expect to see Weibo's bot lane really looking to turn up the pressure and the team looking to play around them. The Shy might just go for just run it back, which after how the laning phase went for the Sejuani, I wouldn't want to put myself through this again, but clearly valuing what it brings to the team.
Yeah, not feeling like the Sejuani was the issue in that one. Although, changing it to the Viego last second, SFN going back to literally what has become a one-trick for him at this point. Like, this feels like the only jungler we ever see from Weibo at this stage. BLG, though, need to find something to match here. Whether they want to go for a bot lane, are currently hovering that Samira, but could go for a mid lane as well. The Corki available with Azir already banned. And this could lean towards us getting some spicy mid lane picks. We know Angel is one of these players that is more than willing to be flexible in that mid lane. I want to see a Xerath. I want to see like the virus that you talked about. I want to see a Corki counter coming on through. Although those are mostly Azir counters, but I'm sure there's got to be something here. Talon, let's see Talon mid. That's really good against Corki.
You know, I appreciate your optimism, Joe, but I feel like what's probably going to happen here is we'll get a mid laner who can lean down towards bot and make things happen. I expect BLG to start banning those away, things like the Ari, maybe even something like the Sandra as well, because the fact of the matter is, Corki ain't going to do much early. You have this super strong bot lane. Enemy team is going to have their bot lane as banned as well here. Like, Weibo can start banning picks they think will be an issue, and you can just lean bot. Just go bot, make the plays happen again and again and again. Let Huangfeng and On take over, and that should be your game plan. You know, Fofo can sit and scale, let him do that. Just be more present on the map. So I don't think we'll get any, like, massive lane counters coming out for the Corki, but, you know, we'll see what ends up happening.
I'll have to see the Silas and the Tom Kench being banned away. Now BLG can lock something in for this bottom lane. Like, realistically, it doesn't matter whether they go AD carry or support next, as it won't be contested. But the support, you probably like to have a bit more idea of what the rest of the comp from Weibo will look like, so you can go for somewhat of a counter pick. So BLG leaning towards some aggression in that bottom side, but undecided so far.
Yeah, I think the Lucian will be a weird one. Bear in mind that, like, Cluster Renata sort of came out originally as like a really good lane answer to Lucian Nami. So they actually go for the Ashe here, something that historically has been a good answer to the Cluster, right? You can contest lane prio once you got a few points in your W. The ult obviously is a very effective tool, and you also have the slows that can hinder her. But it's an immobile AD carry, right? And kind of like I set up, like I suggested, Weibo are toying with the idea of going for Twisted Fate, and they do lock it in, so it's a very clear game plan for Weibo. Yeah. This game plan is, hey, let's just smash bot lane into the ground to an insane degree until Huangfeng is mega strong, and then when we come to late game, we have Kale for backup for insurance.
Okay, we're seeing a Bard hover right now. It's locked in. We've got Crisp on the Bard, going full loom out here for BLG. Bard some time, but can be very defensive and can certainly stop things like the Herald plays at the bottom side. You can Bard ult the TF ult when he TPs on in as well. I'm excited to see what Chris can do on this pick.
Yeah, I'm just... Here's my concern for BLG's composition. Yeah, less convinced, I'll say. My concern is that, like, you have Ashe, who's a really high utility pick, right? You have Bard, who's a great roamer, who really offers assistance to other lanes. I don't really feel like you have a lane to play for, though. Like, you can play for Gnar, sure, but he's going to get outscaled by Kale eventually. And I feel like, you know, if you commit heavily to the top side, your bot lane will get smashed in the ground. You have a Corki mid. You know, I feel like playing for a Corki mid. I mean, maybe that's the angle. Maybe we see the roams coming out towards the mid lane. They just shut down the TF and never let the game plan come out for the side of Weibo. That could be the strategy. And that, I guess, can work in theory. Like, if you don't let the TF roam, then you're not going to get smashed as hard through bot. But I feel like Weibo's composition puts them in a really comfortable spot. Like, you have clear win cons, very straightforward. I said I wanted them to have, you know, better scaling option. If you are going to lean into that, they have that with the Kale. I said I wanted them to have a lane to play through. They also have that with the Cluster Radar in the bot lane. So they're kind of ticking all my boxes for me.
Yeah. And they're up against a team that historically is not that big of a fan of stacking Drakes. Like BLG typically have preferred to play topside and go for the Heralds as opposed to those Drakes. So feels like a nice game plan here for Weibo with the Callista down in the bottom side, and that Twisted Fate from Angel to try and set Huanfeng up to be the big carrion. This is a tale as old as time for Weibo, right? Angel's played a ton of TF over the last few years. This is not a pick that he's uncomfortable on. But also, Huanfeng being set up to be the big carry. Like, we've seen this a million times from Weibo. And the Shy going for a Kale, being able to just be on an island in the 1v1, build himself up over time. This feels very comfortable. For BLG, though, I'm less convinced on, like, what the actual game plan is going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if Can actually ends up going towards that top side to try and stop the Shy being able to scale.
Yeah, I think one of the problem is that, I mean, okay, the good thing is the Shy will probably like run up to bin level 1 and like get up in his face and trade down 30% HP just because that's what the Shy does, right? Although I think the problem is it's like the TF works in both ways. If you want to make proactive plays in the bot lane, you have the Twisted Fate. But if you just want to cover your top lane, again, it works in both ways. Like Angel is there. If BLG start to try and make proactive plays onto the Shy in the top lane, you're going to be able to lend that assistance. You're going to be able to lend that safety net to him. So we'll see. Obviously, there is going to be a point in the game where Fofa will come online and this Corki. We talked about last game how significant it can be. But it is about getting there and seeing what the state of the game is when we get to like 15, 20-minute point. Because if Weibo can find momentum, then they might just deny Corki from ever hitting a spike.
Yeah, that's one of the things. This kind of composition from Weibo, if it does get off of the ground, you don't get to fight back in the mid-game. Like, this will just take over. And Huanfeng certainly very capable of taking over a game on something like the Callista as well. But we'll have to see. Khan had a fantastic game number 1. But the thing is, he got that free first blood, right? On went for the contest early on. BLG was stacked up in a brush, and On got taken down. Khan got that first blood, and then snowballed that. Took the first blue of the game as well. Like, it felt like a very opportunistic situation for Khan. Now we're into his second game. I want to see what he can do when we start on a level playing field.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't stolen SFM's blue. He hasn't double skulled him. What a disappointment, man, honestly. Nah, I feel
That's
like...
not what I'm trying to say.
It's one of those things where it's like, you know, it's going to be a lot harder if you don't have that early start. Obviously, he did make things easier, but it was credit to him for capitalizing when that window was given. One thing to mention, we did just see the Hawk shot fly over and spot out SOFM. This is one of the big values of the Ashe, which is it's hard to measure. It's not as tangible as like my champion does this much damage, but being able to consistently just spot out the enemy jungler pretty much whenever you really need to has a lot of value, right? Normally, there's so much setup from teams to try and get wards down to track the enemy and see where they are. The fact that you can just do that for free does make a big difference, does give them a lot of information. But so far, you can see the lane not going super positively with Huanfeng and On already applying some damage to the towers. Sorry, and
I'm gonna be honest, I thought SFM was gonna flash that wall then. I've seen
honestly,
him do crazy things like that before. He walked up to the wall. I was like, oh no. It was just a ward in the end. Here we go, 2v2 the bottom side. Magical Journey, though, comes out from Chris. Dodges the handshake, too. Actually keeps his position in the brush. Just going to get Doggo out to safety here. As SFM moves into this bottom side, we'll be able to grab that Scuttle Crab. Got the top crab as well, so this will be a double Scuttle unless Khan arrives at the last possible second. Not there in time. SFM grabbing that one for himself. Will take a cue for his trouble, but I think he's happy with that trade.
Yeah, and getting a little bit of revenge for the previous game. Khan was one of double scuttles, so positive for him. We do see the top side bin has gone for a reset and picked up that coal, but the Shy really doing fine so far in this lane matchup. And that's the thing, is like, you know, there's the element of it where I'm like, okay, Weibo can stomp through bot and get the big lead. But I think even if they don't, you know, they have a Kale, and I'm sure everyone's going to be in Twitch chat just spamming like the Monka S pointing at the clock, like 5 out of 16. We see all game. We'll keep tabs on it. But definitely just, if they keep the lane stable, I think Weibo are also happy. That's the thing. That's the concern I'm seeing for BLG. I think package is what they're really going to need to play for, because there's not also fantastic setup in any lane. That's what we often look for a Lee Sin, is, you know, like a stun, set up that up into a Sonic Wave to connect. So really will be on Khan if you can try and find some opportunistic windows, as he kind of did in that game 1.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what he's able to find, because he did find those windows in game number 1, found that miracle kick onto Wonfong at the end of the game, and found opportunities earlier beyond that point as well. So we'll have to see. But SOFM off to a good start on the Viego. And this is the thing about Viego, like, if you can have a fairly quiet start like this, get yourself to level 6, you can start to find those resets. Then when you get into these Drake fights and Herald fights, it feels like Viego can just do whatever he wants. Looks like SOFM is actually just going to start the Drake. No. Cues the Drake once, and then walks away again.
Yep, just check it's still there, you know. Spawned in this game, yep. Just as it does every game. Just making sure.
Look, we had a Shelly just teleporting around the map earlier. We've had a Gromp in mid lane. I don't blame him for checking at this.
Just making sure everything's going as planned. And the Shy, now level 6, now is 3/4 of a champion, at least. But I think this is the point where, like, the lane becomes... Like, pre-6, I think Nah has a lot of windows to sort of cause some issue. But really, you know, it's still tricky because if you get too close to the kill, she will just trade back and doesn't have that E. But at level 6, Shy is just chilling in this matchup. See some play coming out with their On moving up towards the mid lane. And they will fish for something, but won't find anything on a Fofo there.
Yeah, Fofo using that Valkyrie to keep himself safe. On moving up as well. Handshake available. There's a ward on Khan, but it's just going to turn into a little bit of harass here. SOFM moving over. Bot side Scuttle is on the map, and that'll be every single Scuttle of the game so far going to SOFM. The Shy might have stepped a bit too far here. The Hyperproc's doing a lot. The dive out from Bin forces the flash, and that's a big cooldown for Kale.
Yeah, I feel like the Shy possibly could have just self-filtered there instead of flashing, but maybe concerned the position that he left in. Oh, Chris, I think you're just gone.
Chris, way too aggressive. Magical Journey, Ignite, is it going to tick down? Yes, it is. First blood for On.
Tries to go for the self-heal with a W, but obviously reduced by the Ignite. And just an overstep. This is one of the things with this composition from Weibo. The pick potential with the handshake, with the stone card, the fact that you have great single target damage from the Callista just means, you know, if you overstep, you will get punished. And I mean, Weibo, they've got a kill, they've got the dragon. Herald hasn't even spawned yet, so it's not like BLG can instantly answer on the top side. Things all looking really positive so far for them.
And this is all pre-Destiny. This is all before Angel has made a play using that level 6 on the Twisted Fate. I will say, we mentioned it in the draft briefly, Doggo and Chris might be difficult to punish with the Destiny just because of the ultimates that they have, right? The Tempered Fate and the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow. Very good at denying Twisted Fate an opportunity in that bottom side. I've just noticed as well, Twisted Fate versus Tempered Fate. That's going to be annoying to cast later on. Magical Journey, handshake away. Chris just takes a bit of damage for his trouble here. His Doggo trying to get some damage on the way, but he will have to back away from this one. This is not a 2v2 that BLG ever won this game.
Yeah, I mean, unless, like, you know, Hongfang oversteps, doesn't have cleanse, you can layer the CC, but no Summoner's Beard apart from that Ignite, so they'll take Prio once again and start to move up towards his top side. Weibo, SOFM has gotten 3 Scuttles so far. He's got the Dragon. He's now looking to get the Herald. He's actually got Mega, but it's timing out. I mean, it's a big Scuttle. But this is just all looking good. They get everything they want from this game, and a very subdued early game from BLG so far.
Yeah, he's got 3 Scuttles so far this game. Wants the Mega Scuttle for his 4th. I like it. SOFM just focusing on shell-based opponents this game. Not even worried about BLG so far. Very nicely done here from Weibo to take control of both the top side and still have this winning matchup in that bottom lane. Doggo, though, getting jumped on by On here. The handshake there. Huanfeng stopped by the Twisted Fate. Tempered Fate, sorry, as he flashes over a stun. Knocked up here. Chris will escape, but Huanfeng still going for this one, stacking the rend. Chris forced to flash under the tower.
You know, I'm going to say it right. On clearly had something in his mind when he flashed that Bardar, and Huanfeng just wasn't on the same wavelength there. If they'd both flashed it, you know, maybe they could have been close to getting the play. But the fact, you know, Huanfeng was trapped in the bottle for such a long time, kind of took a lot of the oomph out of that play.
You know, but there was mojo behind that from On. There was significant mojo. He believed
On had the mojo, that I
flash as a
respect.
pair. You know,
I blame Huanfeng for not following. If you get a replay, no, there's going to be topside play, which I believe we didn't see.
We did not. I have no idea what happened here. So I'm guessing the Shy died. Oh, great kick from Khan.
Yeah, no flash obviously from that play before, so just sort of kick and Khan finding a window onto the kill. Obviously the flash being earlier, definitely an opportunity to punish. And something to bear in mind is now Sum's completely gone across the board for the bot lane. Other than that ignite for On that's back up, so window to punish, opportunity to capitalize on, especially the Ashe being so immobile. The fact that there's no cleanse or flash for Doggo and Angel still yet to use Destiny definitely makes me a little bit concerned for Doggo's longevity in this game.
See, Doggo's going to be able to survive the next few minutes here. And Huanfeng, you know that this is the kind of player that... We talked about his KDA. We talked about the way these guys usually play lane. It's not like he's afraid of the 1v1 if he gets that opportunity, especially on something like the Callista. Has been kind of outspacing the Shy a little bit there. Nice little trade for him on the Gnar. Huanfeng moving up on the map. It's going to be Drake coming up in 1 minute and 15. Weibo already got the first one of the game, and they'd love to double that up.
Yeah, we'll see at BLG, because, again, package is a big thing for them on the Corki. The fact that you can start... Oh, man.
Denied.
The fact that you have the package to start playing for the objective, so we'll see what they look to do around that. If they can deny the second dragon from Weibo, would make a big difference and just sort of mitigating that pressure. We have seen Fofo return a base, pick up the Manamune. Claw Drinker as well for Khan. And it looks like he'll take it now. Gets a full recharge in the ammo. They could just make a play down towards the dragon. But if you look at the other side, so this is actually kind of making it difficult for BLG. Because they'd love to make the play towards the dragon. But oh, look at the map. There's an arrow coming.
Oh, big arrow across the map. Oh, just wide. That's a disaster. It does deny the Shy. I don't know if that was the intention from Doggo. If it was, he's a 5-head. But it meant the Shy had to dodge backwards and wasn't in range for those plates. So SOFM getting 360 gold there from the plates. Nice little, you know, Weibo still getting the gold for themselves. They would have loved for the Shy to get most of that, but Doggo's arrow, ingenious there to stop the Shy getting plate gold.
Yeah, and now the package is still available with the dragon spawning. Reset came in from SOFM. I don't think they can really contest this one, but we'll see if they try and go for it. It would be a hard one to pull off, though.
Let's see, as Destiny is available. No TPs for the top laners right now. As On goes for the hostile takeover straight away. Destiny is available as SFM moves in. Drake's already gone, though, and that's a great kick onto Huanfeng into the middle of everybody. But in the meantime, he's still surviving. Tempered Fate onto the back of the play, so Khan can survive for a second. Will go down. 1-for-1 so far. Resets for SOFM as Doggo now getting chased. Angel looking for the gold card. SOFM over the wall. They're onto Doggo, but he cleanses it. Keeps himself safe. And SOFM, he got exhausted. He smites for health, but he can't survive. Yes, he can. And he can find a reset as well. I don't know how on earth they pulled this one off, but pull it off they have. Weibo find themselves the fight.
Yeah, the package wasn't there anymore, and ultimately, Twisted Fate with this Viego so threatening. Stun card lands, you kill the target, you get the reset, and I will say, it definitely looked a little bit shaky at a moment there. SFM nearly going down, but he manages to survive, he manages to get the resets, and yes, they didn't get the Drake, but a fantastic fight for the side of Weibo. Hostile takeover doesn't really get too much value here, but it's the fact that they can start chasing down these kills. It's a fantastic stun from Chris. And then he goes for the follow-up to try and keep Khan alive, as you said. And this should be enough for them to follow up, but you can see how tentative BLG are. I feel like maybe if they could pick up On and Doggo there, On and Huanfeng, sorry, that could have been going in their favor. But you can see here, stun card comes out, SFM gets exhausted, but then they just manage to wait for the rotation of cooldowns. More CC comes through, and as soon as the reset starts to come in for SOFM, that's where you know that BLG have no chance of winning this fight.
That was a strange one there from Fofo at the end of the fight as well. Valking away just as they need to finish SOFM off. He obviously thought Doggo had the damage to just finish that kill off. He did not, is the answer. And it means that SOFM gets that reset, and suddenly it's a Weibo play. Now, BLG did get the Drake crucially, so could be in trouble. Handshakes will be fine. Crucially, BLG not in an issue where the next Drake will be soul point for Weibo or anything like that. But still a big pick, and now an arrow is too early, and On flashes the Q. Oh, it's a disaster for BLG.
I didn't get the flash, but yeah, they pretty much flubbed everything there. Was potentially going to be a good pick, and this is part of the power of the Bard. If there's any immobile champions on the enemy team, you can just lob the Tempered Fate, and bare minimum being a flash. But yeah, definitely a bit disappointing, that one. Would have loved to get a kill out of it. But they are now looking to lean up towards this Herald. Bear in mind, there is no TP for Fofo, and Angel does have that Destiny, so I'm not sure how convinced I am that they can make this happen right here and now.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We talked about it before. BLG 4th in the league for Rift Herald %. This is a team that loves to go for those objectives. They didn't get the first one of the game. I don't think they're going to get the second one as Doggo gets pulled in and forced to flash. Nice play from On. I'm loving how aggressive On is on this Renata. We always talk about how On is a bit of a kooky player. You know, we saw his spellbook coming out previously on supports. This is a guy that is happy to break the mold a little bit. And on Renata, he's treated it basically like a Nautilus.
He popped the bailout on himself, the extra movement speed. You just charge at Doggo. And it worked. I mean, you got the flash. It's exactly what you want. Oh, Angel. Oh. Look,
Okay,
I was going to say, not long for this world. He's vibing. He's good. Managed just to get out of that one. And the big thing is, the Destiny obviously gives full information. They know how many members of BLG were on the bot side. Weibo could easily pick up the Herald. Even saw Bin posturing to try and force SFM off, but he has no fear. Picks that one up, and BLG are going to try and get some damage on this tower on the bot side. With On there, I think they could probably just defend this.
Yeah, Angel arrives. We'll be able to force Khan away. Oh, that Everfrost might be huge. Angel doesn't have any mana, though. And On isn't exactly going to be bringing the damage, so unfortunately, can't do too much off the back.
Mana is a state of mind, Joe, right? Plus, he's a TF. He just has to drop a blue card.
I would describe mana as a tangible resource rather than a state of mind. Hexgate out from SFM. They want to find Khan, but they won't be able to quite get on top of him for the time being. Just going to push those waves out. Third Drake of the game coming up in 40 seconds time. Still feels like Weibo are the ones in control. 2,500 gold lead in their favor. Not to mention a comp that likes to fight.
Yeah, and Angel going to reset. Probably going to have enough for the rapid fight here. Really nice spike for him on those two items. Oh my. Fofo, leave him alone, man. Let the man reset. Yeah, 20 seconds on that dragon. Resets very late as a result of... oh.
Wait, oh.
Boom. On just...
Boom
and
plating
playing Bin as well.
We
yeah,
take
we
those.
We do get the rapid fire coming out, so obviously the long range stun card into the Everfrost, really good for CC layering. BLG don't quite have the mana immune yet for Fofo, but will be going for the package, so expect to see a contest coming out from this one. I'm still tentative. Oh, On should be okay.
He's okay. There's a Hexgate behind him as well for potential flank Renata plays. I wouldn't put it past On, honestly. There's a gold card locked in here for Angel any second. And a potential play as everybody stacking on up, both top laners with TP available. I think we're going to have a 5v5 on our hands. Destiny going to be popped for vision here. There's one TP. There's the second one. As it's going to be a potential kick. And it goes on to Wonfong instead. The face call denied, but Wonfong's still surviving now. As Doko on the front line and taken down. There's a reset for SOFM. As Wonfong is still just firing away. 2 picks for Weibo. And they can look for more as well. Fofo knocks himself in the wrong direction. And SOFM gets yet another reset. It's easy pickings for Weibo.
And you can see BLG thought they had found Wonfong, but some nifty flashes managed to get them out of a sticky situation. Really good disengage from On as well. One of the concerns with going for this, the Renata is that you could obviously have that safety net with the Callista. They get the fight. They haven't even done the dragon yet. They're looking for full value out of this Herald.
Oh yeah, and look at Angel as well in the bottom side. He'll be able to grab a tier 1. So this is 2 games in a row where we see Weibo off the back of a Dragonplay take 3 towers. This time though, they will also get that dragon for themselves. So much better play than what we saw in game number 1. SOFM actually going to smite the blue buff, but his smite cooldown not too long. So we'll be able to still grab that Drake as well.
Yeah, so I think you really want to highlight here is the play. So they initially go On, but then Khan knows he has to go for the Callista. But look, the Mega Knock comes in, but Wonfong flashes it. And then the knockback from On into the ultimate just means no one can follow up on Khan. Khan honestly making a fantastic play, but the rest of the team just not able to connect. And after that happens, it's just cleanup. Angel hitting the blast cone to knock Fofo back and allowing the cleanup. And this is the thing, with the Viego on the enemy team, with the Renata as well, the momentum, if you start getting those resets, can make such a massive difference in the fight. And as soon as BLG couldn't find Wonfong, it just felt like it was over.
Angel here to clear the wave at the bottom side as well, so Bin can't even get a return tower on this one. Oh, with Destiny popped, he's in mini Nah. Gold card comes on in. Everfrost is sure to follow. SOFM there to get some DPS down. Angel takes a bit of damage for his trouble, but he's happy to sacrifice a little health for a kill in the pocket of SOFM. And SOFM, a bit annoyed apparently about game number 1. Khan had a 4:03 performance game number 1, and SOFM says, yeah, I can do that in 20 minutes, mate.
Yeah, I mean, he's just had such a good game so far. The setup is there for him to be able to make those plays. Now, when you get a tower taken by BLG, and bear in mind there's objective bounties, which, you know, the nice thing is to get the extra gold. The bad thing is the fact that the game has given you an objective bounty kind of shows the current position that you're in.
Look, that was an optimistic arrow. Even if it hits, who's going to kill him? Crisp? I mean, yeah, I don't know. Either way, an attempt. There was an attempt that was made.
Yeah, give it a go. But now Weibo, they picked up, actually didn't pick up, but they're going to pick up this top lane tower. And I feel like, oh, potential pick here.
Yeah, they're on top Huang Huang here. Cleanses away from the stun and the hostile takeover, denying everything, forcing Doggo to flash instead. And so it's an even trade in terms of summoners, but that cleanse much shorter cooldown than the flash.
Yeah, I just think it's such a fantastic combo, right? The fact that you can't pressure on because Huang Huang has a safety net with the ultimate. You try and pressure Huang Huang, and the hostile takeover is just such a strong ability when you're trying to dive onto a target. Now, they are fishing here. Honor is getting low thanks to that poke, but
that's kind of an issue. When you're trying to compete in a professional League of Legends league and you've got players that are currently fishing, like, I don't know what the Wi-Fi situation is in China, but in the UK, the signal is not good enough to play League of Legends while fishing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to follow up on that, Joe. I don't know where to go from here.
Okay, well, Weibo, we'll just go back to the game. Weibo setting up for the Baron here. It's a massive lead in their favor, 7,000 gold currently. And this is more like it. And this is, I feel like every single split, Weibo are this team, even back when they were Suning, that play really slow. They play for scaling. They don't want to do too much in the early game. SFM just wants to farm. And then halfway through the split, they go, okay, we play Kalista now. We want to fight all the time. Arrow goes wide as Doggo's just not having a fun time this game. We're going to see an engage coming out from Weibo, and Chris forced to try and escape both for 1 HP. The Ren stacking on up, and Angel finishes it with a card. And now the Shy in the middle of everyone, just slaughtering people. Doesn't even need level 16. This is the Shy we're talking about. Khan barely escapes with his life, but Baron now is wide open for Weibo.
And you see the second BLG start fishing for something, that's all Weibo need. Instantly they collapse down on them, the whole team is just there. And now Khan is in base, he's so far away. This is an exceptionally fast Baron, right? With the Calista, with the Viego, with the Kayle. It's just gone, and Weibo have everything they need and more to take this game.
They certainly do. Weibo, they've got this one in their pockets, and you have to wonder what on earth changed between game number 1, game number 2. Like, Weibo went into I mean, obviously the draft, but I mean, like, mentality-wise, Weibo went into game number 1 saying, we don't want to do anything for the first 40 minutes, and then maybe we'll win a team fight. Game number 2, they're like, all aggression through Weibo.
Yeah, which is positive to see, because, I mean, that was my concern, is that game 1 just felt so inactive, but I don't really feel super confident in the scaling either. Whereas here, it feels like BLG, I just didn't know where the win con is, so, you know, a rough position to be in. And ultimately for BLG, we had talked about this after the first game. Not to get super hopeful about BLG yet, you know, gotta temper our expectations. This hasn't been the most fantastic game too, you know. And to be fair, I don't think Khan is responsible. Like, he found that play onto the Shy in the top lane. He's been trying. He found that kick on a Huang Huang. It's just, the team wasn't there to follow up. But now, SOFM, I think he can just get out.
I don't know if he can. Has the ultimate available, low on HP, smites the blue. He got the blue buff. We called that one. Can goes for the kill though, and actually finds a shutdown. That hostile takeover is massive, but Weibo are outnumbered. The Shy can't get into the back of the play. He's still up 15. One Fog is shut down. This is a complete disaster, and over nothing, over a blue buff. SOFM, I don't know what went through your mind, but now Weibo in massive trouble, as this will be a 4th pick. What? The TP from the Shy! The solo laners in a 2v4, and the Shy wants some kills. Look at him go! Shut down! Weibo! What just happened?
Why did he teleport in? He just wanted some of the action. I mean, you know how I say it, SFM should just get out. He had ult. You said it, he had ult. Just press R. That is what it... Man, you just ult out. You're safe. That never happens. The whole passage of play, all 5 of you dying. when you I what to say?
There is absolutely no explaining that play. Do you know what that play is? That's Mojo, because Mojo is a double-edged blade, right? Sometimes it's amazing, but a lot of the time it looks like that.
Oh man, I'm crying, dude. I did it. Like this whole time, SFM. Look, we're gonna see at the bottom left. He has ult, and he's like, "Yeah, I don't need ult here. Nah, still don't need ult. You know, I'm holding it. Yeah, still." Oh, I'm dead. Oh, sorry, guys. And then the rest of the team, like, on like superhero mode. Like, I'm going in to save my team. Force the enemy team has a Mega Gnar. And then even worse, Fofo TPs in with package. But, you know, this is all very questionable. But I just...
And then it gets more questionable.
The Shy recalls, like, okay, I'm out. And then goes, you know what, buddy? And
these are the fights that we take. I've done this with Rookie. You know, Angel, you're basically Rookie, right? We can do this.
Dude,
Angel's like, I don't know about this one, Chief.
All I can say is that at least Weibo will never leave a man behind. They will all die in unison, right? They have that level of coordination.
If there's one thing that you cannot criticize about Weibo, it's they are a team, apparently. Like, live together, die together. They're going in.
My lord.
Let's reset, though, and talk about the state of the game, right? Because it's now, what, a 4,500 gold lead in favor of Weibo, which is still a big lead, but not as big as it was, and we're even in Drakes. That's pretty disastrous for Weibo, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, they gave over the Drake. They lost the Baron pressure, because remember they had Baron, so it just went out the window. The gold lead is smaller, but they're still not in the worst position. But it kind of shows they can lose fights if they completely mismanage them like that.
If they just sprint it, yeah. I'm going to pull out with the Fate's Call. That's Destiny used by Angel as well. That's a nice little pickup, honestly, from Weibo. That's from BLG, sorry. That's 2 ults out from Weibo.
Yeah, and it definitely makes it harder for On to be as aggressive. Corki now starting to do a ton of poke. Fofo not quite level 16, but you can see the damage coming in with that Ravenous Hydra available. Something to mention, the Shy is level 16. He's gone for the AP build, so still very scary.
Here we go, Everfrost onto Chris. I mean, Chris was just gone. Doesn't get to play, just caught out, taken down straight away. And you said they've got pick potential. I didn't really expect it to be picks in a 5v5 while everyone's A-Ramp.
It's just, this is why it's so difficult to play against the Twisted Fate when he has the rapid fire, because if anyone's like slightly out of position, the stun card comes down and then BLG have to make a choice. Are we in a position to fight and we want to run into them? And just, you're not running into Kale, Kalista, Renata. It's just so doomed. And so the other alternative is we just leave Chris to die. And unfortunately, that ends up being the way the cookie crumbles. Chris goes down, and it just puts them in a really precarious position, especially because, like, Doggo has Cleanse, and the rest of the team has Mobility, but Crisp, it's like, if you're on an extra wall to portal away, you're just gone, buddy.
Yep. Crisp becoming an adjective for a barbecue right there as he's turned to dust. And well, Weibo find themselves control once again. Baron coming up in 45 seconds time, and this will be the deciding moment, I fear. As Khan has been pretty on it with the smite so far this series. That even in Drake's and in game number 1, he was totally in control of the neutral objectives. We need to see a miracle contest. We need to see the moment where BLG find themselves back in this one, because I think if they lose this Baron, they might just lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, unless Weibo decide just to do some special Weibo gaming and give them the opportunity back like they did before. But for the most part, typically, you don't factor that into happening in your game plan. Fofo, I think the big thing is the package. Playing around the package and that cooldown can make such a big difference in these fights. Fofo should have it available fairly soon. I think he's in base at the moment. So may end up picking it up. And that can be the big... Oh my god, it's blue buff again. Joe.
Look, I respect the commitment to the blue buff. This is a team that will not let a blue buff go. This is SOFM, the man known to die for chickens regularly. Like, I'm not surprised that they're committing so hard to the blue buff. Baron is now live on the map. Weibo have absolutely no interest in the objective because Drake is coming up in 45 seconds. And whoever gets this one, it'll be the 3rd Drake of the game. That's more valuable.
Yeah, and we see Fofo just chilling in base, waiting for the window to pick up the package. Oh, a lot of damage.
Damage onto Finn. Angel needs to be cautious on this one. No flash available, but Khan doesn't decide to try and go for the kick. We know that Khan can go for those kicks, but chooses not to, at least for now. Package available for Fofo. And that's kind of scary for Weibo.
He's nearly level 16, though. He's so close. If he gets that level up, it'll make a big difference to that rocket damage. Not quite there. Oh, they look for a pick.
Flash from Huanfeng. It's going to be the Fate's Call used as well. So all of the cooldowns out from Huanfeng at this point. BLG are doing a good job to actually muscle their way into the situation. They're going to be the ones on the Drake at the start of the play, but Destiny means that vision control does not matter for the time being. In goes Angel behind the play. Crisp immediately jumps on top of him. Evan Frost is there. Flash from Angel, but he's in a 1v5. The rest of the team can't get in. SFM now in the middle of everyone. The Shy starting to stack up. Angel gets the ult from the Shy. He somehow survives the secret agent mission, and they actually find the BLG jungler. Khan goes down. I don't know how they pulled it off, but they haven't now been. Turns it around, he's going to be Mojo himself. And now SOFM getting that reset. They're looking for more. They might forget the Drake. They might go for the game right now.
It just feels like, that was so messy from Angel, but to a degree, maybe it was calculated. Weibo gonna full saving Private Angel mission, managed to do it, managed to keep him alive, and now that should be enough for them to look for this Baron. They're gonna potentially pick up the Dragon at the same time, I don't know. We actually see the Shy heading up over here, so not wanting to spread themselves too thin, but yeah.
The only thing I've taken away from this game is find someone who loves you like the Shy loves Angel, because he's gone beyond far to save his mid lane of this game. Baron taken by Weibo and attempted
Look, he just blocked the big one for SFM as well, right? The Shy he's showing that love for his teammates now. Dragon is up, and Khan should be able to pick. There is Hex Gates, actually. I say he should be able to pick this up in time. But we see them gating over.
Look at him go.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you cannot tell me that Weibo is not an entertaining team. That is one thing that is outright a fact. These guys are so much fun to watch. But look at that. Who needs Hex Gates when you got a magical journey? BLG snag the Drake and scoot their way out as well. Weibo going to follow suit, though. Now with the Baron, time to siege. And we'll see if Weibo can just play sensibly for long enough to finish this game out.
Absolutely not. I feel like the fact they have the KO at level 18 now really helps them out, because it's kind of that fail-safe when everything else falls apart. Trying to push the waves in here, but you can see BLG are just all stacked around that wall, trying to fish for any opportunity if someone oversteps. And with Bin having Mega, you have to play so respect, or not.
Oh, that's a knockback onto the Shy. Does have his ultimate available. Just going to heal and use the move speed to get into his team. That's an easy fight for Weibo. I can't believe how comfortably they took that one. It looked like a pick for BLG, but not even close.
Yeah, I mean, they get a stun, and you kind of have to go for it. The Shy is overstepping like that. You have to punish. But I just think it's so hard for BLG to fight now. Weibo just launching themselves at them.
On playing the Ren Nautilus right there as he goes in and sets up for the rest of the team to finish these kills off. The Shy, not a care in the world as he walks underneath the Nexus towers. That'll be 2 inhibs as a minimum. But I think Weibo are going to go for the game right here. That's the waves down. That's the inhib down. And now they push onto the Nexus tower. Gold card available for Angel. The Shy using that ultimate as the flank comes out from SOFM. Onto the fountain they go. BLG pushed back. And Weibo wanting 3 games in this series. They will not say die. They'll never let a man die without going in. Saving Private Angel and saving the series.
I feel like it's a flip of game 1, right? One team is ahead. They make a massive, horrific throw, and then they just manage to win the game back in the end. Kind of a similar theme here. Weibo, really strong early performance. Completely flubbed it. Won in the end. The KL insurance was there, and it just felt like, BLG weren't able to respond to them in the late stages. The series is now tied at 1 apiece, though, and we kind of got to see, if the draft hits right for Weibo, if they have the tools, and, we can see what SFM's Viego can do when he is given the right setup.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm looking at both of the teams coming out of that one. Very serious faces on both sides. From BLG, I totally understand that. After you've played the game like that for Weibo, the fact that they're not, giggling... I expected them to be coming out of that one like, haha, what a laugh. They were serious and, really struggling to find that win for themselves, which is a little concerning to me moving forward in the split. But, hey, at the end of the day, managing to make it happen. The Shy on this Kale, saving a lot of those plays, completely throwing his life away in other plays. It was messy. This is not a clean win, but man, that was fun to watch.
Yeah, I feel like it's what we expect from Weibo at this point, coming from them in a game like this. But I mean, they got the performance in the end. Yes, there was that one big team fight throw, but everything else was pretty on par. maybe a little bit more reserved. Like the fact that Angel went for that play, it did end up working out, but definitely it felt volatile. It felt like they were playing on a knife's edge throughout that one, despite the fact they were the team who were in control, who did have the lead, and obviously had that Kale late game insurance. But yeah, not clean and calculated, I would say. Definitely not.
I mean, the early game was up until a point, and then there was the fight over blue buff that just set this game off. In fact, that was the fuse was lit onto a giant pile of fireworks at that point, and the rest of the game was just pure chaos. I really don't know what conclusions we can necessarily draw from game number 2 in this
I want to
series.
see the goal graph, honestly. I think it wasn't quite as severe as game 1 where it like dipped to the other side so much, but yeah, there's definitely going to be that big dip.
Fairly reasonable.
Yeah,
more reasonable than I expected.
Yeah, I mean, game 1 it was like it went to the other side, but you can just see that massive dip, right? You know, at about like the 20-something minute mark, you can see where it is on your screens. That was the happy gaming point coming out from Weibo. But other than that, they were in control, right? At one point, BLG had an 11 gold lead. That's where they peaked, and it was all downhill from there.
I will say, I don't know a single viewer that doesn't love watching the Shy play, and the Shy has brought a level of chaos to this team that I feel like Weibo needed, because Weibo were this team that quite often didn't feel like they quite had what was required to push it over and finish a series out. Now with the Shy, I feel like he is ticking all of those boxes. He brings a bit of chaos to and they have the hands, right? They have the hands to pull these plays off. Like On's Renata as well, like the most aggressive Renata I've ever seen. Every time, just face call in the middle of everyone, flashing forward to find keys, the flash on the 10-bit Fate right at the start of the game, and just expecting Wonfong to be flashing forwards as well. Like, I feel like this team just has so much go about it now that the Shy is on the roster and now that On is starting to feel himself a little bit more. It's an exciting time to be watching Weibo in the LPL. And we get to do that one more time as well. We're going to game 3. We're going to jump to a break, and then we'll find out how this fiesta ends. But at the end of the day, fantastic for TT. Baitron now trying to escape, using it all very early on. There's a charm from Yagao. Yagao has to survive as well, though. There's one for 0. Kanavi going so deep on the back of the play. Southwind will fall. Xiaosheng alone. Puff knocked up in the meantime. Hope with a double kill. How do you lose the Infernal Soul and then take a fight so handily? Puff will go down. Hope with a triple kill. And he is a new hope for JDG with a quadra, because that's the 4th Star Wars film.
Wait, is that the game? JDG, they've got the push. They can just run through. UCal needs to reset, and it's UCal versus the world, but I think JDG just ends.
And I think Yagao might have just grabbed himself an MVP with that engage there, making the pick happen onto Beichuan. UCal has to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough here. Trying to clear the way for the cannon. Well, that should go down. Well, maybe it is enough. 369 is going to use his death passive. It's a pentakill! Hope got the pentakill somehow and then died afterwards.
We're going to see if Kara can find the engage.
This is a burger if I've ever seen one, and it's flipped!
Oh,
Clint gets the smite! And JDG are in some trouble! They are completely surrounded! FPX just need to close the pincer! The heroic entrance not going to go through for Care, but it does not matter. No one cares. JDG is moving down. Hope tries to get the plays, tries to get Summit. They've actually turned it! And 369 is back, but 369 goes down. Hong and Clid, they're trying. The resets for Clid. Oh, he can't get the 4th one. It's not going to be the Quadra, but FPX find the fight yet again. Oh my God, he still finds it. No way. He's got the red buff. He's got the damage, and he clean aces JDG. What a fight, and FPX are alive and well.
Now Clint is here. The Cataclysm is available. They want to try and continue this chase. They will get the flash out of Cube as the taunt does not land. Now Stripe goes back in with a 2-man Everfrost and forces Care into stasis. They do get the Kale ultimate, but the Galio has gone down. Now iVoid trying to chase this one down as FBX have gotten a little bit too sure of themselves. Never mind. They've got a Cataclysm and they've got a Zeri just zapping everybody and nothing you can do. LWX with the quadra kill.
Now it's into the Dragon Pit for the fight here as Kare's trying to go around the side, make sure the vision is okay. I'd be looking for over the wall.
Got
Big
it.
Todd, 4-member Todd, and Care makes the game changing, but it's a big AoE combo, and JDG, they're throwing it right back at him. Look at Hope. He just goes for the Gale Force. Yagao gets stunned up, blocked up, and maybe he's just dead here. As now it's another kill for the ADC of JDG. It's turned back as the Chaos Storm.
Knight though with a cleanse, maybe enough here as Odd flashes forward, gets the dredge line, the golden status of Knight. Will he be able to fight this one back? It's so close.
he does!
Knight! He's doing it! Knight, you're a god!
What was that coming out from Knight?
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the LPL as we head towards game number 3 of our second series of the day. And it has been a series, that is for sure. BLG versus Weibo. BLG snatching victory from the jaws of defeat in game number 1, and then Weibo attempting to give BLG a victory in game number 2, but not quite managing to reach the mark there. It's been a back and forth series, to say the very least, Orcs.
Yeah, I feel like both teams just had this moment where it's just like, you're not sure if they want to win, and then they're like, guys, okay, look, let's take this serious, let's get this together. Weibo's was pretty impressive, honestly, but I think someone who was really driving the team forwards, really making the plays, despite being on a champion that, you typically expect this one to be like a, I am going to play defensive disengage, was on the Renata. He was just so aggressive consistently throughout this game.
Yeah, I mean, like, deserved MVP for me. Played Rakan game number 1. I feel like didn't manage to find the engages. He's like, what's a better engage champion? Renata. I don't know how he came to that conclusion, but it turns out he was right. Because just flashing in non-stop, the Renautilus, as we're going to call it from now on.
I just feel like the fact he's paired with Kalista means he's like, oh, so I can play super aggressive and have a safety net? I feel like even if he didn't have the safety net, Onish is still a player who'll play super aggressive. Just now he doesn't get punished as hard for it. And just constantly, I feel like a lot of moments as well, with the Kalista ult, using it to knock people up, set up his ultimate, not playing super defensive and like ulting away. And it just meant in these plays, consistently able to find advantages as a result. Really fishing for those handshakes a lot. An ability that, tends to be used defensively in team fights in the later stages. But he was the one setting up and facilitating so many plays.
Yeah, just locking people up like Binja, just getting completely denied in that play as he tries to go for the shy. Exciting to watch on, playing well on this Renata, playing aggressively and being that engaged tool for his team. But now we need to talk about game number 3, Mr. Orcs, because we've had 2 very different versions of Weibo in this series. We had a very slow, all about scaling version, game number 1. Then we had this proactive Kalista Twisted Fate composition, game number 2. I'm hoping for more of the latter here in game number 3.
Yeah, actually the Kale ban, I mean, if you're going to blind Gnar first pick for BLG, then yeah, maybe banning Kale makes sense. Weibo, so this is kind of similar bans to game 1, except BLG bans Seraphine, not Kale, and Weibo banned GP here, so we'll see if they go in a similar direction, or we'll see if they shake things up a bit. Maybe even ban the Gnar themselves if they're tired of Bin playing that one.
I mean, they actually are going to ban it. I was going to say, I wouldn't be tired of it so far. Bin has not exactly had the greatest series of his career so far today. So, but we'll see where BLG are going to go. Oh no, S2FM, his Viego's been taken away. What on earth will he play now? The one trick being forced into alternative options.
Yeah, and again, coming out with that early Azir pick, we saw in game 2, Weibo opting to ban away the Azir. Clearly, Weibo heavily prioritizing it for Angel, so we'll see him on that one again. Makes me question if maybe BLG is going to answer the Corki once more. Fofo has had 2 games of Corki. Wouldn't surprise me if he looks for the 3rd on this one. And we'll see. Might end up just getting the Wukong coming out. So Wukong, you might be questioning why we haven't seen as much Wukong. Wukong did get nerfed on 12-12. His clear is a bit weaker. Longer ult cooldown early. Still very strong, right? He was the best jungler in the game before this patch. He's still in a good spot, just not quite as broken, which is why we've seen, Lee Sin Viego being traded off so far in this series.
Yeah, the Wukong locked in here for SFM. So a lot of team fight for Weibo so far in this draft on the side of BLG, though. Leaning towards a bit of scaling here for Doggo with an Aphelios. Being Ovid will be locked in the end. The Renata obviously take it off the board, but Crisp could happily go with something like a Tom Kench potentially, or could just get something like a Nautilus if he wants to be that engaged.
I feel like I wouldn't be surprised to see a mid laner picked up if you want to answer the Azir. It kind of has to be now. Like if you want to pick Corki into Azir, it's kind of now or never. I expect Weibo will ban it in the 2nd rotation. They just opt in for the Thresh. I'm not sure how I feel about this, right? It's a blind bot lane, and there's still a lot of AD carries open available that we typically see. Senna is open, Ezreal's open. Kalista, you probably wouldn't want to play into this lane, but it, was there. It means BLG, Thresh Aphelios is a strong lane in the past. It's like a good synergistic lane, but it's not something we've seen prioritized this heavily for a long time. Weibo will lock in the Gwen for the Shy, and for any of those who didn't tune into a bunch of Weibo's games in spring, the Shy dominated on this pick, and then he had a ban against him just forever. It was like, okay, we cannot let this guy get this pick ever again. And that was kind of how it went. I think Weibo's hot streak, a lot of it was off the shy being on Gwen.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, BLG sort of seeing a similar thing with that Kale in game number 2, deciding that they need to ban that Kale away. It means the Gwen is available. Jack's taken away. Fiora taken away. I will say, we've seen a bit of the set up in the top lane with the Ignite that does well into that Gwen. I wonder if Bin has that in his pool. Perhaps something like the Gangplank as well, something we've seen a lot from Bin over the years.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that we don't, because they obviously banned GP first rotation last time. But I guess they're just more concerned about like the hard counters. They're going to outscale you in the side lane rather than GP, who's, you know, there's an element of skill in that matchup, quite a decent element in execution. And also GP is not someone who you typically expect to stomp the Gwen. It's more you both scale. If one of you gets an edge, you can take over the lane. Now, BLG banned the Rakan away from On and that Senna. Still a bunch of things available for Weibo. We'll see what they opt into here. Maybe leaning on the Kalista. They're going to go for it. So there is still that Kalista Mumu possible. I'm hesitant just because typically we've seen Aphelios picked into the Kalista, so potentially putting you in a matchup where later in the game, Aphelios can just step up to you and shred you.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what the rest of this draft looks like, because, you know, there are things like Alistair available as well, which we've seen a little bit from On in this split. You know, Nautilus has made it all the way through this draft, so other aggressive supports available. The Amumu, as you say, though, would certainly lean into this kind of team fight profile that SOFM and Angel are bringing to the table. But Bin answering that with a Kennen of his own, I feel like we could have some real spicy 5v5s here.
Yeah, so Kennen, one of those counters we saw back in the day into the Gwen, has a strong laning phase and team fight. You're really powerful. But did take a hit with a durability patch, so haven't seen it as much recently. And now looking to see what Fofo brings out, and actually going for the Yone in the mid lane. Bit of an interesting one. Definitely can pressure the Azir if you find the windows. If you manage to get an ult on top of him, obviously the safety of the Azir can be challenged by the Yone. So pretty interesting one to come out here. We'll see what Weibo lock in for On. The Amumu was typically what we would expect to be paired, but yeah, Blitz coming in. One of the counters that we have seen time and time into Thresh, but not really recently in pro play.
I mean, Ballista Kalista. It's the Ballista combo, right? Where it was Blitzcrank Kalista, not Ballista Kalista. The Ballista combo in the bottom lane. This makes me think of Shousey, honestly. Back on the times of E-Star, but it's going to be On bringing that Blitzcrank to the bottom lane alongside Kalista. Like you say, a classic counter Thresh when Thresh goes for the wind up on the hook. Blitzcrank is just quicker, so we'll have to see. As well as a Yone in the mid lane. Like, what a set of picks that we've got coming on through for game number 3. This is going to be a bagger all.
Yeah, I expected nothing less from game 3 of this series, just with how things have panned out so far, but a lot of volatility here. The bot lane matchup, if you flub it as the Blitzcrank Kalista, you will lose relevance extremely quickly in this one, especially as later on, you know, there's a lot of targets that you don't really want to be grabbing. If you grab a Kennen into your team, not the most ideal. So we'll see how it pans out. Obviously, expect to see Weibo trying to really set up their bot lane to be successful. You know, we have the Azir coming out again from Angel, but Fofo going for something where you can really challenge the matchup, going for something aggressive where he is looking to potentially get up and cause issue for Angel in the early game. So we'll see how that pans out. But I like that it's not just a Azir Corki trade-off again, because it does feel a little bit stale at times.
Yes, it does. Whereas Yone, not stale at all. Not something we get to see anywhere near enough in pro play. Very flashy lock-in for Fofo. And a pick that you can have a lot of individual impact on. And that's something we've criticized from Fofo over the course of this year, is his individual impact. Doing well during the laning phase often, but not influencing the rest of the game. Not like helping his team out a lot of the time. Feel like on a pick like Yone, you want to be getting down to the side lanes and getting into scraps. So perhaps will work out for him. I am curious how this team is going to function for BLG though. Orcs, talk me through like the game plan here, like with a Yone in the mid lane, with that Kennen up in the top side as well. This doesn't feel like a standard LPL composition.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have Prio in the top lane thanks to Bin, and I feel like you want to try and find skirmishes if you can when it comes to like Fofo and Khan, like especially post 6, the skirmishing power of that big jungle is really powerful. You can connect onto a target, you just blow them up. And then really, I think that they're kind of looking towards team fights. Like, they have so much team fighting power. the big ultimates from Bin and Fofo can really be devastating if they find the right targets. They kind of want to lean into that. My concern really is this bot lane. If bot lane sort of implodes, they won't get the opportunity to lean towards those team fights. And, you know, this can be an extremely volatile bot lane.
Certainly can on Huanfeng in the 2v2, and they've been winning the 2v2 so far in this series. Crisp and Doggo having the range advantage to start this lane off, though, with Calibrum, so perhaps could find a bit of an advantage for themselves early on, but whether or not they can maintain that. Oh, already a hook! Already on, finds an angle, flash forward from Huanfeng. Doggo is not long for this world, taken down at level 1. Weibo starting things how they mean to go on.
Fantastic play, really good grab from On. And I also want to note is that Huanfeng actually flashed over the Flay from Crisp. As soon as he did that, this is why Doggo didn't even flash. He knew he couldn't gain enough ground to get away because the slow hadn't come in from the Flay. The knockback wasn't there. I think if that had been able to connect, if Huanfeng hadn't flashed it in time, might have survived. But just fantastic play from both of them. I said this bot lane could be volatile. We're not even 3 minutes into the game and already a kill coming out for Weibo.
On as well, making a roam to this mid lane. Fofo needs to be a little bit cautious. We'll just be CSing for now. As On just going to walk in, get the cannon, share a bit of gold with his mid laner, and return to that bottom lane. Not much for him to recall for at the moment, so just letting Huanfeng go back to base, grab some long swords. Look at Huanfeng's inventory. We're 2.5 minutes into the game, 3 minutes into the game even. There's an all-in the mid lane, but Fofo zips on back. 2 long swords and boots though for Huanfeng. It's scary for the bottom lane of BLG.
Yeah, it is just such a fantastic grab come back out from On. Really threads the needle on this one. And manages to find it just when Doggo isn't expecting it. The minion moves up, catches him as he thinks he's safe. And then watch this flash from Huanfeng. Flay comes out, gets completely clear of it. The slow doesn't happen, the knockback doesn't happen. And Doggo knows at this point, this many spears in you, you ain't getting away.
No, you are not. Easy pick up there. Beautiful hook from On. Beautiful flash from Huanfeng. Feels like they took a game or two to warm into things, but now game number 3, they are feeling it and they are being aggressive in that bottom lane. This time, not having that twisted fate, not having a composition that's designed for just them to be piled on by the rest of the team. Instead, just winning 2v2.
Yeah, I feel like in this game compared to the last one, you really need the pressure to come out more from On and Huanfeng themselves, and it's good to see that it started already. One thing to note though is Flash hasn't been banned by Doggo, so does have that safety net in case another play comes through. Top lane, kind of expected, right? The Shy just weathering the storm, not the funnest matchup. We're kind of seeing the same with Angel just having the priority over Fofo. But that's the thing with the Yone, is you can stack up those tornadoes, use your E to trade back in return, apply some pressure to the Azir, and Angel is hitting for mana right now, whereas obviously Yone never hits for mana.
Yep, that's one of the nice things about playing champions with no mana. Mana really is a state of mind in that situation. As Huanfeng just about dodges away from that hook. There was a hook that very narrowly missed Doggo a moment ago as well. This feels like a very tense bottom lane. This feels like, you know, it'll be very quiet until it's not. One of those hooks lands and suddenly everything kicks off. Oh, Can though wants to move into this bottom lane, and that would be dangerous for Weibo.
Yeah, I feel like maybe just covering so they can crash the wave in. SFM's going to show his face as well. And this could be, you know, I've hidden it completely to how back and forth this lane can be. Really can come down to execution. Remember, Khan can get those resets. SFM might reset, go back to base himself. And that would leave his bot lane a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, but I don't think that there's a dive available here from BLG. Nobody really tanky enough. It's we're trying to contest vision at the same time. I don't know if that's a contest that you want to make. They will accept that they have to lose the ward. We'll just play things up. The reset comes out from Khan. Quite a lot of time used there by Khan on the bottom side. We'll have to reset, go back towards his top side where his Wolves have spawned.
I think it's worth it though, right? One of the big issues is if you let this lane play out when Costa has that item advantage, it's going to be a pain. But now, Doggo goes back to base. He picks up tier 2 boots. It's going to help a lot in terms of dodging away from the Blitzcrank grabs, having that extra movement speed. And kind of, you know, as much as Huanfeng's still going to be ahead because of that extra kill, mitigates it a little bit. So just making sure that your lane isn't falling apart. We do see level 6 coming in from both Fofo and Bin. Does mean a bit more all-in potential between the top laners if someone finds a window. But also Fofo having that ultimate. If you do get Angel low, if you do connect that ultimate, you can really... On just TP'd in top, by the way.
Yes, he did. We have our mad scientist support on with the unsealed spellbook, and he forces a flash out of bin. I mean, that's a win. That's an absolute win.
Yeah, you take that.
I love this player. When he came in on Weibo, he was questioned so heavily, did not have a good performance right at the very start. He has come into his own in a big way. Now he's this mad scientist, this Renautilus, this absolutely insane player. And now Chris trying to find a hook, but SOFM dodges it with the clone on. Instead finds the hook onto Chris. Big damage coming out from Angel, but there's the fate sealed. Manages to find SOFM, who's not level 6 just yet. He'll get caught and taken down. Doggo with the kill.
As part of the skirmishing power, the ability just to connect into a target at such a long range, the ultimate from the Yone, I feel like Weibo shouldn't have been as comfortable going for that fight as they were, and they end up getting punished for it. Now BLG can turn straight onto that dragon, and considering how rough the early bot lane went, obviously with that 2v2 kill, Doggo picks up a kill to sort of match up with that gold advantage that Huang had, and they get that first dragon, which is obviously massive. Yeah, I feel like just because you can land an ability, not sure that always means you could. Like, Fofo was even looking to leave, and then they were like, okay, you know, you guys want to fight, we'll take it. One just flashes out like, sorry, SOFM, you're on your own there.
Oh, man. Yeah, we've got the Shy and SOFM on the same team. We've got On exuding this much mojo. It feels like inevitably these kinds of plays are going to happen. But Huafeng, like you say, nowhere near the fight. This was not a fight that Weibo wanted. They were just straight up outnumbered. So bit of a mistake coming out from Weibo, but it does mean that we are pretty much dead even on gold as we head towards the 10-minute mark. First Drake went the way of BLG, but Herald is on the map now, and I'm curious if we get some swaps. You can see the reset from Huanfeng, and it looks like he will head towards that top side of the map.
Yeah, Bin's ult's down though. Obviously, we just saw that all in, and I feel like him not having his ult available, also doesn't have the flash available. He's not that useful in a fight right now. They're really going to be relying heavily on Fofo and Khan to carry a lot of this fight, but it looks like that's enough just to scare Weibo away. The fact Angel was on a reset just means nothing will come for it, and now potentially fishing for the Shy. He's got to expect something here.
Yeah, he's got to be cautious. Dodges away from the Shuriken. Yeah, trying to bait the abilities out. Nicely done. In the meantime, though, Khan does just grab that Herald. Weibo too late to the play. And now, unfortunately, not able to punish on the opposite side, right? If Huanfeng just goes to the bottom lane, they could get a plate or two, but instead trying to contest, but being too late, kind of get the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, and I think that timing of the reset from Angel, like, I don't know if the communication was bad, but it should be like, look, I need a reset, so we shouldn't fight this, don't make the play. Or it could just be, I don't know, something went wrong in the communication there. They're not there in time. And as a result, as you said, they end up missing out. And now, first Dragon secured from BLG, first Herald secured from BLG. Then a really comfortable position as a result. Do you see SOFM potentially hunting for a play here, though? Might look for a dive on a bin, but he does have ultimate. This might be risky.
Yeah, and also Khan is nearby. This is dangerous. SOFM in a bad spot, but On is here as well. Where is On not currently? There's a power fist, knock him up, and a spin to win from SOFM as well. Bin's ultimate going to be forced on out. And both of the BLG top side are going to be forced away, and the Shy gets plenty of free time on this tower and will deny so much CS from Bin. Look how many minions are just going to die to this tower.
Yeah, really nice play. The fact On is making these map movements. You can look at his inventory. He basically picked up those Moby boots as soon as he could and is just making his presence known on the map. And sure, you do see Huanfeng getting zoned off a little bit off the wave as a result, but absolutely a play you'll make when you're allowing the Shy to get a 20 CS lead in the top lane and some plates.
Yeah, and I mean, when you consider what our expectation was coming in, we talked about the level 1 kill coming out from Huanfeng and On. We talked about how Weibo's comp wants Huanfeng and On to have a lot of pressure in the 2v2, but they're not bothered about the 2v2. On is basically not even visited the bottom lane in this game. He's constantly up in the top lane.
I mean, he got that first kill and it's like, right, my job's done. See you later. Yeah. Be interested to see if he spends some more time now that they have the level 6s. I mean, having the level 6 from Blitzcrank really powerful as well for the all-in pressure. That burst of damage makes a pretty big difference. But yeah, just trying to make things happen on the map. And I think Weibo, pretty comfortable if the game keeps going in this direction. You know, they have a lot of powerful tools in later stages. You feel confident in the fact that the Shy has Gwen. That's going to scale up well. The Azir is on top of that. And as much as the Aphelios is going to have more value than the Calista, you know, we've seen what On can do when he is got the support off that Callisto ultimate, can go as aggressive as he wants. And there's so many times where, like, in a late game scenario, like, we don't see Blitzcrank that much, but you can just win games with one good grab. Like, you grab the right person at the right time, and the enemy team just loses as a result.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that is always a win condition, right? When you have the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank, even though he's not... If you miss the hook, he's completely useless. He's not even a champion. But when you land that hook in the late game, you can
So much of his power is budgeted into that grab.
I know. It's such an obscene ability. It's like, it's so good, but it's also so terrible if you do miss it. But on
Just
so
hit.
far, he's been hitting.
That's
He's been
simple.
hitting.
Just
Yes,
hit,
full
that's-
TFT. Just hit. Just hit. We'll
Yeah,
see if
now-
On gets more dogged.
Hopefully not for Weibo's sake. Now, Dragon in 20 seconds. The setup's already coming from Weibo. I don't think BLG contests this one. They have the early Dragon, which they're happy with, so they don't need to. But yeah, you can see even Khan on the top side of the map shows they're not interested. But this gives a window potentially to drop that Herald.
No.
Herald is...
Heal was
hit.
used by On for the movement speed there. With the spellbook, he actually used the heal to get movement speed to find the hook on Crisp. Then Crisp just comfortably dodges it. On trying to read the Duke there, and Crisp just walks in a straight line, just knowing that the dodge, the prediction would come on through. There's the knock up onto Angel though. Fofo, big damage, but the Fate Seal dodged very nicely by Angel. The Herald though, getting a couple of plates in that mid lane. Dragon on the map right here, and BLG got the first of the game as Fofo just gets charged down by the Shy. Ghost being used there, but can't quite find the rest of the needlework.
And it feels like things are in a really tentative position because the Shy has roamed down, so Bin is getting some free time top, but still has that TP, still has that ultimate. Yes, Fofo lost a lot of his tools there. But it feels like both teams pushing. I said I didn't think Khan was coming down to contest this Dragon, but he throws the Herald down mid, gets a couple of plates, and both teams are looking to make this one happen.
Bot and mid priority here for Weibo as they push on into this. Shy's like, come on then, Khan. Let's have a 1v1. We came out in the same season. I can take you down. 3K on the Dragon, stacking up the rend here. SOFM on the scenes, try and grab that smite. Dog over the wall with an Inferno Moonlight Vigil. If everyone groups up, but Khan gets the smite yet again. There's the Moonlight Vigil. Gravitum across the team here as everyone turns golden. Bin trying to zap them down, but doesn't have any damage just yet. Weibo still 5 strong, and Angel finds yet another kill for himself. No, it's just the clone as Khan denied anything here. Taken down. 4-1 on the scoreboard. 3 kills for Weibo.
And I feel like BLG just got greedy. You know, they didn't even need to take that fight. They got the Dragon already, but also Bin holding his TP. I feel like there was prime opportunity to get your TP in there, get on the back line. He ends up not getting the best ult as a result. And the fact that Fofo doesn't have his ultimate as well, we'll get the replay. So there's like a control ward there. There's also a ward off to the right of the screen. Bin could have TP'd like at any point here, but instead walks down. So like, if you look at this big muddled fight right now, his ult being there already would have been fantastic. And then he gets brought in, he hits SFM's clone, and then half of his ult is negated by the Gwen being immune. And that's all he gets. So bear in mind, Kennen ult did barely anything. Yone ult wasn't available. It just really wasn't a good fight set up by BLG. And I have to say, I think you should have just pulled the trigger, said, Bin, TP in now, we're going for the fight. Or if you're not going to, just take the Dragon and leave.
Yeah, tough one for BLG. They did get the Drake at least. So silver linings there, but like you say, they could have got the Drake and also not died. So bit of an over-aggression, bit of an overstep from BLG. And Weibo now in prime position, right? 1,000 gold lead. Going for this Herald for themselves with no contestation whatsoever from BLG. You see the Shy and Fofo actually being put in the 1v1 currently, and Angel could have been matching up against Bin. It's a hook from On and Can. Just about dodges it. That was a close one.
Yeah, really on the edge there, but just managed to connect it. And in the meantime, SFM picks up the second Herald and a Scuttle, so Weibo getting everything they wanted off that team fight and a bit more extra afterwards as well. You can see BLG posturing. Oh, great hook.
On to SOFM, denies the clone here, denies the escape, forces the flash. Now the knockup, but it's turned around. Here comes On. Bin, slicing Maelstrom across the team, but the Shy in the middle of everyone with the needlework as well. But Wonfong caught up, taken down. BLG on top, and the Shy left to run to the hills. BLG turned this game around.
Now that's what I'm looking for from the team fight. So much better. Bin TP's in immediately. They slam the ultimate down. Fofo has his ult. Everything connects, and it looks so easy when you get in those resets for Khan as well. Bin maybe playing with fire a bit here.
Yeah, the Shy, I don't know if he can 2v1. Not without the needlework right now. We'll have to back away. I don't think they can really get on top of him. He'll be able to escape. A lot of CS actually being lost currently by Bin for trying to go for this play. But ultimately, he'll get back to the yeah. Just trying to intimidate the Shy.
Trying to show him he can't go where he pleases. Now, a lot of goal back in favor of BLG. We're now dead even, but the fact they have 2 dragons in pocket, and Fatal Soul coming up in 2 minutes, in a good position. I think this kind of shows, you know, Weibo's composition can be hard to pin down. There's a lot of defensive tools for the Calista and the Azir, and these frontliners are very hard as well to get damage onto, with it being a Wukong with the clone and the Shy with his immunity. But when it happens, when BLG connect their abilities, their big team fighting tools onto them, that is how BLG wanted to go. Weibo want to try and keep things a little bit more spread out, have everyone being a bit slippery, don't all clump up. And it kind of shows, like, the fight we had before the Dragon was how Weibo wanted to go, and this is how BLG wanted to go. So first off, great Huff coming out on RSFM, predicts the clone dash and catches the real Wukong. So now he's trapped with no way of getting out. They commit heavily to try and turn the play around, but everyone is clumped up. Big ultimate comes through, follow up from Fofo. Those 3 members are just wiped off the face of the earth so quickly. And that's really what we need for BLG if they're going to be taking these fights.
Yeah, BLG really nicely played. And Crisp as well, who, to be honest, hadn't been having that good of a game so far. Manages to find that hook absolutely crucial, turning things around. And we'll see if he can consistently find that, right? Because if SOFM's getting caught out before, like, Wukong needs to be one of your big engage tools, really, aside from just the Blitzcrank hooking. Like, Wukong needs to be in the middle of everyone, and when you can force SOFM to use those cooldowns early, when you can force him to use that ult in a more defensive manner like that, you can guarantee yourself the fighters can. Dodges the hook. I feel like you're playing on 10 to hooks here, BLG. They're doing a pretty good job, though, of just dodging every hook.
Yeah, I mean, we just said, just hit. It looks like the response from BLG is just dodge. It's that easy.
It really is. It really is. Well, Weibo now going to try and muscle their way into the river. 2 Drakes so far for BLG. Weibo can't afford to lose a third. Can't. On top of everything with the smite so far, but you can't smite it if the Shy just kills you before the fight can ever happen. On finds the hook, the silence, and Khan will go down. Angel with the kill. There's a nice hook though, and immediately the Shy as the return. The answer coming on through. It doesn't matter though. Smite is down, and Inferno over everyone will not matter. The Drake taken by Weibo.
Yeah, really important play for Weibo to deny this dragon stacking and find that. They managed to get that pick on a Khan, and if you lose a Viego that early in the fight, so devastating, especially as he is the pierce with the smite as well. And sure, they do trade back, they do pick up the Shy, but I think Weibo have to be happy with that one, especially as they get the TP out of Fofo. So removing some of that pressure. We've seen what BLG have been doing is leaving someone in the side lane for quite a while, then having them join late or TP in. So the less that is they're able to do that, the more favorable the position Weibo will be in. And we'll see the replay coming out. Yeah, Khan just overstepping here and then tries to dive on the Shy. And the fact that he misses the stun just means he's a really uncomfortable spot. I have to say, though, I think Crisp's Lantern must have been on cooldown going into that because he waited an extremely long time before he threw it out for him.
This TP for Fofo. I mean, obviously Fofo is thinking that the team is going to fight more for this one, but I just think they only get the 1 pick. That's everything that they can go for. And then Fofo could have gone for the tier 1 up at the top side. A bit late, but now, crucially, that TP going to be on cooldown for a long time. Both solo laners having the TP on the side of Weibo could be a bit of an issue for Fofo.
Yeah. Not the ideal situation. A lot of things went wrong, but still gold within a reasonable amount. And I think this game, as we go further and further, it's going to come down to execution in these fights. Dragon up in 3.5 minutes. Pressure alleviates of Weibo. I just feel like On is just always posturing to try and find a grab. It's been a while since we've seen a good one. There was one of that fight we just had, but like in these setups where BLG are hunting for vision, he's trying to get someone and it's just not happening.
I'm just waiting for him to start spamming 3 in the classic Blitzcrank fashion. You know, spamming Control 3 where you just start waving your arms around and laughing at them. I feel like that is just... If you're playing Blitzcrank and you're not doing that, what are you doing with your life? That's why you're locking the champion. Also, I will question the lack of definitely not Blitzcrank in this situation. One of the great skins in the game. SOFM not actually dodging the hook there, but Crisp goes slightly wide on it. Angel is going to dodge away from the face seal. Oh, Fofo, what have you done, my friend? Now trying to escape through his lane, but SOFM is here. Crisp flashing onto the knock-up. That's going to be a static field, but the miss on the knock-up there from On. Fofo under the tower, but the Shy is there with him. Doggo takes him down in the end, but Angel here to chase it down with the Sand Soldiers. Bin now arriving in the fray. This is pure chaos. But Bin now getting the end stacked up onto him. Huanfeng wants a kill, and oh my days, that damage. Doggo pulled back into the action as Huanfeng grabs himself too.
And Weibo should just be able to turn straight onto the Baron. They find the play. Honestly, kind of handed it by Fofo. Actually, not going to go for spawn timers. A little bit too low, but still a massive fight for them to find favor in. Fofo tries to make the big highlight play and kind of fumbles it. Like, the thing is, because he doesn't use his E first, he is now tethered to that point under tower. So he goes back to it and ends up under tower, then has to flash away super low. The team come to save him, but Weibo are there. And then On, I think, tries to predict the flash from Doggo, but Doggo holds it, uses the Gale Force after. But in the extended play, the Shy, such a threat. Look how much damage he does to Doggo, nearly takes him out on the back end.
Bin flashing over to try and answer something. Will get Angel for himself, but then Huanfeng, just look at this red damage. That is just mind-blowing. And then On is like, oh, hey, Doggo, you've used your flash and your Gale Force. There is no escape now. Takes the easy kill at the end of it. And it means Weibo now in control. 2.5, 3,000 gold is their lead. For a dive onto Bin here, or don't even need to dive. You can take the tower down first. Bit of pressure on the bottom side. With SFM down here, though, BLG should be able to get control of the Baron area.
Yeah, I think you apply the pressure so they can get the tower, but you don't want to overcommit and potentially leave Baron available. That being said, Dragon is up in 50 seconds. So obviously a little bit of a split focus on this one. You don't want to give up control of Baron completely, but you also want to be in a position where you can get some wards down towards that Dragon and set up for that one. You can see BLG have to back off and respect Weibo. Current goldie is like 3,500. And this cluster is really strong right now with the Ginsus, with the shield bow closing on a third item as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 20 seconds on that Drake. The reset's going to come through from the side of Weibo, as they know that they have control right now. There should be 2 Infernal Drakes back to back here. And BLG perhaps can try and go for some kind of threat on Baron, but against Azir, you really don't want to get caught in that pit. You really don't want to do anything too crazy. There's a TP going to come on through here. This is from Angel to just make sure that mid prio is gained by Weibo. And they do now have control of the map. But the thing is, this is the scary situation for Weibo. Every time they're the ones comfortably in control and not much needs to happen for them to win the game, that's when they go craziest. That's when they feel like they need to make a play.
Yeah, the thing is, though, BLG are posturing, but they kind of... Oh, On.
What did I just say? What did I just say? There's no need for them to make a play. They obviously felt like the Baron was happening. On just sprints into everyone. And now BLG with an opportunity, looking for a couple more picks. Nothing else will happen. But again, Weibo, they just had to play it slow. And immediately they go for the play.
I guess they're like, okay, On's going to be the one to check. I would have liked that play a lot more if Huanfeng was in range to ult him, but I guess they just didn't care. And now the start of the Baron. SFM so low.
Huge damage coming out from Bin and Crisp there, but he just goes in for the knock-up anyway. Bin, huge ulti across the team here. Angel low on HP. The Shy onto Doggo, though. In the meantime, he'll find a kill onto the enemy AD carry. Huanfeng and the Shy. Look at that needlework damage. The Rend is there as well. Fofo cannot get a single hit onto Huanfeng, and the Shy is there to clean it up. Double kill, triple on the Gwen, and on his back. He's respawned, he's rejoined the fray. Has been flees for the hills, but there's nowhere for him to run. Back to Baron go Weibo.
And I think you're seeing why this champion was so consistently banned against the Shy. Absolute monster. A 4v5 where SFM was blown up almost instantly. Angel wasn't able to do anything. And the Shy and Huanfeng can just two-man fight the rest of the team off. Bin's coming in. No ult, by the way, but does have flash.
Bin, no ulti available. This is not a 1v3 that I think you can really take. Zonga's behind the Baron. Stun's coming on out. Huanfeng has the Rend. This should be taken. There we go. Baron for Weibo. What more happens? Lantern comes out, but Bin just going to use his Lightning Surge to escape. And it will be Weibo with the Baron. It will be Weibo with the resets. No kills coming out for BLG in the end. A 5k gold lead.
And I mean, Weibo got everything they want. They got the Dragon, they got the Baron, they got the fight. You know, kills onto the Shy on this Gwen as well. Has actually gone for the Void Staff, interestingly enough. You know, typically don't see that item with the amount of true damage from the Riftmaker and Gwen herself, but we'll see the replay. So SFM gets chunked really heavily, and he knows he has to face check because there's no Blitzcrank here. He does turn around the burst, but then he goes down, and we also get Angel basically instantly deleted. But the Shy solos out Doggo, and then he's in position to rejoin the fight. Catches a ton of damage on the back end with that ultimate. Huangfeng drops the Rend as well, and BLG just can't win the extended fights against the Gwen, against the Kalista. They have the strength in burst, right? The bursty ultimates from Fofo and Bin. The longer the fight goes, the more value the Gwen, the more value the Kalista get.
Yeah, that was a brutal fight for BLG, but a miracle for the side of Weibo. They have complete control now. And look at the siege damage that they're doing, already taking a mid-inhib tower. The Shy getting collapsed upon in a 2v1 right here. The sustain is a lot. SOFM thinking about the idea of contesting. Is the rest of the team going to try and end the game? Weibo not doing this the traditional way. They just want to brute force into the mid lane. They go one next to tower falling. Weibo looking for a second one as well. He's down to half. In goes Doggo to try and turn the play, but Angel knocks him back. There's the pick. Crisp will fall. That'll be Weibo finding themselves the game, and what a way to do it as well. Huangfeng turns gold, and Can is gonna get rendered, but on is there. Fofo takes one. It does not matter, or does it? Bin has returned. They're actually gonna hold on. I don't know. With the minions, I feel like Weibo can finish this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's got no ult. He just used the minions to block his Qs. They should be able to end here.
There it is. Yeah. Weibo get it. There it is. It was not clean. It was an absolute mess of a series. Just pure chaos from start to end. But my God, was it entertaining. Weibo get it in the end. But Can, great first series of his career here in the LPL. And I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more of it.
Yeah, I think Khan looked good. Definitely positives there. But fortunately, a loss for BLG when they really need series wins if they are going to keep in playoff contention. I believe 2-6 now after that one. Not in a good spot. But Weibo, yes, it wasn't clean. Do we ever expect Weibo series to be clean? Probably not. But the Shy on the Gwen, an absolute monster. The team had to commit so much to take him down. And the rest of them just go, you know what? We'll just end through mid. Not even through the back door. They just went through the front door.
Yeah, beautiful stuff coming out from Weibo. The second everyone commits to the Shy, they're like, okay, just end the game. Just go for this one. The Shy like, look, I've got pressure in the side lane. Just go for the Nexus. Very nicely done. And it got a little tense at the end, I have to say. If Bin had ultimate still, that could have been saved. But obviously using that ulti on the Shy earlier on in the play. A very tense game. A lot of incredibly close team fights. Like, those last two fights were not particularly one-sided in favor of Weibo. It was Weibo just about winning things out. But that's all you need in a series like this. And it means Weibo positive now. 5-4 in the standings. And as you say, BLG really struggling. I think they're now 2-6.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, BLG, there's still positives to take away from the fact that Khan has come in and looked good. Hopefully they can just continue, like, to find series coming out of here. Like, the next series against LGD, then RA, those are definitely winnable for them. But there's still a lot of hard series left in their schedule. They haven't played RNG yet. They haven't played JDG. And there's still a lot of work to be done if they want to make the playoffs. But Weibo, I feel like the middle of the pack so much. Like, we had the clear top teams, right? Like, V5, JDG, Top Esports, RNG, who only really beaten each other. And then Weibo was in that middle of the pack that was so messy, but they're starting to gain some ground. This was a good series for them. As much as, you know, there was messy moments. In the games they won, they did look convincing. Yes, there was that throw. But this one in particular, it felt like they kind of just hit their stride. And the Shy showing why he was so fade on the Gwen in spring.
Yeah, that ban, obviously, Belveth, for anyone that's wondering. But yeah, fantastic stuff from Weibo. And it feels like, you know, when Weibo play these compositions with an aggressive bottom lane, with On being able to be a playmaker, with Huangfeng being able to carry in the mid game, and the Shy on a team fighter, it just looks so good. It's so much fun to watch. They have so much power behind them. But honestly, these kinds of games, they kind of remind me of IG with Rookie and the Shy and Jackie. You know, it reminds me of that kind of gameplay. But then you get games like game number 2, where they just go full scaling and they don't make... Oh, sorry, it was game number 1. They go full scaling. They have no proactivity. They don't really do much in the early game. and it all just sort of falls to the wayside.
Yeah, I just think it's important to have a lane to play for. I think it's the main thing. I feel like as much as like the game, the expectations are slow down the durability change, and there have been like a decent amount of scaling picks coming in, you still want a lane to play for, because if the enemy team has scaling picks and you have scaling picks, but the enemy team has a lane to snowball and gets like a 4K gold lead, then that's obviously going to favor them better. Plus, I think a misconception is a lot of people think like scaling automatically means do nothing, right? Not every scaling lane is a KO lane. And finding some momentum on a pick that can service the early game but also be effective later can make a big difference. But I think, you know, Weibo, definitely not a flawless team in our league, but to be honest, I don't think there's any flawless team in our league, and I think that's part of the charm of this lineup.
Yeah, the only team I think that's even close is V5 right now, right? That's the one team that I feel like is very difficult to criticize in a significant way.
Yeah.
The rest of the teams, more than happy to drop games. More than happy to drop games. And, you know...
It's almost like they're being encouraged. Like, I swear these teams, it's like... There's some moments I'm like, RNG in the OMG one, it's like they're just vibing. It's like they're just like, you know what, let's have a happy game.
Yeah, and well, there was an interview with Yagao, and I don't know whether Jordan was mentioning it on the last hit, or Lyric, sorry. He doesn't have a real name. It's Lyric, not Jordan. He was mentioning how Yagao had said in an interview that, you know, when they're ahead in a series, they are more than happy to play 3 games in a series so that they can have more practice on different picks, get more stage experience on these different wacky picks. And so the happy game theory holding strong here in the LPL so far this split. I do feel like teams inevitably will start to become more serious as we get towards playoffs. Like, seeding does matter.
Yeah.
But, you know, yeah, Weibo so far, still a lot to tidy up if we're talking about getting serious for playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. When, like, JDG is currently 7-1, right? And they, you know, we had the series yesterday against LNG where they dropped a game, but they still won the series. I feel like Weibo is maybe, like, I feel like if you're happy gaming, you still have to win the series. Like, you can have one happy game, but if it gets to 2, that's when you start dropping games. So, yeah, maybe a little bit more focus at times, but still, you know, a solid series today. And I think it's been hard to place Weibo. I think, you know, they weren't in that top 4 in spring. They started the split strong. Remember, they were one of the only teams to beat V5. Only 2 teams beat V5 in the regular season for spring, and they were one of them. And then they just sort of didn't really connect later in the split. I feel like the meta as well is pretty nice. I feel like the fact that Angel can put such a priority on this Azir, which he really likes, is solid. You know, we have a lot of picks for this Shy in the top lane. Kale kind of feels like it was made for him. Gwen as well. So, you know, if this form continues, they still can be like a strong contender in playoffs. With their scoreline at the moment, I expect them to be in playoffs. I remember they were the team that knocked out EDG as well. So, pretty sizable performance we had from them.
Yeah, I will say as well, on the side of BLG, still concerns with the...
Yeah.
But with Can coming in, I feel like there were a lot more positives. Like game 1 especially, I feel like we saw a really good side to BLG. The thing is, there's a huge caveat on that, because game number 1, they got the free first blood. They had a massive advantage. My hat is slowly but surely falling off on my head here. I'm just going to pull that back on. But, you know, game number 1, they had this huge advantage to start the game off, and it looked good. We need to see BLG convert a win when they don't have a huge lead from level 1.
Yeah, and I feel like the thing is, a lot of BLG series, they do keep it close. Like, look in the standings, their game score percentage is, you know, the same as Thunder Talk, or like 3 places above them. But it just feels like the series wins aren't coming in. 14th at the moment in the league. So they kind of just need to start collecting those series wins. There's no other way to spin it. And hopefully the addition of Khan can lead to that.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights of the Shy in this game, because he just had a monster performance on Gwen. And I think reminding the league why you have to ban Gwen when you're playing against the Shy. He was an absolute monster. Obviously, Angel starting this one off well, punishing Fofo, but then you see the Shy just dive under this tier 2 tower and wreak havoc.
Yeah, and I kind of feel bad for Doggo, because it feels like the Shy was a heat-seeking missile just looking for him. There's this clip where he just gets up in his face, and yeah, he doesn't manage to kill him, but just completely chunks him out, and then has the team there to follow up. It's actually On who ends up finding Doggo in the end with a grab. But it felt like there was this fight, there was other ones where it's just like the Shy knows, I'm going to kill this Aphelios, and once that's done, we can clean up the fight. This is another example where he just beelines straight for him.
Yeah, look at, I mean, Bin had a great ult, right? But at the same time, the Shy is just rinsing Doggo on the backside of the fight. Huanfeng survives, and then that needlework across 3. And then stops cat escaping as well, heads them off, and finishes the kills. It's just beautiful to see. The team fighting on this Gwen is always magnificent from the Shy, and he will pick himself up a much-earned MVP.
And it's going to beg the question, you know, until Gwen gets nerfed, our team's going to just have to respect Banner, you know? Are they going to have to fear him bringing it out? I feel like, you know, he still has the Kale as well, which has been such a massive pick. There's a lot of things he can flex on, but I think you get the Shy on the right champion, in the right scenario, get him a bit of gold, and he will just take over games. That has always been true of him.
Yeah, I feel like we are getting to a point now where the Shy is just a great top laner again. He's had a couple of years of having some really rough splits. He's had a couple of years of people criticizing him a lot. I feel like we're getting to that point once again where you go against the Shy, there are a bunch of picks that you absolutely have to ban, and if you don't, he'll take over the game. And that is like the classic Shy way. That is like, I have a few picks and I will destroy you if you let them through. So feels like drafting against Weibo is only going to get harder. Now, we're going to jump into a quick break, but do not go anywhere, because right after this break, we have the unofficial match of the week. It's Top Esports versus RNG. This is going to be an absolute bang. This might be the best series of the entire split, honestly, which I may well have just cursed that now. We're going to jump into break. We'll be back. Top Esports versus RNG. Do not go anywhere.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
就春季赛因为输了他们2次，就这次赢他们的话，感觉需要那个整体配合需要做得更好一点。小虎最近就拿完MSI冠军回来是特别猛吧，就打他的话，感觉他状态特别好，对付他可能需要就和队友的联动需要更好一点吧。
All right, Knight going to be playing with his team to try and take down Xiaohu. I love the LPL interviews so often. It's like, well, you know, he must be good because he won MSI. That's
Yeah,
not
I guess he's
necessarily
alright,
how
you know.
it works. Welcome back to the LPL. We're going into top esports versus RNG. My name is Munchables. This is Orcs. And I'm wearing a Hanfu. For anyone that doesn't know, it's Hanfu Day here in the LPL. These massive sleeves, I will say, I'm losing the entertainment factor of them. I'm getting caught on doorways everywhere. It's a bit of a nightmare. But you know what? We're doing it because it's Hanfu Day. And this beautiful graphic as well that's around us. It's looking pretty slick here in the LPL. But we've got a hell of a game ahead of us, Orcs. Top esports versus RNG. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see this 2 times in the playoffs. This was the finals, which went all the way to 5 games as well. Like, this is really a grudge match. We saw Knight just talking about it. I am more than excited to see a rematch of these guys again.
All right, well, as it's an absolutely monumental match here in the LPL regular season, we're going to pass it over to an opening ceremony on the main stage. What an absolute banger. What a banger. We got the little Chinese version of Rise there. Loving to see it. And for an absolutely insane series as well. Top Esports versus RNG. Orcs, let's dive straight into this one because this is a grudge match of 2022. Twice in the spring playoffs, these guys had to face off, and twice RNG managed to take it to Top Esports. And it feels like, or at least it felt like, back in spring, RNG had Top Esports' number. They'd figured out how to beat this team.
Yeah, it was an absolute battle when it came down to it. This was obviously, you know, when Bin was back on the lineup. First semi-final, we saw RNG win 3-1 with Top Esports taking the first game. And then the final could have been a reverse sweep. Was one game away from being a reverse sweep. RNG managed to bring it out, win that game 5, go on to MSI and win MSI as well. And that's the thing, one game really decided it, and there was so many close matches. Top Esports, I feel like the big story of the matchup was they would consistently find these early leads, but RNG's mid to late would end up bringing them out on top. But so many battles in these games were just fantastic. Really high level League of Legends from both sides.
Yeah, it feels like if we get a similar level today, if we get a similar level in this best of 3, it's going to go to 3 and it's going to be absolutely insane. But remember the finals, it was RNG going 2-0 up and then Top Esports managing to come back. So many insane plays on either side as well, trying to close the gap. The rockets coming out from Xiaohu just annihilating everyone. Felt like quite often Top Esports starting these games with a big early lead, then later on into the game, it was RNG coming back in the mid game, in the late game, down to the decision making. But in these early scraps, it was all about Top Esports.
And I think as well, like you look at the fact that RNG even go to MSI against T1, that early aggressive team who got those leads. RNG fantastic in the mid game, best mid game in the world. This was a similar theme with Top Esports. RNG, Top Esports, I would say best early game team in the world with their performance, but they just really struggled to continue the momentum. And RNG, so good at finding windows back in, so good at finding opportunities to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, this was game number 4 of the finals, which by all accounts should have been going the way of RNG there. They should have had the opportunity, but 50-50ing that Baron, Top Esports punishing massively and pushing RNG to a 5th game in that final. And what a 5th game it was as well. But just absolutely mental start to end. We had pure chaos around the Rift, and it was just such a pleasure to watch that final. It was such a pleasure to get to watch this series twice in one playoffs as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, V5 would definitely hot mention. Bear in mind, Top Esports, everyone was super hyped on V5. Top Esports beat V5 twice to get the right to challenge RNG twice in a row. V5, who came into playoffs being the favorites, Top Esports managed to obliterate them. And yeah, such a close one. It was that game 5, you know, RNG, Top Esports had gone for things like the Zoe mid, the Zig spot for Jackie Love. Didn't quite find the momentum that they needed to make that work. And now sort of leading into this split, we can kind of revisit them. RNG, we haven't seen as much. Obviously, coming off MSI, they haven't played as many series. Whereas Top Esports, we have seen a decent amount. But maybe, you know, it's been a bit of a mixed bag. That series against JDG, not the hottest.
Yeah, we'll have to see what's going to come out on the day here. Let's talk about the stats between these two teams. Top Esports and RNG, quite different stylistically. As we've been talking about, Top Esports, one of the best early games in the league. RNG, much better in the mid game. I will just point out that first tower percentage for the side of RNG, obviously not first place, as first tower percentage is first place for Top Esports at 70%. And Top Esports very much about trying to take that first tower, focusing on the Drakes as well. Whereas for the side of RNG, despite the fact that they have the first Rift Herald rate and not usually going for those Drakes, somehow actually behind when it comes to the first tower rate.
And that's the thing, is like first Rift Herald doesn't always mean first tower. Oftentimes we'll see teams, you know, willing to sack the Herald and then keep the AD carry bot, get plate pressure. We don't always see the Herald taking a full tower, especially the first one. You know, sometimes they take 2 plates mid, sometimes they get a bunch of plates in the side lane. But I think one thing to mention is that for Top Esports, it has felt a bit more like their mid game has allowed them to come back more. I'm still tentative to call this, right? Because like I said, JDG was the only real challenge they've had. They have beaten everyone else, but none of the teams have been... I mean, it's hard to say because Top Esports are such a strong team. I only really feel like RNG and V5, these are the rosters that are going to challenge them. So they've managed to have comebacks in the mid game so far this split that were really convincing, but RNG is a different beast. But you definitely see a bit of a shift up in how these teams view the game and how they think the early game should be played at least.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a change of pace, and part of that as well for the side of RNG being down to swapping their top laners as well. It's not quite the same matchup that we saw back in finals. Let's talk though about this mid lane, because that is the same matchup, and it's one of the best matchups we have in the LPL. Knight versus Xiaohu for top esports and RNG. I mean, there's so much to talk about in this matchup. I think the first thing to talk about is the fact that, you know, Knight actually topping a lot of these categories. Second in KDA, his kill participation skyrocketing, his solo kills the highest in the league. He dominates laning phases. The stats don't really speak quite the same for Xiaohu, but he has got 3 MSI titles, you know?
I had to drop that one casually. Yeah, 3 MSI titles. And I think this is a difference between these two players, especially with how they're playing at the moment. Xiaohu is not playing to be the carry for his team. He is playing to set up his team. We've seen a lot of the Sandra gameplay, him moving, him being very active on the map. It was the same thing in spring. It was the same thing at MSI. Things like the Galio are massive for him. He is playing to allow his team to get ahead and get advantages, whereas Knight has been that individual carry, and particularly with the fact that Silas is back in the meta. For anyone who remembers summer last year, Silas was one of the premier picks, and Knight broke the solo kill record, was a monster. We're seeing some of those highlight moments in this clip, in these clips.
Yeah, and I feel like there's a distinct difference between Xiaohu and Knight in the way that they've been playing. Like, Knight very much about making that individual play. We saw that Talia play. Like, he's a big playmaker. He wants to be the star of the show quite a lot of the time. Whereas Xiaohu feels like this split, a lot of things like Lissandra, a lot of ways to just set up for the rest of his team as opposed to being in the spotlight himself.
Absolutely, and I think it works well with how they want to approach the game, and it works well with the fact that, you know, when we've seen Ming maybe going some champions that aren't as aggressive, the fact that Ming can, you know, if we're bringing out the Renata, for example, as much as On showed you can be aggressive on this, having either Ming or Xiaohu on that primary engage, the big voices in their team makes so much different. And there's been so many clips, particularly where like Xiaohu has been on something that has CC set up, where he will assign a target, he will land CC on them, and they will die, and then they will move on to the next one. And the coordination between this lineup, the ability just to all pick one target out, I feel like it's a big reason why Wei has been so good on Viego, because when they get into those team fights, the target selection is just stellar.
Yeah, it really is. And honestly, I feel like every single lane in this matchup you can talk about. Every single lane is an exciting one. I am a little curious about how the top lane is going to go down with Breathe stepping onto this RNG roster, but also down in that bottom lane, right? Jackie Love and Gala going up against each other, both massive prolific names in the bottom lane, both of their supports, you know, on the one hand, you've got one of the most veteran supports in the entire league in Ming. On the other hand, you've got Mark, who had a bit of a turbulent career. Honestly, a lot of time on LGD that was relatively unfruitful. His time on DMO as well, which wasn't able to get that much success. But then joins Top Esports, has been able to mesh with Jackie Love. And now we'll see how he's going to do up against one of the biggest veterans in the support role. Let's take a look at these bans, though, with Wukong and Zeri banned by RNG. It's Aphelios, Nautilus, and Lissandra taken away from Xiaohu.
Yeah, so Top Esports feeling a bit more comfortable on blue side to be able to prioritize very targeted picks, right? The Nautilus, the Sandra, very much specialty picks for RNG. As much as, you know, they are in the meta, those are definitely respect bans. Aphelios as well, I feel, could set up for an early Callista pick. Renata is available. I feel like if RNG, you know, if they end up picking Callista, you know, you can't deny the Renata, but you don't have the Aphelios as an answer. They end up going for Knight Silas instead. We could just see like a Renata first pick from Top Esports here, or even leaning into the Callista itself, but looks like they might even go to a completely different direction. We'll see what they go for.
Yeah, plenty of options available for them right now. That brief center hover, not something that I would typically think of for Gala and Ming, but plenty of options available. The Ari up, the Viego that they hovered earlier on, the Wukong obviously banned already, but will just be that Ari for Knight. This has been one of the standard picks for Knight so far this split. Standard picks for almost everyone in the LPL, honestly.
Yeah, so Lissandra was that really strong counter we saw Xiaohu bring out at MSI in the finals, well, early in the tournament as well. That is banned away. We have seen Xiaohu play it when Ari's not there, but it makes sense. It's double dipping, right? You ban away a pick for Xiaohu and the counter for the Ari. And we see RNG instantly respond with the Senna and the Corki. Now, they don't commit to the Tom early. They have that flexibility on the third pick, depending what Top Esports go for. And this is a lot of range, a lot of scaling already for RNG. So we'll see what Top Esports opt to answer. I wouldn't be surprised to see a bot lane pickup here. So you have a way of looking to counteract the pressure from that center early.
Yeah, so far, there's only been one center game from RNG this split, but it was a win. It was a huge win for the side of RNG, so we'll see if that's going to work. But aggressive bottom lane here with the Nami Lucian. We'll see what Ming and Gala are going to be able to do about that in the 2v2. I mean, the Tahm Kench is an obvious lock-in at this point. We have to talk about the next round of bans because we're talking about jungle, we're talking about top lane. Jungle is not usually left this late in the draft.
Yeah, and this favors RNG because they have counter-pick top lane if they need it. And also, they get first choice of jungle. So both teams start banning away junglers. That means that means RNG is going to be able to pick up way the cream of the crop of what's left over. For top esports, I think they'd probably start to ban away top laners that might be concerned about things that Breeze can counter-pick. We haven't really seen him lean too much towards the Kale, but that could be something. GP is a possibility. And RNG actually going to ban away the Poppy, which, you know, we've seen that as an answer into things like the Lee Sin. That obviously is one of the junglers on the forefront, right, of what is left open and available. There is still that Viego, obviously, but top esports don't care. They're just going to focus on banning top laners.
Yeah, that Poppy ban as well. Going to be a bit of a pain for TN. This Poppy has been one of these picks that's been creeping into the meta in the LPL, and depending on the team, some teams really, really loving it. Tiana player not actually picking up the Poppy just yet, but preemptively being banned away from him. The Sejuani as well, taken off the board. That Gnar that we talked about a lot in the second series of today, it was like first picked in the second series of today, yet to be even touched in this draft.
Yeah, so potential option, a decent blind, and that is actually going to get banned away by top esports. So RNG have a choice. If there's any top laners, like maybe a GP or something they really want to lean on now, you can take it. Or if you just want choice of junglers, that is absolutely an opportunity. They could take the Lee Sin and take the Viego, whatever they feel suits them better, and then leave that top lane counter pick until the later stages. Something to be said is there's a lot of scaling on the side of RNG, but obviously you kind of are going up against, you know, Knight on this Ahri, not going to be checked by the Corki. Lucian Nami very aggressive. They opt to go for the Trundle, something that does well into Xin Zhao, can do well in sort of early fights against the Viego, can't really challenge. And something to mention is Bel'Veth kind of just flown through draft here.
That would be an intriguing lock-in if we do get the Bel'Veth coming on through. We talked about how Bel'Veth does want to have winning lanes, while Lucian Nami and Anari as well can certainly work, but the Viego locked in the end. It's going to just be to bait me instead. And now we need to see where Wayward will go up in the top side with this blind pick. The Ornn, Sion available. Not usually his style, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think the thing with picking like an Ornn or a Sion is you have a Trundle in the enemy team. Huge value in terms of stats there, but I feel like, you know, with Gnar gone in terms of blinds, Gragas actually works really well. So you're not as tanky as those other two. You're not getting as much stats stolen. Still a solid blind here. We'll see what Breathe opts to go for. Something like a GP could even make sense here. You give that global coverage to help the team out to mitigate some pressure. I feel like RNG are going to want to lean into the scaling on this one. So anything that can give them some assurance there would make a hell of a lot of difference.
Yeah, let's see the Gragas. It feels very 369, doesn't it? It does feel like a throwback for top esports. It's the wrong top laner locking it in, but it's not a pick that they're short of experience playing with. As the Gangplank locked in for Breathe here, and we have our two compositions, massive amounts of scaling on the side of RNG, right? All three lanes with a big scaling pickup. On the other side, top esports, it feels like they're going to be putting their foot down in the early game.
And, you know, I don't think there's a way we could feel more reminiscent of the spring playoffs than this, right? Top esports, pedal to the metal, we're going to win early, we're going to crush you. RNG, like, okay, mid-game, we are going to take over. And, you know, one of the things we have seen Lucian Nami sort of fall out the meta, there was the durability change that kind of limited them a bit. They did also nerf Lucian's Q, and we started to see more counters. I do like the fact that they brought it in here after seeing the bot lane. They know they're not getting faced with, like, Kalista Renata, which is very problematic. So you're going to have a lot of pressure in the bot lane, especially at level 3 when you get your abilities available. Mid lane, Ahri should be able to find prior against the Corki consistently. So you have so many tools to work with. I think it's the thing to hit on with top esports. You need to be the ones making the proactive early plays. Tian is a jungler who will be very aggressive, and they need to ride that momentum and not give RNG a way back into the game, or it will feel very reminiscent of those playoffs and not a good way for top esports.
It's exciting, isn't it? Because, like you say, it does feel reminiscent just in terms of the win conditions alone. Like, top esports want to be aggressive in the early game. RNG want to play for the mid and late game. That is basically the TLDR of those two playoff series that we saw in spring. And I'm hoping that we get a similar performance coming out from Top Esports, where they are aggressive and they do make those early game plays, because they were all over the map in those 2 series. We'll have to see what RNG have up their sleeves, though, because, you know, a lot of scaling and a lot of potential to come back in that mid game. We talked about how they have been finding these comebacks, but not necessarily against opponents of the caliber of Top Esports. We'll have to see what RNG have up their sleeves.
And I feel like a big thing is going to be tracking the junglers. Where is Tian going to be? What is he going to be doing? Can he stop it from happening?
Dude, this Gangplank skin looks like Pike, honestly. Like,
yeah,
at a
it does
glance,
a bit.
you'd easily believe that was Pike.
Similar themes. I love when we get the top lanes just standing, dancing with each other, dropping the emotes.
I mean,
Good vibes.
this, like, when you're looking at the difference in emotes here, this is like Season 1 champ versus a reworked champ. Like, the difference in quality between these 2 skins of Scuba Gragas versus whatever on earth this Gangplank skin is, like, it's just not fair. It's just not fair.
Yeah, then you have Breeze just has the thumbs up, and Wayward, he has the crying and Moo. He has the Silas emote. You know, he's got a full arsenal ready. Any emotion he wants to portray, he's got it. In his
Every player gets $15 of budget. Wayward spent it all on emotes. Breathe spent it on that one skin. That's the difference between these 2 top laners right here. Let's be serious, though, and talk about what's coming up in this early game, because both junglers starting on the bottom side of the map here, pathing up potentially towards that very top lane.
Yeah, I think for Wei, you want to, as best as possible, just match Tian in the early levels. You know, if you get caught into a skirmish, if you commit with your W, and end up in melee range of Trundle, it's not a fun time for the Viego. You want to try and avoid that, and obviously try and be in a position where you're not being matched. We don't have a ton of vision actually placed down into either jungle, but we do have some wards in the river from both sides. So if they end up clashing on the scuttles, which could happen, that's where we'll sort of see them interact first.
Yeah, we'll have to see if there is going to be a scrap at the bottom side as Jackalove goes forwards. The Scuttle Crabs was what I meant to say there, but big damage coming out from Jackalove. I was just mind blown at the level 2 spike, and Ming not really giving enough respect to this Navi Lucian.
Yeah, something to be said though.
Again, gets more damage down onto him, but actually it was a bait. Flash out from Jackalove. Ming now low on HP, but no follow-up from the rest of Jackalove's damage here. Couldn't get in range, and actually it works out for Ming and Gala because they got sustained.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things we talked about with the Lucian Nami is you have very high burst, but if you don't kill someone, you kind of just left auto-attacking after that. We see RNG find the re-engage. They burn more summoners, so they traded up in summoners because they got Jackalove's flash. And bear in mind, all that damage was put onto Ming. Ming has a Doran shield, second wind, and Tom Kench has tons of built-in sustain. Every time you land a tongue lash on a champion, you get a bit of healing. So for all those reasons, RNG, as much as that early trade looked a bit rough, it isn't as bad as it could be. It's still Top Esports favored the pressure, but that trade does alleviate a bit for RNG.
Yeah, nicely done there by Tien to be first on the crab. Look at this. I mean, obviously Gala and Ming know that this is an option, know that this is a very real possibility. They'll dodge the bubble. So Jackalove just trying to get a bit of damage, Mark. Not quite able to find his target there. If the bubble lands, though, there's kill threat. And that is just the story of this lane from start to finish. Kill threat in the top side as well as Tien looks for the gank onto Breathe. A good way to start this matchup off. Bully the new top laner of RNG, but Wei in the wings trying to join his top lane and protect him. But can't go for this 2v1 as he steps on forwards a bit too aggressively. Tien still pretty healthy right now as Breathe knocked back. Flash is available, but Breathe flashes too late. It's 2 kills for Wayward and an absolute disaster for RNG.
Yeah, Wei shows up, but it's like, hey, I can get you out of this situation. And then he ends up opting into it himself. There's no one to save Wei. Double kill for Wayward this early. Absolutely massive. And this, yeah, I feel the same way, Wayward. This is everything Top Esports wanted and more. And from a situation where they were out, RNG could have left. And you'll see the replay. Stun doesn't connect on a Breathe. He ends up gaining some distance here. You even see the body slam connect, but with this pillar, like, Wayward and Tien are backing away. Wei didn't have to run in, and he's still going forwards, going in.
Yeah, clearly not on the same page between the two players here. I think he was obviously anticipating, like, big barrel damage across the two of them, but, I mean, that's a level 5 Gangplank with no items. I don't really know what kind of damage you expected to come out. Bit of a disaster for RNG, but ultimately Top Esports finding their opportunity and just, like, kind of can't believe their eyes, right? Getting this scrap to just extend itself. They're like, okay, we'll keep on right-clicking then. Nice one. So they find themselves an advantage, and now off the back of that, Tien, with that tempo, moves down towards this Drake.
Yeah, and you have the pressure to basically do what you want. Like I said, Wade just wants to mitigate. Getting caught into that, though, gives a big advantage. Now, top lane is going to be harder to breathe. You have the Hextech alternate already for Wayward for some extra trading power. Look at that damage that comes out already. Red buff as well for the sustain. And then on the bot side, you have bot prio, you have mid prio. So Jan just has free roam to do what he wants on the map, picking up that early dragon. And it is a very early dragon, which means ample time to get into a position on the top side of the map to set up for that Herald as well, and really setting a good pace for this game.
And I mean, what did we say, folks, before this game began? Top esports, all about the early game. RNG, much more focused on the mid and late game. And so far, top esports winning that early scrap for themselves, winning control of the top side, going for that early Drake that we talked about. Top esports having one of the highest Drake percentages in the entire league. Their first Drake percent, 3rd out of everyone in the league. They love to get that first dragon, and Tien living up to that statistic.
Yeah, and securing that early one just means they can start to pose a threat of dragon stacking. It is actually very important they don't let RNG contest dragons, because if you start to look at, dragon in 4 minutes would be 10.5, another 2. You could threaten soul at like 22 minutes, and that would not allow RNG to scale up. And now they're looking for breathe.
The stun doesn't quite land there. It doesn't matter. It really does not matter. Tien grabbing himself the kill this time around, and I love this from Tien. He's like, you know what? We're against the new RNG top laner. Let's just set Wayward up for success. Let's get a ton of kills on this AP Gragas.
Absolutely, and the fact is, Breathe has no flash in this matchup up against the Gragas. Post 6, if you don't have flash, it's so easy to set up a gank, right? You can't orange the ult from Wayward, and the fact they close the gap, they get the slow, nothing Breathe can do, the cast comes in, and that's another kill over top esports. Really nice start, and this time Tien picks it up, so a bit of momentum for him as well. Wade's going to respond by stealing away this red, but I don't think top esports care.
Yeah, no, I think Tien, he's got better things to do. He's got bigger fish to fry, or bigger skull crabs to fry. As a bit of a shellfish enthusiast, Tien, apparently. Loves that. I mean, he does live in Shanghai. There is a lot of great shellfish in Shanghai, so it makes a lot of sense as he'll return to the top side once again. No way. There's now in the bottom lane an attempt onto Gala there. Ignite used as Way was moving into the lane, but Tien is just going to repeat gang. He's just going again. Breathe. You don't get to play top lane. You don't get the 1v1 that you were looking for. You just get bodied time and time again. Wayward with the emotes, and Breathe having the worst game of his split.
220 gold, by the way, for that kill. It's already started to drop, not being worth as much. But the beautiful thing there is just a very slow approach from top esports. They see Way on the bot side of the map. They know there is no one here to bail this GP out of the situation, and they end up picking up that that kill.
The really depressing thing about this top lane as well is Tien is just like hard camping. Obviously, there's not much Breathe can do about that. But Breathe got set behind because Way wanted the 2v2. Breathe was out. Like, Way had saved him, and then they end up both going down because of that 2v2. Like, if you're Breathe right now, you're typing in all chat jungle diff every single time.
Yeah, Wayward even stacks the wave up, so it's going to push out. So now it's going to end up... This is the thing, is the wave state's going to end up in a really uncomfortable position again. They have the Herald in pocket. He's already taken 2 plates. This top side is just going really bad, but now they're actually looking to potentially contest here.
Well, Tien gets the red buff, but it might be at the cost of 9. The Dawning Shadow from Gala. What a snipe. It's Tien. I mean, he got the red buff. Silver linings, I suppose, but he sacrificed his mid laner for it.
I think the message of this is these junglers do what they want, and their laners are the sacrifices, right?
Yeah.
Knight didn't really expect that damage, but Tian's like, I got the red. Mission successful.
Yeah, we take those, says Tien. As it's going to be a plate down at the bottom side. Obviously, Gala getting in position for that Dawning Shadow. But Xiaohu, a bit of free time in the mid lane, thanks to the fact that Knight was the one to go down during that play. No TP available for him either. So we'll lose a lot of CS in that mid lane.
Yeah, and, we're gradually building up the CS lead in the mid lane. As much as there's a CS discrepancy in the bot lane, Gala and Ming, you're happy with that situation. You're getting all the soul value from the center. It's really only this top lane that's a problem. But Herald and Pocket Tien, I want to see what they can do to try and blow the game open and try and really establish a bigger lead. First thing to note, though, is that dragon in 35 seconds. So if they can lean towards that, they have pressure on bot already, and just keep stacking those dragons force an early soul before RNG get the time to lean into the scalings, especially because bear in mind you're up against a Corki. So when you're playing for those neutral objectives, a lot of the time you're going to have to deal with that package from Xiaohu, which is going to make it so much more difficult to find the right angle to approach. Speaking of the package.
Speaking of, yeah, it's on him right now. Xiaohu ready to make that play if he needs to. 5 seconds until that Drake comes up. Top Esports would love to just continue to stack these Drakes. They're looking for Xiaohu right now. They're trying to force the package out before the play. And we'll be able to get that package. Big damage onto Tien, though. He's actually on that package for a long old time. Look at the burn damage. Tien down to like 10 HP. Oh my days. He's going to be forced to reset. This was not what Top Esports wanted out of the play.
I mean, this is the worst position to get hit by the package, is when you're trapped against a wall, because you're so slow, you can't walk out, you take all the burn. He does have the Herald recall, fortunately, to try and get back in time, but it looks like RNG is going to start the objective, and securing this dragon would be a massive bonus to them. It looks like they should be able to.
Yeah, no culling available here. Tien's still a while away. He's at chickens currently. The threat from Mark and Jackie Love trying to push everyone away. Wade the target right here. If they can kill the jungler, this would be huge. There it is. Dragon taken as well as the pick. And Top Esports, the early game kings. They manage to find yet another advantage. Ming will fall underneath his tower. The bubble lands. They can't actually kill him. Ming survives. In the meantime, Xiaohu sacrificed for the play as he has to bulk away, but taken down by Tien. Ming now charmed up and finished off in the end. And what should have just been a kill on the support turns into more for Top.
Almost as if Ming surviving actually made it worse. They all get baited in. Top Esports absolutely crush RNG. And RNG, who were hoping if they manage to get the dragon, they stop the stacking, get absolutely obliterated. Perfect opportunity to throw the Herald down as well. Tien is 4-0-3 right now. He's given a ton of gold over to Jackie Love as well. And the game is very much in Top Esports control. And yeah, RNG, you can see Wei trying to get the dragon low. I think his smite wasn't even actually available yet, so they were just trying to rush it. He goes down, Tien slides in, picks it up, and then the extended play. This is part of the power of having the Ahri, having the Lucian Nami, is the chase down after the fact.
Yeah, but then Ming actually surviving this somehow. The toggle lash keeps him alive. It means Xiaohu moves in to try and help. Gala moves in to try and help. And they both pay for it with their lives. And it means Ming still ends up going down after the play regardless. So, bit of a disaster, really, to be honest, from RNG. And that means now, look at the gold difference. We're 12 minutes into the game. And Top Esports are almost 6,000 gold up. That is mind-blowing.
This feels like spring. This feels like spring playoffs. So many times you saw this situation. And don't get me wrong, it is devastating for Top Esports. RNG making a lot of mistakes to get it here, but definitely not over yet. The scaling is in the favor of RNG, and they're obviously, we've seen them come back from deficits like this before. Xiaohu might be in trouble.
Already used the Valkyrie. There's the stun. Dawning Shadow to get him a shield, but with the Everfrost, there is no escaping. Tien with yet another one, who, by the way, Tien having an amazing game for himself. 8 out of the 9 kills he's been a part of, and now Ming in trouble as well. The bubble will go wide, but that's still huge damage. That's still 3/4 of his health bar.
Yeah, got the Gale Force with the Dirk and the Mandate completed by Nami. Obviously, the plate gold, the first tower gold shared between them, so Nami also able to hit that YM spike. And the damage is insane. On bot side, the Herald, I believe, got the second charge, and Wei was just cleaning up that tier 2 tower. Everything and more going in favor of Top Esports. And one thing to note is that RNG don't have great engage. Other than like the package flying in, they're kind of at the whim of Top Esports coming into them. So, you know, as much as I say they have the scaling advantage, as much as I say they've been back in these positions before, it's not like they have a go button necessarily, which is something they often rely on now. Is that a tidal wave coming over the wall?
Look at the tidal wave! Oh, the charm comes out from Knight! That was gorgeous from Knight and from Mark. Wei will survive with his life, but what a combo.
Man, Top Esports, they just don't miss. I feel like this game, you know, they're consistently pressing the aggression. And, you know, there's a lot of games where a team gets ahead and they kind of, you know, they build up a lead. They're like, right, let's set up dragons. No, Top Esports are like, we will take any window. If someone is just existing, that is enough of an affront to us that we will take them out of this game. And they're constantly picking up kills across the map. Just fantastic play from them.
It's gorgeous to see. There are no teams in the world that put the pressure on that Top Esports do in the early game. If you give them an inch, they will take the entire game. And then you think Knight is going for Wei, but the charm straight onto Gala. It's just
completely blows them up. Unfortunately, the bubble does connect to get Wei as well, but still, They will absolutely take it. Tian gonna pick up the second Herald. Bear in mind, RNG have no towers, no dragons, no heralds. They have 1 kill. That's all they have so far this game. Not quite a perfect game, obviously, but Top Esports really trying to get as close as they can to that perfection. And with the Herald in pocket, you know, we're already seeing, look at top lane tower. Breathe can't step up. He's zoned away. Tower is down. Wayward's fishing for Xiaohu. No flash.
Yeah, this is scary for Xiaohu. The minion wave is there, but the slow comes down. Drunken Rage, Dawning Shadow to buy a bit of time. Wayward over the wall, and they take a TP. Honestly, it's still a win for Top Esports. 35 seconds on this Ocean Drake as well, as the Herald comes down mid. Knight moving down from the top side. They're going for a play in the mid lane. Forget the Drake. They just want to get kills. TN, big damage on the front line. Will be rooted as Breathe tries to get into the action. The charm will hit a minion though, so Wei survives. But now, off the back of this pressure, Top Esports can just go to Drake.
It's a 9,000 goal lead already, Joe. 9,000 at 16 minutes. It's insane. And RNG have the package. This is desperation.
Oh my god, the damage out from Jackie Lover Knight. What can you do? This is what you get for existing RNG. They get demolished in the jungle. 2 more kills as it's just everything going the way of Top Esports. There is the Dragon available, but I don't think Top Esports care about the Drake. They want to end before the Soul is even an option.
That's what I was going to say. Like, this is going to be a super early Soul. I don't even know if the game will last long enough. That's how far ahead they are. 10,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. They're about to pick up another tier 2 tower. There's only 1 tower outside the base of RNG left available. This is just an absolute dismembering. We do see Tian going to pick up the Dragon as well. And I'm just going to be real. RNG, they're looking at game 2. This feels so doomed.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. I'm genuinely mind blown at how well Top Esports are playing today, because like you're saying, they're 1 kill away from a perfect game right now, and Top Esports are not the team that you think of for perfect games, right? This is a messy team. This is a team that's quite often, you know, very lax with the way that they play the game, but this split, they've tidied things up. This split, they're not going to 3 games every single series. This split, they are playing a lot cleaner, and it shows here today. They have learned from what happened in spring playoffs.
And I mean, if they can continue this sort of run of form, they're going to be a super scary team. You can tell they're taking this one very seriously. There was definitely some moments like the JDG game 3. We all laughed about it, you know, Jackie Love and Mark overstepping. And yes, there were some moments in here where they did overstep a bit, but never enough to allow RNG to punish. And now they're just using this momentum. They have Knight stacking up a wave in the top lane. They have Jackie Love contesting the mid pressure. They're going to zone Xiaohu away, stack this wave up. Don't let anyone even approach the jungle from the side of RNG and try and crash this wave to pressure the tower. On this side of the map, Wayward hasn't shown yet, but does have TP if he does want to join.
This is the difference between Top Esports and so many other teams. Is like other teams will use this gold lead to slowly but surely, incrementally win the game, right? Get big CS leads, get big advantages that way, try and win out in terms of macro. Top Esports will just brutalize you. They're not bothered about winning in CS. They're bothered about fighting right here and right now. The Cannon Barrage was used off the back of that huge damage from Jackie Love. Tien is not going to retreat. He's not scared of 4 players. Of course not. He's got Blast Cone. He's still got Viego ult available for himself. Top Esports layering this pressure in. We're not even at 20 minutes, and they're going to finish off this top tower by the looks of things as well. I mean, this is just pure brutalization from the side of Top Esports.
Absolutely is, and I love that it feels very tempered. Like, they go aggressive, they push forwards, but they don't overstep. They don't give a window. And now, look, the damage coming through.
Yeah, big damage there. Tien threatening the dive on the other side. In the meantime, Wayward just threatening an inhib tower. Just pure pressure across the entire map right here for Top Esports. But they do seem to be stalling out somewhat. They can't quite finish any more of these towers.
But, I mean, as much as they're defending, damage is being done to the tower, and Dragon is spawning in 2.5 minutes. And I do feel like eventually they're going to have to lose somewhere. Ming.
God, well, see you later, Ming. My God, that's damage out from Jackie Love. And with a pick like that, any concerns of Top Esports stalling out are officially gone. The tower falls. That's all 3 tier 2s in 19.5 minutes. Like you say, Drake up in 2 minutes. Baron is up in 20 seconds as well. And I don't think Wayward. I don't think Top Esports would be shy to start the Baron.
Yeah, it's a 12,000 gold lead now. And the thing is, Top Esports, they can posture around the Baron, fish for a pick, and go for the objective, or they can just wait for the Ocean Soul. And bear in mind, RNG already really far behind in damage, right? A big aspect is the ability to find poke, whether it's through Gangplank barrels or Corky rockets. That will be completely obliterated by the Ocean Soul. It will become so much harder to kill anyone or even just poke them out. You can see they move forward as a massive unit just to get one control ward into the Baron pit as Top Esports have reset and opened back on the map. And really, the game is Top Esports to dictate at this point. They can just completely take control and decide, do they want to start at the Baron? Do they want to fish for fix? Do they just want to wait for the dragon? The fact is, they've taken 6 towers pre-Baron.
And you have to ask yourself a question. You know, you're talking about RNG moving in as a unit. Wayward then answers by himself and drops a control ward. It's like, who would win? An MSI championship team or one scuba diver? That's the question that you have to ask yourself. And I'm leaning the way of the scuba diver right now with his Night Harvester Gragas build. You love to see it. Drake up in a minute. Baron on the map. It's just beautiful.
He's actually on the Shadow Flame as well, so I was kind of expecting to go the Seraph second for the ability haste. He's like, nope, I'm fed. I just want damage at this point.
I just want to one-shot people.
Yeah, and the Medjais as well for Knight on the Ari. Starts to pick up some more kills, will spike incredibly hard. Yeah, they're playing for the Dragon now. They're not letting them get close. You can see RNG kind of have to group up as 5. Xiaohu's going to go pick up the package. And this has to be the last-ditch effort. I don't think RNG win this. I don't think they're even close. But the game's doomed anyway. You just have to try and make the package work. But yeah, we can see on the minimap, they have nothing to work with.
Last attempt here for RNG. And before the play happens, although there might not be a before here, Drake up in 12 seconds. As Xiaohu with that package wants to find a way in. TN threatening the engage, though. There's a big cast. That's half of Gala's health gone already, just from the cask alone. Knight finds a charm onto way, bit more damage coming down onto RNG. They really want to move in. They really want to contest, but there's just nothing they can do. Gala knocked up, Dawning Shadow just for the shield across his team here. As Wayward can walk in, but Top Esports haven't really used that much just yet. They're getting some poke down, but they can keep this up all day.
Yeah, they want to try and burn Xiaohu's package. They're stalling for time at the moment.
Oh, big damage onto Wei. They need to back away once again, though. Drake on the map here. Remember, RNG, even if they get the Drake, if they all die, they might just lose the game. TN trying to find an engage on the back of the play.
Package gone.
The wall. That's package gone. As you say, Mig taken low. TN goes into the middle of everyone. Package is gone. That's the go button for Top Esports. Knight over the wall, though, and a cannon barrage to disengage. RNG holding on, but Jackie Love ain't stopping anytime soon. Top Esports jump into the mix, and more RNG alive. The gold lead is just too much. Breathe might find one, but it does not matter one iota. 18-2 as Top Esports rip RNG apart.
And this is just a fantastic example of the growth of Top Esports. So much respect there. They're 12,000 gold ahead, and yet they don't just pull the trigger. They don't just go in. They wait. They buy time. They let the package time out. They get some poke down. Jackie Love finds a window. He doesn't get punished. He has flash, so he was definitely safe to go for that. And then instantly, the trigger is pulled. They all go in. They get the fight. They get the dragon, and they won't even do the Baron. Why? Because it's a risk. They're not taking risks. They know what happens if you take risks against RNG. They will punish, and so they're just playing this one as safe as possible. You're 14k gold up with an Ocean Soul. Why even chance it?
Yeah, this is a changed team, and just look at this team fighting as well. Like, this is actually a way closer fight than it maybe should have been, but Jackie Love, just no fear in this man's heart. Gets back out again with his life. It's just beautiful.
It's really well played. And again, as soon as he goes in, Wayward's there to follow up, and they just completely obliterate. I love the fact they corralled them in. They let RNG push in to the river when they had the package, and then they had these flank angles where they were just pushing and prodding and testing RNG, seeing where they would slip up. And now, Knight, he's still got another charge.
Yeah, that's Xiaohu probably going to go down here. One more ability, and Knight finds a 1v1, another solo kill. To add to that statistic, he was already top of the league for mid lane solo kills, and now maintaining that stat as he's on just short of maximum stacks on his Medjais as well. And like you say, I just love that we're seeing this change Top Esports. We're seeing this version of the team that is like willing to use their sheer mechanical prowess, their ability to just win lanes and to win the early game, and then also not randomly throwing the game 2 minutes later. Like, what a combo, what a strategy.
Yeah, it feels very tempered. It feels like they aren't given the opportunities. Whereas before, they'll just go, look, we're mega fed. We're really good players. Let's just make the fight happen. They're showing a lot more restraint. And as a result, RNG, they have 2 kills. That's all they've accomplished this game. 2 kills, nothing else at all. And it is not looking to get better right now. Top Esports fishing for this 3-man. They should be able to get away, but no one's there to defend the tower as a result.
And you know, we've seen things like this Corki being first picked across the world. This is how you punish a Corki. Sheer early aggression. Never let it come online. Mid in him. Going to be in
Breathe
trouble.
got a tower.
Breathe did get a tower. That's going to be a bit of gold, but Ming has to save Gala's life in the meantime. As the mid in him falls, the Top Esports move towards the top side as well. You know, RNG, you know, they got 1 tower. It's a small silver lining, but hey, it's something.
Yeah, not sure it's going to be enough, though. Breathe having to reset to try and come in. They're losing these inhibitors so quickly right now. And again, no engage from RNG, no reliable engage to find a window. They're just at the whim of all this harass.
Oh, it's a knock up onto Ming. Bit of damage there. Dawning Shadow to get the shields as well as Gala just gets kicked onto the fountain by Wayward. I don't know if that was the intended target there. I don't know if that was the intended direction, but it doesn't really matter as Knight is just fiending them in the back line. Breathe will fall, and Top Esports padding their stats as they look for more on the fountain. Ming cannot do anything as the big damage comes out from TN's gangplank. And now Ming gets them to run out of the base. He's trying to buy time. He's trying to do anything that he can, but he knows it's over just as much as Top Esports do. I don't think they're going to end. I think they're going to dive the fountain. There's a charm. Okay, they are going to end the game. Top Esports 1-0 with almost a kill a minute over RNG.
Yeah, and RNG barely just breaking over a kill a game. They got 2 kills in that one. Stark difference. And I feel like this is the tempered Top Esports. This is the evolution. Fantastic early game. They managed to maintain it throughout. And I'm sure that RNG are going to have some solutions on how to bounce back from this one. But that game, that didn't even look close. It didn't look like there was hope. I think, you know, the game peaked at the start for RNG. It just went downhill from there. It really felt hopeless after a point, and Top Esports gave no windows.
And that's the thing, like, it just... If you're a player on like a lower tier competitive team, you're trying to climb the ranks, you're trying to get into the ERLs or whatever, go back and watch that early game. That is how you snowball a game. That is like the just sheer aggression and sheer pressure coming out from Top Esports. If you want to learn from a team on how to be more aggressive, that is your case study right there. Because that's against one of the very best teams in the world. This is the team that literally just won MSI, getting absolutely annihilated by Top Esports. That says everything that you need to know. And I have to say, Dan, I'm already looking at the schedule for later on in the split. Top Esports versus V5, I feel like is going to be the big decider before playoffs. It doesn't happen until week 10. That's going to be the very final week of LPL. We get the top teams facing off.
That could be a big one as well. I know V5 obviously has fantastic game score, which will be a good way of keeping them first if they maintain their current position as undefeated. But Top Esports, yeah, after that one, just fantastic performance. It kind of feels like, you know, Wei made a mistake. And then because he made a mistake, Breathe got punished again and again. And then that started to bleed out on the rest of the map. You know, the Dragon was secured, the Herald was secured. RNG try and contest the Dragon. They aren't able to find the avenue. And it just felt like, you know, it was like it was a snowball. You know, we use that term so much, but that's why it's called a snowball, because, you know, as it rolls down a snowy mountain, it gathers and gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And it just felt like that was how it happened. You make a mistake and that is enough. And Top Esports can just completely run away with it. And you see that from the goal difference, right? Very clean graph. Just keeps growing and growing. Like we joke so much about the LPL gold graph being super wacky and going all over the place. Top Esports, very clean performance. And yeah, I mean, Wei just not having any impact after that first mistake.
Yeah, none whatsoever there in it. I mean, I never thought I would say it, but that is a clean gold graph coming out from Top Esports. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Like, just a steady incline like that. Really, really impressive stuff. And like you say, a changed team. RNG, though, on the other hand, you know, drafting this full-scale and composition feels like you need to give a little bit more respect to Top Esports in this regard. And, like, the Corki being punished massively, Gala and Ming not able to have any presence in that bottom lane beyond the first couple of levels. Feels like you need to bring something more to the table for the early game to be able to enact this kind of comp.
I think you need just a lane to play for. It feels like top lane was your lane. Mid lane was going to scale. Bot lane was going to scale. Top lane was going to scale. That was a consistent theme. And it was kind of like all on Wei to mitigate Tien. And as much as I think like he didn't play it as he should, I just think it's so much easier. Like I said this in the previous series, if you have a lane that you can at least put some pressure towards, it would make all the difference.
Yep. Unfortunately, they didn't have that for game number 1. We'll see what RNG changed for game number 2, because they need to change something after that game 1 performance. But Top Esports sitting pretty right now, 1-0. We'll see if they can tie a bow in this series right after the break.
unstoppable. Like hip hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat till I'm knocking straight.
下一场打 RNG 的话，他们打 UV 就是跟我其实打过挺多次了吧，然后我觉得他的风格的话，属于那种比较摸不准的，就是他有很多想法都挺好的，就是他也会大胆的去试。我觉得在打 RNG 的时候就注意好这方面吧。
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LPL as we head towards game number 2 of our third series of the day. It's Top Esports and RNG. And Orcs, I feel like we sold people a little bit of a lie because I came into this one saying this was going to be an absolute barn burner. I said that it was going to be close from start to finish. Game number 1 was not close. This was a masterclass from Top Esports.
Yeah, I mean, just no window at all given to RNG. RNG, reigning Spring champions, reigning MSI champions, the only team to win MSI 3 times, absolutely obliterated into the ground by Top Esports. It just did not look even close. And you have to credit, you know, the whole team, but I think particularly Tian was an absolute monster in the jungle.
Yep, Tian going to be absolutely cleaning house in game number 1. Let's take a look at our MVP. Coming into game number 2 here, it was, of course, Tian on the Viego, just snowballing these early fights right from the very start where we saw the 2v2 up in the top lane, able to get that reset and able to turn it into a double kill for Wayward, and then repeat ganking and repeat ganking and repeat ganking to make sure that his top laner had a lead, but also cashing in a little bit off of those plays as well.
There's so many times where we see like an early summoner burn, and then I'll be watching as the summoner just slowly comes back off cooldown, and then it comes available again. That is not what Tian lets happen, right? They found this play, really nice flash from the body slam from Wayward, and it was just, as you said, repetition. They've made a mistake, they have someone we can punish, and they just repeated it consistently. Then when it came to team fights, here, sliding in, grabbing the dragon, and then in the position just to follow up. And RNG, you know, we can fault their draft, we can fault their play. At the end of the day, they weren't given much to work with.
They really weren't. And then, you know, this play was a little bit tragic for RNG, it has to be said. Overcommitment, trying to protect Ming. Saving Private Ming, just like saving Private Angel earlier, except this time not so successful. RNG end up falling, and that was where the snowball really kicked off, because all 3 lanes were ahead at that point. There's really no coming back. And I have to wonder what RNG are going to fix coming into game number 2, because they'll have side select for game number 2, very likely go over to that blue side for themselves. We'll see what they change, though, coming in, because like you say, they need a lane to play through. They need to have some kind of proactivity available to them.
And honestly, like, some of RNG's worst performances are in spring. I remember against RA, they got 2-0'd because Xiaohu was picking Corki. Strive took Victor and just kind of ruined him in the mid lane, and then the whole team kind of fell apart from there. I feel like having someone who has some agency, whether it's Ming, whether it's Xiaohu, who can make those plays, set up plays, and make engages happen would be a big factor. But also, as you said, just triple scaling lanes, 2 lanes that are just going to flat out lose in early pressure in mid and bot, and then 1 lane that, although GP can do a little bit more, got absolutely dismantled by Tian. Not the position you want to put yourself in. So, as you said, lane to play through and agency. We need someone able to do something. Tom Kench isn't going to be able to find engages. Corki isn't either. And hopefully they'll sort of lean more in that direction.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because like you say, that they didn't really have that much a way of engaging. They didn't really have much of a way to enact their will on the game at all. And as we've just seen in game number 1, if you allow that to be the case, if you allow your composition to be that weak early on, Top Esports will exploit it in a big way. And like you say, it was minor mistakes from RNG, but once you make that minor mistake, like the punish that came out from Top Esports, we see all LPL teams punish mistakes from the other team, but the level of punishment here was like, you know, usually you just get a 10-minute detention. They were having to write lines and then getting the cane at the end of it, you know? Like, this was serious corporal punishment coming out from Top Esports.
And I think what I love about Top Esports is they're not a team who will just wait till, like, they'll just look at the clock and be like, when's the next objective? Cool, let's just chill until then. They will never let that happen, whether it's stealing away jungle camps, whether it's, like, looking for picks, whether it's pressuring waves, stacking waves up, rotating over to try and apply pressures to towers. I remember that top tier 2, they spent a lot of time kind of whittling away. They could have easily just looked to pick up resources, played it slow, give RNG some room, and then play for the next objective, but they just don't give any space. There's definitely teams who, like, they'll just wait until that next time or that next opportunity, that next official moment where we should be fighting. And the fact that Top Esports were fighting so many picks just whenever the occasion arose just shows how much they set at much faster pace than like any other team in the league.
Yeah. And I think it makes it a lot more difficult to play against them, right? Because teams are drilled to fight at Drake, fight at Herald, fight at Baron, and occasionally fight at Towers. But I feel like against Top Esports, you don't have that freedom. They are going to fight you in the jungle. Like Weibo was similar earlier, right? Where they were fighting over blue buffs. They were fighting for every single inch that they can find for themselves. Let's take a look, though, as Kenju over on RNG side. He's going to be the coach, and he needs to pull out a bit of a blinder in the draft here for game number 2 after that first one. It's a Poppy ban. It's a Silas ban, and we'll see what the third ban will end up being as well. But Lissandra taken away from Xiaohu. The Zeri, a standard ban on that red side.
Yeah, and this is the thing. There's a lot of picks that you want to target ban away from RNG. Like Nautilus, Lissandra, the 2 targeted. But now that Top Esports are on red side, they don't have as much freedom, right? The Zeri ban is mandatory. RNG banned away Wukong. I'm not sure. Like if they leave Wukong open, RNG can get it, but then they can ban it, and then they don't ban Nautilus. It feels like RNG is setting up for potential like a Lee Sin early pick with Poppy and Viego banned, or even just the Wukong. Like if Top Esports ban Wukong, RNG probably just take Lee. If they don't ban Wukong, you know, it can go in a different direction, but RNG get first choice on that. And I feel like that's why blue side was seen as strong at MSI. It has a lot of flexibility when the red side are forced to ban so many powerful champions. They go for that Wukong, and it makes me think maybe RNG just prior that early Lee Sin here.
Yeah, early Lee Sin could be good for Wei. Certainly a pick that he has shone on in the past with those 2 priority junglers taken away. Especially with the Poppy ban, like you say. The Ahri, perhaps going to be the option instead, which could then lead Tien to grab the Lee Sin.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, if there's anyone in the world that knows Lee Sin, it's Tien. This guy won the World Championship as MVP in the finals on that Lee Sin, right? This guy is more than proficient, and you would anticipate Top Esports probably going to grab that for themselves.
Yeah, I would assume so. And it'd be nice to just think about what Top Esports will take, because the fact they're going to take Lee Sin, which is a guaranteed, means they can only pick up half of their bot lane. So it's difficult to sort of scope out what they'll take, because obviously some things like Senna can be really powerful, because you take Senna and then you can take Tom or Seraphine as that second pick and be a bit flexible. But for example, if you take Lucian here, you telegraph the Nami very clearly to the enemy team. So it'll be interesting. They may not even take bot lane at all. They may lean in a different direction. They could take a prior top laner and force RNG to respond. They could take a mid laner as an answer to Ahri if they have something up their sleeves. But obviously a decent amount of things banned away. Looks like they might lean towards that Kalista. Obviously can pair with Renata, but could also pair up with more aggressive picks like things like the Nautilus or the Alistair, things that are left open and available.
Yeah, it makes it difficult to pick something like the Nami Lucian for Gala and Ming when the Renata is available still. So I'm curious what the response will be for RNG.
Yeah.
Whether they go for that bottom lane or whether they go for a jungler themselves. I don't anticipate the Rammus will be locked in, but certainly a jungler.
Yeah, I feel like what could have been a really good pickup here would be like Aphelios Renata. Like Aphelios isn't banned here, where it was last draft. And Aphelios has been our answer to Kalista. So I certainly think that will come in. Unfortunately, they decided to prioritize, well, not unfortunately, but they decided to prioritize the jungler. With the jungle bans coming through, they felt they had to, so they can't secure the Renata to pair, and that passes it over to Top Esports. And I gotta tell you one thing, Joe, that will certainly happen in the second rotation of bans. Top Esports will absolutely ban Nautilus away. They are not going to let Ming get his hands on that through the second ban phase.
Yeah, no way, no how. This is going to be a really strong 2v2 in the bottom side if they can deny the engage, or they can lock in a Swain last second. Now, we've seen generally this go to the mid lane. We have seen a little bit of top lane Swain as well, so this does have to be a cautious round of drafting now from the side of RNG, because they won't necessarily know where the Swain is going.
Yeah, and the thing is, Top Esports have first priority on what comes out the second rotation. So they start banning away defensive picks like the Braum, and RNG are like, okay, do we ban the Renata? Do we ban, you know, what about the Nautilus? Because do RNG ban the Nautilus? Because obviously Top Esports get first choice to take it in the next rotation. Puts them in a bit of a rough spot in that regard. And Top Esports also get kind of picked top lane. So a lot of positives from how they've managed this draft. And the Swain, very effective into Ahri and Vi. Obviously, they dive in and you just prop R and they can't really burn through you.
Yeah, it's just dawned on me now that you'll see that something like the Tom Kench banned away here. We'll see a Nautilus ban maybe, or a Renata ban, and then suddenly Mark locks in the Blitzcrank, inspired by On earlier on today, and we get a second Blitzcrank of the day. Yeah, we'll wait and see. I don't actually anticipate that'll come through. but it is the Renata being banned by Top Esports. Not what I expected.
It does mean if they're looking to play a really aggressive lane, like those are the two picks that would slow down the aggression. And it comes down to what RNG want to take away here. There's a range of support. They will ban the Nautilus themselves. So Top Esports balance arrangement forcing that. And now, you know, you could take things like the Alistair, the Leona. You could just leave it. You could just leave to see what RNG want. If there's a top laner you want to prioritize early here, you know, something like the Gnar could definitely be picked up here in a lot of situations. We'll see what Top Esports up to go for. If there is something they're really solid on for the support role, they will just lock it now.
Yeah, we'll see. Or Gwen is open. And Wayward is a bit of a beast on Gwen. So you could just lock that in for the top lane instead and remain with that counter pick in the bottom side. So we'll see what the bottom lane ends up looking like for RNG. I think maybe a Thresh, maybe a Tahm Kench, something defensive. But then again, you're struggling in terms of being able to contest.
Yeah, and I don't really like the Tahm because the problem is early, there's not much a Tahm can do against Kalista. If you W, she'll hop over it and flash over it before you can do anything. Breed is going to go for the Gnar, answer the Gwen, no real surprise. It was probably that at GP. And now for the support pick for Ming here. They have a lot of engage already with the Vi, with the Ahri. You don't necessarily need to take something along those lines. So you could take something more defensive, as you said. I think Fresh is a possibility. But he might end up going in a different direction. Alistair is good into Kalista because you can just knock her away. You can't outplay your combo with the headbutt pulverize. It looks like if they pick up Rakan, maybe not as much assistance, not as good at mitigating the Kalista, but obviously does scale exceptionally with that mobility.
Certainly does, and there's plenty of pick potential,
You
right? The
mentioned
Ahri and
it.
the Vi. No way do we actually get the Blitzcrank. I was joking, but we'll have to see. We'll see where Mark goes in that bottom side. Scrolling through just about every single support in the game. Leona would be interesting. We've barely seen Leona this split. Leona has been a staple, like, first pickable support in the meta in LPL for like 3 years straight. And then this year has been the first year where she started to fall off a little bit. But Mark going back to the tried and true with a Leona in that bottom side.
Yeah, so Leona did get buffed in the most recent patch, her passive damage. So, you know, whenever you apply an ability to an enemy, they get that sunlight thing on them, and then if an ally attacks them, it does bonus damage. That did get buffed. The reason we haven't really seen Leona is because with the durability change, it's harder to find those all-ins. And champions like Nautilus, who are actually sometimes squishy, were kind of fine with it. But Leona was already, like, super tanky. Making her tankier didn't really do her that many favors compared to squishy targets she's trying to kill being tankier. But we now have the setup for the bot lane. Kalista, Leona, very aggressive, and it can be very tentative, right? If you get an all-in onto the Aphelios, all Rakan can do is go for a W, and if you get Jackie flashing over that W, there's not much you can do after that, right? You could just E back on JD Carry and shield, but they'll keep stacking those Rens, so definitely still Top Esports favoring having an aggressive bot lane where they can sort of apply pressure. But I do at least think in this one, RNG have more tools to contest in the early game. It's not that sit back, be passive, and scale that obviously did not work for them in game one.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to see how aggressive they're going to be, but I anticipate extremely aggressive. The question is, what can RNG do about it? I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Wei this game. Wei and Xiaohu with the Vi and the Ahri to be proactive on the map and to try and deny some of what Top Esports are bringing to the table because, you know, especially up in that top side with the Gnar, you should have an early advantage against the Gwen. You can certainly get onto the map as that Ahri. I want to see them kind of working as a unit, Ming moving up to join Wei as well, and making plays around the map.
Absolutely, and just, you know, as much as it was not the ideal draft setup, I feel like for RNG in that game one, the mistake Wei made really snowballed things in Top Esports' favor, so not allowing those sort of things to happen. Top lane, we've seen this matchup a lot so far this split. Obviously, Gnar's going to have that 80 pressure. Gwen, though, going to obviously be a monster later on. I do think the Swain has quite a bit of value here, though. Typically with Swain, you want to pick him into low-range compositions because, obviously, if they're hitting you, you want to be hitting them back. Those struggle into some longer-range things like Ezreal, Azir can cause problems. But here, you know, everyone on RNG is going to work in with the range the Swain are. So if you get on top of them, especially once you have Rylai's, you will stay on top of them. Keep doing that AoE burn.
Yeah, and you can, you know, increase the damage of the rest of your team as well with the Imperial Mandate, if that's the build he does opt into. Top Esports grouping up on the bottom side of the map here. Going to be looking for some vision onto that red buff Wei. Likely to be, I was going to say likely to be spotted out. We're at 130. This is just going to be a steal. Wayward being very cheeky to start this game off. He's just going away. He knows that he doesn't have any team nearby him, so just big damage out from Wayward. He may have stepped too far, though. That's a reset on the blue buff. Breathe trying to move over, and they think that he's left. He's got a blast cone. He's got vision. Okay, he will leave. He will go to that top lane instead, but my goodness, that is a tough start for Wei. And look at TN in the meantime. He's took the red buff. He's taken the chickens. Wei is just not having a good game.
Yeah, and because Breathe had to come down to help out his jungler, Breathe also missed minions in the top lane, so it's not like there's any advantage given. The Shy was actually someone who really started off doing this on Gwen. Your level 1's so strong, just walking in the enemy jungle if they start on the blue side, and just making their life painful. Now look how low Wei is already. Should get the heal coming in from the Gromp here, but not a fun time. You're slowed down, you've had your red stolen, you've been harassed, you're chunked. Really limits what he can do in this game, and just Wayward. You know, Gwen did have that time at the meta, but she's come back in quite firmly with MSI, and Wayward's showing that he still knows like the little tricks you can do to really set the enemy team behind.
Yeah, just as... Oh, hang on. All into the bottom side. Ming, level 1 still. Is Jagalov stacking those Rens, but won't be able to finish Ming off. The Guardian saving his life there, but good little bit of damage coming out from the top esports bottom lane. I just want to point out as well that Tien took the red buff, took most of the chickens, even left one little chicken alive. And Wei is actually having to reset after his wolves. This is a nightmare position as Tien has reset as well. Will now go towards his bottom side.
It's just fantastic play, you know. The fact that they have all this orchestrated, the fact that Wayward does that, Tian's in a fantastic position to punish. And now Wei's going to come on this side of the map. He's going to have to clear his Raptors just to get the timer on them, to get them to reset. But he won't get anything from it. His Krugs are available, but it looks like he's beelining over to the Scuttle Crab. That's gone, right? And now Tian has his bot side jungle to do. There's top Scuttle if he wants to go for it. Wei might just head straight over towards the top side Scuttle, but it looks like he might actually try and contest this. This seems so risky.
This is a weird play coming out from Wei. Drops a ward and will back away in the end. So, curious one. As Tian gets his red buff, now gets his blue buff, sorry, now onto his Gromp, and can path back up towards the top side where the Scuttle Crab is waiting as well. Mark steps forward aggressively, but slightly wide on the Zenith Blade onto Gala.
Yeah, and bear in mind, Gala does have Cleanse, which makes these engages a bit trickier, but Mark has gone for the Glacial Augment, so even if you do Cleanse, you're still trapped in that slow field. Still, at least some of the effect of the CC is applied, and yeah, I mean, Wei's now path down towards his Krugs, but look at the CS difference in the jungle.
I know.
Canis has cleared his bot side. He can head over that top side Scuttle if he wants. Maybe he assumes that Wei should have already done it by now, but as soon as they spot that it hasn't been done, that's an easy pickup. And now, this gank, so this is kind of covering for the wave here for his bot lane to crash in. But that's all Wei can do. There's nothing really else on the map. He's going to head towards the top side where his Gromp respawns, but he is in a dire situation.
Oh, Wayward is as well, though, up on the top side. Ghost still available, not going to use it, just dodges away from the boulder. Wayward will survive with his life, but having a bit of a struggle up against Breathe on the Knot.
Yeah, I think the fact he lost a little bit of health early after that invade obviously doesn't help too much, but also this is a hard matchup for the Gwen. We have seen this before. The early pressure is applied. That's why people have really been leaning onto this Gnar recently, as it feels comfortable to apply pressure in a lot of these matchups. You see Tian is on this side of the map, and Wei will fortunately get the Scuttle just by the fact that, like, I guess
Tian assumed it was gone this whole
time. Yeah, he assumed it was gone, and now Wei is still level 3 and Tian is level 5, by the way. They're trying to set up for a dive here. Tian, if he stops his reset.
I mean, he doesn't know that this is happening, right? Nobody walked across a ward.
Yeah.
As Shahu will return to the mid lane. The dive isn't going to happen anyways. Wayward will get a reset off, has the TP available if he needs it to return to that top side. So, all things working out for top esports in the end.
Yeah, best case scenario. Tian continues his reset. They don't get the dive coming in. Wayward gets to reset and TP back up. And Tian just gets to head back to the bot side of the map. Now would be a good timing for them to go for the dragon here when Tian doesn't have anything else to do. But he is in such a comfortable spot on this Lee Sin. And I mean, if we're talking comfort, Lee Sin for Tian, we saw him picking this quite heavily during spring playoffs as well, and just being an absolute monster on it.
Yeah. And you know, Tian not even playing his own Lee Sin skin, right? Because he knows all of the good Lee Sins play the Muay Thai Lee Sin skin. That is just the rule. Like, every time in solo queue you see a Lee Sin, if they're using this skin, they're probably good at the game. If not, they probably suck. Sorry, Dagger. It's going to be the first drink of the game. I actually don't know. I think he used pool party, but I actually could be totally misrepresenting him here. I use pool party because
there is the nice thing about pool party is you land a Sonic Wave and then you start recalling, pull out the coconut,
Little
and then
pina
you
colada.
press Q again. That is a banger.
It's one of my favorite things in the entire game, honestly. It's so good. As Tian continues the aggression here, and Wei finally caught up to the level 5, but there's no way he can contest right now with Mark alongside Tien. This will be the red buff taken. And the Krogs have been spotted as well. Tien has his smite, but not going to try for anything too aggressive here. Will back away to his own jungle once more.
Yeah, and Wei, we're just going to move in, get some information, put a ward down. They know the blue buff is up. We'll see if they opt to act on that and engage in it. Bear in mind, Tian, as much as they're equal in levels, Tian is 1 camp away from 6. Getting access to that Dragon's Rage will be a pretty significant boost. Now, I think maybe RNG solo laners spotted the fact that Gwen went missing, just wanted to check the blue buff was still up and available. And you see the on the way ping from Wei coming out, so he's just going to head over. And this is what's going to happen, right? Your laners really have to bail you out of this one. Wei is in a rough spot. Cannot have him wasting time, losing his blue buff. Wei would potentially could have started up and maybe try to solo it. That would have been diabolical for RNG. So the lane is at least trying to give him some assistance. But for now, I think Scuttle might be the contention point.
Yeah, Tien could have gone for his wolves there, but knows that Scuttle Crab is up. Used the chickens as like a Spider-Man tool to queue on over the wall so he could be here to contest the Scuttle Crab. Luckily for Wei, he had Xiaohu alongside him to make sure that he could contest this one. Breathe behind enemy lines. Tien flashes over the wall and aggressed upon immediately. Look at the rest of the team jumping on, but Tien smites the crab to keep himself alive, but the rest of the team is here. Wei would now need to work across the team. Mark has arrived. Gala on the scene as well. Big damage onto Mark, and it's RNG winning the early game. It's RNG making proactive plays, bailing their jungler out and winning the fight.
After such a rough start, that is what you need to get back into the game. The whole team is there. Breathe with a fantastic move over with Mega ready. Just puts Top Esports in an uncomfortable position. And the fact that Gala was ready to move as well. Yes, he does lose out a bit bot lane, but Wei is back in the game and he gets a Herald too. This timing for Breathe to come in here. Clearly, Top Esports just aren't expecting this at all. They're ready to fight. And then you see Tian go over the wall to disengage. And he's like, oh no, I don't want to be here. The kick away on Breathe buys him time. But then watch, Knight's ult is timing out. No one's near him. He's kind of just wasting a bit of time, doesn't opt to flash over the wall, and that's when Gala turns up and they're like, okay, well, I guess we just lose.
Yeah, really nicely done by RNG, and great to see this kind of team play coming out from RNG as well, right? Because if there's one thing we know RNG for, it's when they group up, they are almost indomitable, and you see that there. You see that they know they're in a dire position. They know that they're 1-0 down in this series. They can't afford to let Wei keep falling behind like this, so the team groups up to play around this Herald, and they are rewarded with that Herald as well. So getting a couple of kills off the back of it, but also now having the Herald in the pocket of Wei should be an opportunity for him to close the gold gap. And honestly, the CS is not that dissimilar anymore. Got a couple of assists. I won't be surprised if he's actually up in gold.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually up in levels now, 7-6 in favor of Wei, so in a fantastic spot. And now has the ultimate available again. We also have Xiaohu with his ultimate coming up soon. And this combo is just so strong. This is something we saw EDG do. And I remember JJ was having a bit of a rough game, but he would just ult. It was the enemy Ezreal who'd ult them, and every single time he pressed R, Scout was there with the charm ready to follow up. I feel like that's why this combo is so strong. That's what we expect to see. If someone oversteps, and I mean, I say oversteps, if someone is on the same screen as Wei and he wants them dead, he will ult them and Xiaohu will just follow up and be there. And it's so hard to survive against that combo. You have champions like Kalista who typically, hard to pin down, have a lot of kiting. You can't kite a Vi.
No, you cannot, and especially with a Rakan alongside that Vi as well. The follow-up is insane. As Ming dashes to safety there, the Zenith Blade would have been a bit of a nightmare for him, but he'll survive for the time being. And now it's just the wave going to be pushed in the bottom side. As RNG really want to contest for this second Drake, Tien is here, and it will be the Scuttle Crab taken by Tien. Control bought by the side of Top Esports, but it's still 40 seconds until this Drake comes up.
Yeah, there's still Herald in pocket of RNG, so they can try and use the Herald for some pressure in the mid lane to force Top Esports away from the river, or they can try and make a play here on the bot side. They do have the quickness, they do have the ultimate from the Vine. Xiaohu's ready.
Yep, Xiaohu certainly is ready for this one. As Orcs, my feed is actually frozen. If you take over.
Yep, mine has as well. Guess we'll see.
It's one of those. It's one of those.
Okay, at least we're in unison. Yeah, expectation. Hard to say what's happened. RNG looking to make a play.
Okay, I'm back on. I'm back on. It's 11:40 in the game, and we've got Drake started off by top esports. Nobody going down, and it will just be vision control. Wei tries to get into the pit at the last second there, but denied entry. Tian dodging the charm. Moving over to his team. There's a knock-up onto Mark. Maybe a pick here for RNG. A silver light. Oh, no, the Fate's call at the last possible second. And now knock-ups onto the team. Mark goes down to the end. Tian low on HP, but Wei falls alongside him. Double kill for Wei, but Knight stacking up onto 3. Look at the ulti damage coming on through from Knight as he churns through the health bars. Ming trying to escape, but pulled back in with a never move. Double kill for Knight, and Gala chased to the ends of the earth.
Top esports get the dragon and they answer back in the fight. It looked good for RNG at first, but you're chasing into a Swain. This is why the Swain pick is so good here. You have so many champions wanting to dive in. The Ahri, the Vi, the Rakan. And it just means Knight is absolutely vibing when it comes to that fight, able to do so much consistent damage. You could see the moment that RNG realized they'd messed up and Knight and Jackie could start to aggress forwards.
Yeah, so... Also, oh no, the Herald as well. Kind of forgotten about while all of that was going on. It's just going to be slammed in the top lane. Long old walk of shame for that Herald there. It's a minute until the plates go down. I think this should still be able to hit the tower. Whether or not RNG can actually finish this tower, though, will be a different question. Mark is up here. Tien moving over. Knight moving over as well. Top esports with a 4-man defense of the top lane tower here.
Yeah, very clearly signaled where it's going. So now trying to defend this one. And they'll keep the tower alive. Still very low, but, you know, you'll take that as top esports. The fact that you managed to do that. And ultimately, RNG clearly not expecting to lose out on that fight. If they'd won that fight, if they'd cleaned up, could have thrown the Herald down bot lane and potentially taken the whole tower there. As you said, very much felt like last-second throwaway Herald where, oh, we don't have time to make this effective.
Yeah, I mean, at least they got the plates, considering it was, as you say, a throwaway Herald. Will just be a couple of plates taken on the bottom side as well. So RNG ultimately, even though the Herald wasn't ideal, winning that macro play. Let's take a look at the fight again, though, because that was a messy one.
Yeah, so heavily committed on the Mark, and it's a last-second save from Jackie here. And then they obviously start to chase further. Mark goes in to the fight, which is a bit questionable, but Knight is just unfocused here. Starts getting all the healing. At this point, Jackie loves, right, I can go aggressive. I can charge forwards. And RNG have no damage left. Xiaohu has barely any mana, no charges on his ult. Gala's the only one really able to do DPS, and there's no way he's cutting through a Swain at this point of the game.
Yeah, I will say, Knight still had no AP. It was like a Kindle Gem and Merc Treads, I think he had. So you could see really not doing that much damage onto the 3, but also not killable either. So targeting Ming, the lowest health target, and just finishing one off. Tien in the mid lane now. Xiaohu has Spirit Rush, but he's never moved. Has to turn golden. Kick available for Tien, but they choose not to go too aggressive for it in the end. There's the Spirit Rush used. And saving the Dragon's Rage when the Ahri still has ult.
Yeah, good call from Tien. You know, he knows that Xiaohu has flash, so he doesn't want to go for a super over-aggressive play. End up committing too hard and dying, but still managing to burn that ultimate for Xiaohu, just putting him on the back foot. And as you said, you know, Knight didn't have any AP, but to be fair, like the typical Swain builds we see are quite low AP. It's not really about the ratios, it's more just about the base damage in this extended fight. Where he really finds the value. Does have that mandate now, obviously adds a lot of damage to his teammates, but also it's those movement speed procs. Whenever your ally, you know, hits the mark to get that burst of burst of damage, it also gives Knight movement speed. And a big thing of Swain is staying in range of your targets.
Yeah, one thing I just noticed there, on the minimap, Xiaohu was recalling no TP available. I'm pretty sure it was spotted out on a ward from the side of top esports, so I'm pretty sure Knight hit him with the W. You know, the super long range Swain ability, cancels the recall, and then obviously the sweeper comes through RNG for the ward, but it means there's no congestion on this Herald. Really nice stuff from the side of top esports.
Yeah, I've played a lot of Swain in my time. I love the W visions of Empire. It's so cool because, like, if your teammates have CC, like, for example, Mark and Leona, and they go for a play, you don't even have to be close. You can pop the W down, add that burst damage, get some stacks as well for yourself. And then moments like that, right? Stopping recalls, causing issue. We've seen so many Jinx ults thrown out just to stop recalls in the LPL. And it's the same concept, except you're not burning your ultimate. You're burning relatively shorter cooldown ability for the Swain.
Yeah, really good stuff. And top esports utilizing that effectively. 4-2. And I will say, a much slower game than game number 1. A much slower game than what we've seen in our cast today, Orcs. We had an insane first series for ourselves. The second series between BLG and Weibo was our first cast of the day. Absolute chaos from start to end. Game number 1 of this one, Top Esports, just nothing but acceleration the entire time. And now with the third Drake spawning in game number 2, we'll see if RNG can maintain their hold on this game. Still 2,000 gold up. Will be able to grab that Drake for themselves as they move towards this mid lane to try and contest the Herald here. Ming using the quickness, but won't really find an engage. The Herald gets its charge. Xiaohu looking for a flank. RNG will be able to deny any further pushing. TN needs someone to jump to, and he's okay.
Oh, Knight.
Knight actually using a cleanse here, uses his ulti. He's tanky, but is he tanky enough? That's a lot of sustain coming on through, but will finally fall. RNG find the numbers advantage, find the fight that they want. Wayward, though, is on this Gwen, and he's finding his targets. Big damage coming out. Gala forced to flash away, and Top Esports somehow actually go 2 for 1 in this fight. Now Xiaohu taken down. Jagulov going underneath the tower even further. He's an absolute madman. He's chaos incarnate, and Top Esports somehow find more.
The stopwatch so big for Knight. Not only did it buy him some time, but he got some healing in. And yes, first to go down, did get massive value from the Swain, but RNG had to commit so much to take him down, and it was prime opportunity for the team to follow up. Big health bar to burn through here, so a lot of burst damage. Pops the ultimate critically before he stopwatches, and then you can see it healing him up. Again, it's not that much health, but it means more has to be committed to find the kill. And Top Esports are in prime position to clean up with a Gwen right there and ready.
And Jackulov just stacking the Rens that entire time, takes down the support in the jungle, and then Xiaohu thinks he's safe, but you're never safe from Jackulov. Jackulov will always find you. And takes a couple of kills in that one. 2-0 and 3 on the Callista. And that's a scary thing to be looking at if you're RNG after winning that early game, after finding your early advantage. The soul this game as well going to be Cloud after RNG are able to contest, which is not ideal for them. They do still have that gold lead, though. It's about 1,500 gold, might be slightly more after this tower is taken. They've got their work cut out in this mid game.
And I will say, you do not want Top Esports to get Cloud Soul. I talked about the Swain movement speed being huge. You want to stay in range of people. Gwen as well takes Ghost, because the whole thing is like if Gwen is on top of you, she's a menace to deal with. Like, you give them a Cloud Soul and it will become problematic. And they will just stay on top of you, and it'll be so much harder to get them off. Now, Wayward is caught out.
Yeah, pick onto Wayward here. Does use the Hallowed Mist as everyone ulting forwards, and they will find the pick. There's an opportunity for RNG as Xiaohu goes to the bottom lane to push. What else can RNG get on the map?
Looks like Top Esports might take this time just to get the mid tower, because RNG obviously moved away from defending it. Xiaohu's going to be able to crash this wave in, but Top Esports actually should benefit in terms of objectives, although they obviously do lose that kill.
Yeah, Top Esports dangerously hanging around the Baron. 8 seconds till that comes up. I've cast Top Esports enough to know where this is going. Yeah, I don't think they can go for it. We'll just be Knight moving up to the top lane to try and finish that tier 1 in the top side. Taking another look at this pick is Wayward. Spotted out by Xiaohu.
Yeah, and then does manage to use the Hallowed Mist to go immune, so Way's ult gets cancelled. But unfortunately, like I said, you're against Ari and Ricard. There's a lot of follow-up. A lot of mobility on this lineup of RNG to get on top of someone. Now, Ming will find Tian, but Tian should be safe. The question is Knight?
That is a big question. The TP cancelled. Breathe slams him against the wall, and Knight will be disarmed. Now to the bottom side as Top Esports rush to find something to answer for the mid laner's death.
Yeah, looks like it might just be crushing waves. That bot lane tower, is low, so maybe Wayward can deal with that, but concern has to be, are RNG in a position to Baron? Don't think so. You see Gala in mid. I think Top Esports just need to try and defend their mid tier 1. Dragon in a minute. Likely going to be the next fight around that, but RNG should be able to take this tower first.
Tien away, sparring a little bit in the jungle as RNG do manage to brute force this mid tier 1 down. And we're just trading towers back and forth around the map right now as both teams starting to build themselves significant piles of gold. As this will be Breathe finishing off the tier 2. somewhat uncontested. Honestly, that's 600 gold in his pocket, which he's not going to complain about. And look at Breed's scoreline right now. 2-0-2, already with a Triforce and a Black Cleaver. He's going to be somewhat of a menace in the next couple of fights.
Yeah, going to be in a much better position with all those items than obviously he was in game 1 when he was playing the GP and got bullied out. Now, Mark has to be careful. I know it's cholesterol, but don't really want to burn that for nothing. Going to be setting up a fight for this one. As you said, Breathe super strong. Knight has picked up the Zhonya's, so actually stalled out his Rylai's because he sees RNG continue to try and burst him out and pick him off as a target.
Speaking of, he is in a bit of a dangerous position. The never move. Mark can follow up with the Spirit Rush at the last second here. TN is instead the one caught. Beautiful play from RNG. Now Wayward on the back line, trying to get in the mix of everyone. Wants to get the damage down. Infernum across the team from Gala. And Top Esports have been found in the mid-game. Jaculov now knocked up and taken down by Ming. And forget the dragon. RNG won the purple worm.
They get the jungler and then they find more, and that is enough. You can see they respect Knight, they respect Wayward. They try and kite them out, wait for the ultimate of the Swain to time out. But as soon as they get that second kill, as soon as they see the window for it, they know they can just take the Baron and further push themselves ahead in terms of this gold lead. Dragon secured by Top Esports. You know, and as I said, Cloud Soul would be fantastic for them, but there's still one away. And ultimately, if you're behind, if you're not doing enough damage, movement speed isn't going to help you out. We'll see the replay, and it's like they look for Xiaohu, but obviously hard target to find. And Tian, he's just not on the same page as the rest of the team.
No, he's certainly not moving up quickly enough and caught out by the rest of the team. And this is the pick potential that you talked about with RNG, right? That it's so difficult for Top Esports to, unless they just move as a 5-man unit at all times, they will be picked apart.
Yeah, and here Wei catching out Jaculov and allowing Ming to follow the W prediction onto where Jaculov was going to jump, and then able to catch him out as well. Now gold lead 5,500 just about, so pretty significant in favor of RNG. They have the Baron as well to start taking more of these tier 2s. The Dragon, you know, the fact that Top Esports have 3 isn't ideal, but I think RNG are still fine with this situation.
Yeah, not ideal, your opponent being on soul point, but with the control that they can get over the next couple of minutes, like you say, it should be fine for RNG. 9-5. It's most people's jobs, but for right now, it's RNG's scoreline as they look for tier 2 in the bottom side of the map. Their gold lead building now, 5,000-6,000 in their favor as they take control of the map. And we need to see clean gameplay, but this is RNG's comfort zone. This is what we know them for. This is the team that have the best mid-game in the entire world, or at least they did at MSI. Ming going for a face check here. Tien realizes that is not a fight that he can take. Ming has backup there.
Yeah, and the ability to recall makes it difficult. Tian's fishing for something here. Not quite sure what he thinks he's going to find, and you have to be so cautious. If Wei presses R, you know, it does not take much for Xiaohu to be there.
No, it really does not. It's the Top Esports. I'm not sure they're strong enough to actually fight right now. Mark a target. Will walk away with his life. The Eclipse really saving him on that one. As the rest of RNG just group up to take the tier 2 tower. The question to me is not can they take tier 2s. They've got 50 seconds left of this Baron. Can they start to threaten inhibs is the question.
You can see already Breed has Mega available and is really threatening with the empowered cannon. Just chipping away at that tower. Wayward can't really step up to it when there is Mega available. Although, to be honest, I don't think he could step up regardless. And they are now using these waves quite effectively. Xiaohu does almost get caught out. Has to be in the ultimate. And now I think RNG probably just go for the resets. You're not going to get these tier 3 towers with the ultimate unavailable for Xiaohu. Not the ideal setup to go for a fight. They've established a significant goal lead. 7,000 just over at this point. You got what you wanted from the Baron.
And this is the clean game that we wanted from RNG, right? After game number 1 especially. I feel like they needed this just to reassure the fans at this point that they are still a top contender. Because game number 1 was brutal, but game number 2 looks immaculate from them. Yes, there have been some plays from Top Esports across this one. But in the grand scheme of things, aside from the level 1, where Top Esports really read RNG like a book, as soon as the game properly kicked off, RNG have been in the driver's seat, and a lot of it has been down to Xiaohu as well. I feel like this Ahri has looked really good this game, like consistently threatening enough to put pressure on Top Esports, but also always being safe, always being able to use that Spirit Rush and get himself out.
It's so hard to get on top of Xiaohu because you don't have, like, that's where the Sandra's good into the Ahri. You have that point and click stun. But all the CC from top esports, like you have to connect something. You have to get on top of the Ari, and it just proves to be so difficult. We just saw the gold a second ago, by the way. Bree, thanks to taking that tier 2 tower and all, obviously the extra gold he got from the plates early. 3,000 gold ahead of Wayward, which is just a whole item, which you can literally see in his inventory. Just has that extra round wins. So
after game 1 as well, that's gonna feel good. That's gonna feel so good for Bree. Like
you gotta spam him out to me now, Wayward.
Yeah, exactly. Feels good for him to get back on the map. Let's talk about this Drake though, Orcs. We've got one coming up in 53 seconds. Top esports on Soul Point, like you said, so valuable with the composition that they have to have a Cloud Soul as well. How do they make this happen though? Because RNG have won every single fight for the last few minutes.
Yeah, I think ultimately you can't have someone get picked off like Tian has before. You need your whole team to be surviving for the extended fight. And ultimately, I think Gala kind of has to die. Gala has so much sustained DPS. He can shred through with Red-White, through the Swain, through multiple members, through the Gwen even. So ideally, Gala dies, and you don't have someone picked off on your own side.
Move going slightly wide there, Tien. Oh, I thought he was picked off again, but Blast Cone's out to safety. Knight kind of left out, but has the Cloud Rift to rejoin his team with that movement speed. Tien moving down to try and push that wave out. Oh, it's Wave that's caught out instead. Never Move is going to be stopped by the stopwatch. That was a crucial stopwatch as Ming finds the quickness, gets onto the perfect target. Wayward down, and now the rest of Top Esports into the blender. They just can't fight this one. Knight in the middle of everyone, and sure, he's got his Zhonya's, but it's not really going to do much, is it? RNG find yet another plate at Top Esports. They just can't seem to work as a team.
They just can't find it. Chance split off from the rest. They try and pick up Wei. Don't respect the stopwatch. So much burn, right? The combo comes out from Mark. The ult on top does nothing. And then RNG is so ready to engage. And I think this is the difference. When RNG has tools to say, we are going now, we are killing this person, they look like a completely different team.
Certainly do. And RNG just straight away going to end this one out. No messing about. No trying to get kills on the fan. I say that. They are actually going to go. What a kick! What a kick from Tien! It doesn't matter, but that was a 5-man kick from Tien just there. Beautiful stuff. The Nexus will fall, and RNG do what RNG do best and make sure this series goes to 3.
Nowhere near as explosive as like game 1, but RNG still managed to close it out quite convincingly. When it came to the team fights, when it came to the execution, you see, I think that's something that's so fantastic about RNG is the target selection. And when they have tools, point-and-click tools like Vi, like the Lissandra, which has been so good for Xiaohu, like the Nautilus, another thing consistently banned against them, where they can just pick a target and say, you, they just know how to make that work. Everyone is on the same wavelength.
Yeah, really. That's the big difference, right, in this game number 2 was RNG all totally on the same page. Top Esports multiple times towards the mid-game, and I don't know if we never really got to the late game, but, you know, getting people caught out, not quite being on the same page, Tien getting caught, and then Tien going bot lane while the rest of the team gets caught. Like, just never quite feeling like they're on the same page, which is the polar opposite of what we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, I feel like you can really see what these teams can do with momentum. It has felt really explosive. Obviously, game 1, Top Esports were just absolutely annihilating them. But I think, you know, ultimately what we're seeing from these 2 games is agency is key, right? Having the tools to make things happen is so important. Having the ability to set your own fights at your own pace. And as much as I don't think Top East was a composition that didn't have it, you could see trying to navigate the fights was a bit trickier for them. You know, trying to get on the Ari, you talked about how difficult that was. We saw at the end, trying to get on top of Wei, even then, just because the stopwatch ended up being problematic and the turnaround was able to come in. So, you know, we had that stomp in game 1. We've had not quite a stomp, but a convincing game 2 by RNG. We're going into game 3, which is what we hope for, Joe, ultimately. And I really hope that this one's like both teams have seen issues with their losses and they go, right, this is what we're going to do to win, and we get a complete slugfest.
Yeah, I think Top Esports once again will draft early aggression. This time RNG will have some scaling and a bit of proactivity to match. And hopefully we'll just have nothing but skirmishing in the early game. Nothing but team fights in the late game. 50-minute banger to finish us out. That's what I'm hoping for. We'll have to wait and see, though. Don't want to get too far ahead of myself. Xiaohu actually topping the damage charts in that game. Not something you usually see on Ari.
Yeah, so when the Leandri's build, obviously a lot of bulky targets on the side of Top Esports. So when he's hitting like a big orb deception across the entire enemy team, does end up stacking up a lot. I'm just going to say, Wayward did not have fun that game. on the Gwen. Obviously had a rough time in the laning phase in that matchup, and then in team fights, quite consistently focused out. We normally think of Gwen as being like impossible to kill, but when you have the lockdown, when the W's not available, she goes down pretty quick.
Yeah, she certainly does. Especially, like, we saw the play where Wayward managed to use the Hallowed Mist to block Way's ultimate, but then beyond that, once the mist is gone, you're a very, very vulnerable target, and so gets taken down. Really good stuff coming out from RNG, and it means that we are 1-1 in the series, and both teams, I feel like, giving us really good examples of what their strengths are, right? Game number 1, Top Esports win through dominating the early game and snowballing like crazy. Game number 2, RNG win through a really solid, clear, fundamental understanding of how to play the mid game and how to trade up in objectives. Fantastic stuff from both teams, and it means we're going to 3. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll find out who takes this Top Esports and RNG finals rematch, game number 3, right after this.
谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远。尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次摔倒过，让独行总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念。粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜。冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。剩多少次摔倒过？但独行总有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念。粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜，太耀眼。沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。不愿流的泪，受过的伤都会终结。被否定，被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心，一双脚都匹配，这条路不走到尾，绝不停歇。每个你，每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念。战胜一切，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。 We're free. Don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me.
我觉得那些选手从春季赛到现在的发挥都是非常稳定的吧，然后也是 TOP 队内打的可以说是最好的选手了。TOP 的中野奈特跟小天的话是前期非常强势，然后非常会抓机会的一对中野组合吧。然后我们面对他们的话，就可能要打得小心一点，然后再从中抓取，就去找到属于我们自己的节奏。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we continue our Hanfu day here and we head into our final game. It's Top Esports versus RNG. And so far, Orcs, it has been back and forth in terms of the series, but both games have been fairly one-sided, it has to be said. Like RNG, a very clean game 2 coming in.
Yeah, and as much as you said, game 1 was a complete annihilation by Top Esports, it wasn't quite that, but still very convinced and controlled. You can see if either of these teams get an edge. And this is kind of the difference we're seeing from Top Esports, the evolution. Top Esports before were fantastic at getting edges, not as good at maintaining them. But here, RNG show why they won Spring, why they won MSI. Once they get a lead, once they have the tools to make things happen, very hard to really shake them off.
Yeah, way our MVP for game number 2, which I have to say, after how that game started, not something I was expecting, right? The level 1 shenanigans were completely disastrous for Way. But then in the well, not even in the mid game, like the early skirmishes around Herald set Way up for success and was able to take over the game.
Yeah, very effective at just connecting onto the right targets, picking the opportunities. And that's the thing, you know, as much as it's easy to press the R on buy and connect on someone, picking the right time, picking the right moment, being in the right position makes all the difference. And here, this was kind of the first big mistake from Top Esports, where Tian had a substantial lead, substantial advantage, but RNG find the right fight, the target selection, as you expect, is fantastic.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from RNG. And again, finding these picks, the rest of the team so willing to jump on board. This Rakan Vi combo, so difficult for Top Esports to deal with. The CC chain, Wei and Ming. We've been talking about them as a duo for a while now, and they still live up to that reputation.
Yeah, and here as well, trying to commit onto him when he's isolated. Stopwatch comes in clutch to disrupt the CC combo, and the whole team are there. This is what it's like when you have so many champions with so much mobility, and something, you know, typically we see Aphelios struggle with is connecting onto targets because of his shorter range. it's so easy when you have these teammates who just, oh, someone's 3 screens away. Well, we're on him. We'll lock him up for 8 seconds, and then Gala could just walk up, press Q.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see coming out from RNG, and exciting to see what this draft is. Excuse me, what this draft is going to look like for game number 3. Because Top Esports and RNG, you know, we talked about it before. 2 best of 5s in playoffs, one of them the grand finals. RNG winning both series. Top Esports felt like multiple games, they had amazing games, never quite able to take the series against RNG. And I'm worried for them that it's going to be the same story once again here. Looking dominant in game number 1. Fantastic start to the series. But then RNG pull it back in game number 2. We'll see what happens in game number 3 because I anticipate that the teams will swap sides once more.
Yeah, I would think so. And we kind of talked a bit before about the strength of blue side at the moment. There's so many like big, powerful picks. Like the Zeri is a force ban on red side. And it means like there's a lot of targeted bans you want to spend. And I think this is especially true against RNG. Like Top Esports on blue side can ban away the Aphelios, the Nautilus, and the Lissandra. RNG don't have as many bans to throw away. It's sort of specific targeting picks, and it gives a lot of space for Top Esports to get their hands on something good. They can also take a strong 2-3, like a bot lane like they had the Lucian Nami before. We get back into the ban phase, and this is mirrored from game 1 so far with the Aphelios and the Wukong band. Lissandra, something else they banned in that first game. RNG, I imagine they will go Zeri once again as a ban, and we'll see if they opt to ban the Sylas this time too.
That'll be the big question, whether they respect Knight Sylas enough to ban it even on the red side here, as the Nautilus actually taken away from RNG, denying Ming that engage tool will in fact be the Ahri. This is what RNG first picked on the blue side back in game number 2, clearly deciding that that is the most powerful champion remaining in the pool. TM though, just going to go back to this Viego once more.
Yeah, so both games with Ahri blue side first pick, and that does mean Sylas is open and available, so RNG obviously clearly have a plan in place, but that's the problem with the red side, right? You just don't have as much space to ban away these things. Now, they very quickly lock in that Kalista, and they will just secure the jungler here, so leaving that third pick probably to round out with the support. They could leave support till second rotation, though it depends what Top Esports do here. I'd imagine if Knight does want to play his Sylas, it's kind of now you have to lock it in. I don't think he'll survive through the second phase of bans.
Now, the question is, are you willing to go for the Sylas this early? Because the 2 ultimates available, not the greatest in the world anyway, so would be an interesting position to lock in that Sylas. But, you know, it is Knight Sylas
Knight, yeah.
at the end of the day. Like, he's just so good at this pick. I feel like it's good without the ultis, and we'll just lock it in.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone who didn't see him during summer last year, on an absolute tear on this champion, broke the solo kill record, 1v9ing on this pick. And this is very interesting if they were to go Gnar. I feel like you want to leave Gnar open because RNG, if they pick it, you give the best ult in the game to Sylas. So we'll see if they opt to go for it, go in a different direction. And they end up knocking in the Gnar. So I felt like them picking Sylas would mean RNG, you know, again, you pick Gnar and then you give... It is probably one of, if not the best ult in the game for Sylas. If you hit them into a wall, it's 150% AP ratio. And obviously, you don't have to be a mega to do it. But they opt to go for the Gnar for Wayward. Now RNG, they can only respond to mid or top. And it looks like they might be picking up a mid laner. They're going to go for the Azir. So something that can obviously cause some issues for Sylas, who is melee range. Azir, someone who can push quite heavily and apply that harass. And now go to the second rotation, looking at 80 carry bans for RNG. Whereas Top Esports, they can put bans towards the top lane. They can ban support as well. Amumu and Renata both open and available that pair very well with the Kalista.
Yeah, I just want to quickly mention...
I was just going to say, I'd say the Amumu pairs very well, but it's one of those things where it's like, but if they pick Amumu, Knight gets an Amumu ult, right?
True. Yeah, Knight is going to get all of the good ultimates regardless of what you lock in at this point. And Knight, on that Sylas, he has played 29 games and won 20 of them across the course of his career with a 6 KDA in total. Like, this guy is a menace on the Sylas, and RNG are going to know that, and the Emperor's Divide is certainly a tool that Knight can use for himself in that mid lane. But the center being banned away, trying to deny some of the safer lanes, or, you know, one really aggressive lane, one really safe lane from Jackie Love and Mark. And I'm curious where they end up going, because that's 3-4 80 carries banned as well as the Kalista locked in. The Lucian Nami available with the Renata gone, maybe it's doable.
Potentially, I feel like it's still tricky, but it depends really, because the problem is RNG might take probably will take a top laner here, leave support kind of pick to last. So can be very volatile if you end up going Lucian Nami and then end up with a lane that you don't really enjoy. But a lot of support bans have already come through. Actually going to see the Aurelia coming out for Breathe, so looking to really challenge the Gnar matchup. Obviously, you know, ranged, squishy champion when he's a mini, Aurelia thrives on being able to jump on top of them and just squish them.
Oh yeah, and Breed, a strong Aurelia player as well. This is a player that we've seen play Aurelia before in the past. It's going to be a Jinx Tom Kench on the side of Top Esports, so playing it safe on the bottom side. Definitely a very different look from Top Esports, right? Especially when you compare to like game number 1. Feels like there's a lot of different vibes, like playing a much slower game here from Top Esports.
Yeah, and I think the reason this works, the Tom works, is obviously you expect an aggressive bot lane, and with Renata taking out the pool, like Kalista Renata is really problematic for a lane like Jinx Tom, because they can just range harass constantly, and the sort of defensive tools of Tom don't really help you out there. Whereas here, because Renata's banned, they end up going for the Rel. Still has fantastic engage, especially paired with the Kalista ultimate. Like, you can throw the Rel in, she knocks them up into a Magnet Storm, into a W as a powerful combo. But the fact that you have this Tom and a decent lane matchup with the safety net for the Jinx later gives you powerful team fighting. And I think both teams, you know, this feels a bit more even than the other drafts we've seen. Knight does have that Silas. I'm gonna be honest, you know, the fact that he has the Azir ultimate and the Rel ultimate, both really powerful ones that he can pick and make use of.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to quickly point out the Aurelia as well. Most players, will occasionally pick an Aurelia as a counter pick. Well, Breathe is his second most played in his entire career. He's got 28 games under his belt on the Aurelia with a 61% win rate as well. So be afraid of Breathe in the top lane on that Aurelia, and it's a good matchup against the Gnar as well if you can find the all-in onto the mini Gnar. But let's talk holistically then. RNG, I feel like in the driver's seat right now. They've got the momentum off of the previous game. I feel like if they can play a solid early game, if they can maintain just even standings, then once it gets to the mid and late game, they'll be the ones that are pushing forwards.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, RNG have the favored matchup bot. RNG have a potential really volatile matchup in the top lane if they can find the window. And then mid, you kind of just have a neutralize and pick in the Azir. So I think if lanes play out as normal, RNG are pretty comfortable, but there's so much opportunity for Top Esports to break that up. The fact that you have the strong skirmishing duo of the Silas and the Viego, both of them really good in extended fights, does make things trickier. So I think Wei, I said this in the first game, I don't think it's as, you know, necessary, but he kind of just wants to make sure Tien doesn't get up to any business and he can keep the lanes going up as normal. If Wayward makes a mistake, Breathe will punish him. He will find that opportunity.
Certainly look for those opportunities. Breathe knows this champion like the back of his hand. We'll see as we head into game number 3 here, Dan, between Top Esports and RNG. It's a finals rematch. It's also, I think, an upper bracket final rematch between the two teams. So exciting to see this one go through. As you can see, the Black Spear used by Knight onto Tien. The expected target there. You want to have your jungler able to be thrown in. But I can't wait to see how this one pans out. And both teams winning a game so far in their style. And kind of interestingly changing up the styles for the third game, right? Gala being much more aggressive on the Kalista. Jailov being much more defensive on that Jinx.
Honestly, I feel like I probably would have put the ult onto Wayward, personally. Like, just to sort of talk about that. Because I feel like throwing Wayward in is way more impactful when he's Mega, right? And, like, it doesn't matter if you don't have on Tien in the mid game, because, like, as much as you may not be with Wayward, you don't have to take Gala's ult. So you can just kind of save it. And then when Wayward's Mega, you launch you at the enemy team. That's why I think personally, either way, we see Top Esports once again. This has been a consistent theme for them, enacting those early game plans and finding opportunities just to invade into the enemy jungle. Wei should be able to, if he spots this out, if he does realize that this has happened, which I mean, he doesn't have information now, but maybe saw them coming from his own jungle, should be able to just match on that side of the map, which does put Wayward in a comfortable spot.
Bit of a scrap in the bottom side at level 1. Gala and Ming really not winning it out so far. A lot of autos coming on through. Ming taken to 200 HP there by Mark. Jackalope can return to the wave. This will be level 2 any second now from the side of Top Esports. And Gala and Ming really need to be cautious of this one. We've seen Mark all in these before. And RNG know it. They back away and allow the top level 2 spike to occur in the bottom side as they'll push this last wave in.
Yeah, just really getting harassed down. And Tom Kench is quite a threat at level 1. He did obviously get his passive damage buffed recently, so can just out trade the likes of the Rel, and if Rel does jump in, it won't go particularly well. So just have to take the safe. Just see that Wei hasn't seen anything of Tian. They went for that invade. They used the sweeper. They didn't allow RNG to have any information, and so Wei will now find out that he's missing some of his jungle camps. And you know what? Probably has a feeling like, not again.
Yeah, not just yet, at very least. Wei moving into this bottom side right here.
Yeah, I mean, he Sonic waved it, so he knows it's gone. Oh.
Trying to move around to Xiaohu, caught, and moving into the jungle, but Mark is here, exhausts him, forces the flash from Xiaohu, but the slow is still there. Tian wants to go for this one, actually flashing on forwards. One more auto will do the trick. Oh, Knight flashes forward and gets it with the chain lash. I thought he'd escaped, but Knight never lets him get away.
So much invested there. It could have been so bad if that didn't work in the end, but they finally get it. Wei does take the boss scuttle and moves in to steal away these Krugs, so applying some pressure to Jackie Love, who is isolated. He'll have to back away, but Top Esports, as I said, a ton invested, but they get what they want. They managed to shut down Xiaohu now. Will Jackie Love risk this?
Yeah, he will.
Oh, this has to be a dive.
Of course he will, yeah. Jackie Love in all kinds of trouble here as Wei starts the fight onto him. Flame Chompers underneath his feet. Wei actually pretty low on this one as Jackie Love flashes to safety, but Mark is here. RNG have to be a little cautious. That is so many minions that Jackie Love is missing off the back of the play. Look at the CS discrepancy between the AD carries.
Yeah, that is painful, and that's kind of the cost. You go for that extended play, your support's missing for a long time. They are able to crash it. Not exactly the start you want for your Jinx. And you have to ask, how will it manifest? Will it be worth it in the mid lane?
Oh, Tian actually dodges the stun from Breathe there. Flash from the wallop. Breathe punished with his flash down. Let's see if Tian does a similar thing to what we saw in our Weibo versus BLG series and just sticks on the top side for it.
To be fair, I think the top lane 2v2 is quite strong for RNG, and I think there isn't as much good setup. Like the thing with the Gragas into the Gangplank is that the Gragas can always set you up for gank. So I'm hoping for Breeze's sake, because it isn't as easy, it's not going to happen. But I do like at least showing some attention to the top lane. Baiting the flash from Breeze does mean Wayward has a bit of an easier time, because we talked about coming out of the draft. This is not a fun matchup to play Nara into. Playing any range champion to Aurelia, apart from something like, I guess, Quinn, tends to be painful, just because once she's on you, very hard to try and get her off you again.
Yeah, difficult to peel that champion, especially if she gets like Merc Treads, you know, gets a bit of tenacity in it kit as well. So difficult one to deal with up in that top side if Breathe can get ahead on it. And like we said, he's got plenty of games. This is his second most played champion in his entire career for Breathe up in that top side. So excited to see what he can do on the Aurelia if he can find any opportunities to do so. But I'm keeping my eyes on these junglers as they path around the map. So far, a minor CS lead for Tian, obviously having that assist from the kill onto Xiaohu in the mid lane. Xiaohu no flash for a little while longer, but I don't really feel like you're going to find much of an opportunity onto an Azir.
Yeah, it's just so hard to punish, and that's the big reason why Azir works as a neutralizer. Now, Breathe is really trying to get to that cannon in time. He does manage to get it, but ends up against the wall. I'm surprised Wayward didn't just ult him into the wall just for the trade. But regardless, you know, Breathe had the wave in a comfortable position, was able to just kind of like stabilize it.
Oh, there it is. Slammed against the wall and Breathe in big trouble. Does he have the sustain? Not even close. Just walloped down, smashed into the floor. There's a Breathe-shaped crater in top lane right now.
I think maybe Wayward is just waiting for the W to be used by Aurelia. It gives pretty heavy physical damage reduction. As soon as that was thrown down, slams him to the wall, takes him out, and I don't know about you, Joe, but if I'm picking Aurelia into Gnar, this isn't really how I want the lane to be going.
Not at all. Disaster for Breathe. Forced to use that TP as well while Wayward will go for the reset. RNG in the meantime, at least we'll be able to push out in that bottom side, go for the first Drake of the game. It will be a Cloud Drake going the way of RNG, but behind in gold so far. And I am really curious what this mid game is going to end up looking like, because as soon as Knight starts to get onto the map with that Sylas, that's where it tends to get a bit scary. Like Knight, once you're getting into those scraps on the Sylas, you really do have to watch your backs for RNG. A little cautious as Tien in the river right now. Wants to try and make something happen. I think he's just helping the bottom lane shove this wave in.
Yeah, I think a big thing is level 6 for both Tian and Knight is a massive spike. We obviously know all about the spike for level 6 of Viego, the fact you can get resets on your ult. But for Knight as well, you now have all these great choices to take. You can steal the Azir ult, try and do the own play back, but we'll get the replay. And yeah, so Wayward holds his ult, And then it's this moment, he gets a stun. And remember, you can channel Aurelia W while you're stunned. And then after that, he goes to the slam in the wall for that big damage. And Breathe, you know, he doesn't have flash. He knows he can't get away. Just ends up trying to clear as many minions as he can.
I just love that animation as well. Wayward actually using an auto and the crunch to finish the kill off. It just felt so satisfying to watch. I know everyone has been bodied by an Aurelia in solo queue before, and I think that's a little catharsis for everyone watching as Aurelia gets smashed into the floor. Breathe, though, not having the greatest series ever for himself. Like, game number 1, obviously not really his fault in game number 1, just got ganked repeatedly. Now game number 3, getting caught out by Wayward in the 1v1. And getting set behind on Aurelia. Like you said, it's not necessarily just a counter matchup, it's a volatile matchup. Whichever way it goes, it starts to get really tough for the opponent.
And I feel like Breathe has the most to prove of this roster, right? If you look at RNG, I see 4 MSI champions. I see one person who isn't reigning MSI champion. New addition to the roster. A lot of expectations to step into Bin's shoes. Now, RNG have committed heavily to that Herald. Is something we talked about before the series. How much they lean on it. What I love from Top Esports is they aren't contesting and they are leaving Jackie Love bot to pick up plates for himself. The Jinx as well, someone who with the minigun is so good at picking up those plates. If you're going to commit. If you're not going to commit, then make sure you do something like this and pick up the resources across the map.
And crucially as well, this is something that Top Esports have done time and time again. Ignore the Herald and just let Jackie Love get plays. We talked about the stats earlier on today, how RNG, really high percentage of the first Herald of the game, but really low percentage of the first tower of the game. Whereas it's the opposite statistics for Top Esports. They always, or almost always, get first tower for themselves, and they never focus on Herald. And it's because they do this so often. They love to just let the AD carry hammer away while the other team is distracted by them.
And we do see Knight finishing as Mythic has gone for the crown of the Shattered Queen. So normally we always saw Everfrost for Sylas, but then Everfrost got nerfed, obviously. And with the crown, you know, when you get to those fights, have that extra bit of durability. Obviously, the downside is Xiaohu should be able to proc it reasonably easily when he gets to the window. But definitely just showing there isn't as much of a you must build Everfrost. It was also something that was buffed. Got some extra AP when they did the sort of item switch up for the AP items and gave some of them some buffs and nerfs. We should have a decent amount of power available. And it still gives all the stats you love on Sylas, like health, AP, mana.
Yeah. And also just the reduced damage income, right? When you're playing something like Sylas, just being a bit tankier is always going to be nice for you when you're in the middle of the scrap. So feels good for Knight to have that item fairly early on as well, with 10.5 minutes into the game, as Gala needs to be a little cautious. We'll back away as the push in favor of Top Esports on the bottom side. Drake not up for another 90 seconds, but this will be the point over the next, you know, sort of minute where both teams are going to be vying for vision control around that Drake once more.
Yeah, Top Esports really want the second Drake. It's a lot better when you're trading the first two, so no one can stack up an early soul too quickly. Kind of takes a lot of pressure off the third one, because, you know, if you don't have an ideal setup for it, you can just take it. Whereas RNG, you know, they would love to get the second dragon, but if they see a window to place the Herald, that is the main thing. It is still in pocket. Way still has that. If they make Top Esports overcommit for that dragon and they can find an opportunity, maybe some damage in the mid lane tower or even a whole tower in the side lane, I do think particularly they'd love to get some gold on the Breathe, but it looks like with them setting up on the bot side, that might not be the game plan.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I will say, if the top laners stay top, this is not a Drake that I think RNG should contest at all, right? Because you have TP available for Wayward. You don't have it on Breathe. That's a 4v5. Even if it's Mininar, that's still enough of a champion that you're going to win a 4v5. So they do have to be cautious. Gala might be caught in the bottom side as Mark goes forward, but actually just going to be bashed about himself. Flame Chompers to deny any further engage. There's a Fate's Call way into the play as well, and Mark's gone already. It's already won for RNG, but now the rest of Top Esports, they're not backing away anytime soon. Jackie Love running out of mana, though. Can't blast any more rockets out. And in goes Xiaohu with the Empress Defied, but what? No, it was Knight's Empress Defied. Oh my days, my mind is blown.
Manages to disengage what could have been a huge play for Xiaohu there. Knight, fantastic performance there to stop that from happening. Reads it quite well, but still RNG find favor. They get the kill. Herald down for some plates. They should be able to translate it into a dragon if they want. It appears they've used their pressure and fearing resets. They don't want to overcommit. Remember, Breathe not with the TP available yet, but oh my... This isn't how the match is supposed to go, Joe.
Yeah, Breathe is getting bodied right now. At Knight, out Shurima himself. It's a tough one right now for RNG. as they're a little bit behind in gold, and the Drake started once again. Xiaohu trying to contest for vision here. I think we might just have a little repeat of the Drake fight down in the bottom side.
Yeah, so this is so ambitious to try and connect the W on a Gala, and then they just turn it around. And ultimately, Mark, you know, you want to be saving someone. You don't want to be the one in the mess, because he doesn't get to use his eat. And then this moment, Knight really saving the team. Comes down, and not only does he... Oh, we don't get a replay.
We don't get to watch it again because Ming is caught. Rocky comes on in. Ming low, but they can't quite finish it off. Tien, a bit greedy for that one. Needs to back away once more. Xiaohu getting damage down as Gala threatens on the bottom side of the play. And look at this, RNG regrouping, trying to posture, trying to position to fight this one, but the Drake already so low will be taken down for top esports. And actually, Jinx getting excited. That's big damage out from Jackie Love. He's CC'd. Can they finish the AD carry off? He backs off into the pit though and will survive. Way the one low. Resets galore for the side of top esports. It's one for Gala on the back of the play, but Jackie Love is chasing him down. The rockets are flying, flashed over the wall, dodges the zap, and I don't think top esports can dive it.
And top esports get everything they want and more there. They get the dragon, they get the kills, and RNG just overcommit a bit too much. Knight massive there, stealing away the Rel ultimate and having a devastating effect in that fight. The resets start to come in, as you say, and there will be so much momentum. If Tien, if Jackie Love get those resets, they can just run over a fight.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous stuff from top esports, and this is the scary situation for RNG because Knight is 2-0-2 on his Silas. He's already finished his mythic, he's headed towards more items, and he's got himself that dark seal, that signature item for Knight, and we'll see if he can keep this ball rolling.
And he has the Rel ult here, and the Rel ult actually has 110% AP ratio of its duration. So they fly in, Jackie Love gets saved, Knight pops the ultimate, and he's just burning everyone nearby while also doing, you know, typical Silas damage. Xiaohu sure got the good shuffle, but because Jackie Love was safe, he doesn't get hit. The rest of them are too bulky, and suddenly your Azir is in melee range of a team he does not want to be in melee range of. And now, looks like top esports making a play towards the top side. Ult will actually spot our way.
Yeah, so Jackie Love's trying to stop the recalls there, but accidentally scouts the fact that RNG are trying to cheese him. I feel like that was more coincidence than it was planned.
Accidentally a great play.
Yeah, exactly. Keeps himself safe. And in the meantime, Wayward's hammering away on the tower. Jackie Love instead going for the red buff. Xiaohu's here, as is Wei. Who's going to get it? Zap comes down onto the red buff. Jackie Love's out of mana again, though. No flash available. Xiaohu looking for the Emperor's Divide, but Mark saves his AD carry's life. And Knight, with his own Emperor's Divide, doesn't go for anything more.
And you know, top esports are happy with that. They get the top lane tower, they get the first tower blood, and Jackie Love gets the red buff, right? That's everything they want from that situation. RNG, you know, they do answer, but they are down in gold. They don't have the advantage of the dragon. And on top of that, because top esports make a play on the top side, they'll get the Herald as well.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from top esports and starting to build a bit of a lead. And this is the scary situation for RNG. To when top esports have that snowball starting to build up, and it feels like the gold is in the right spots as well. We already talked about Knight being 2-0-2, but Jackie Love 102, getting good CS, not getting shut down there, getting that red buff, as you say. The Herald now in pocket, they can start to take more of these towers, start to build a bit of a lead for these carries. That's where it becomes real dangerous for RNG.
And I think especially after that first game of the split, you know, we saw countless games where top esports have a lead early in playoffs last split. These two teams faced each other twice. Top esports would crush most early games and then fall apart. But that game one, top esports showing their evolution, the fact that they were controlled, tempered, didn't overstep and close the game out, means this 2,000 gold lead does feel intimidating, especially, as you said, with picks like the Jinx for Jackie Love. Silas for Knight can be very difficult. Now we have a minute and a half until that next dragon, and we have the Herald in pocket for top esports, so they can throw that down mid and use that pressure to get access to the dragon area. You can see, because RNG were making a play on the bot side, they kind of have the control over that area for now.
Yeah, feels like this is going to be a matter of RNG trying to maintain that control, but you know, it's a long time until that Drake, and they probably want to go for a reset before that happens. So inevitably, Vision likely to swing in favor of top esports in the meantime. We'll have to see, because it's one dragon apiece right now, Mountain Soul, but neither team needs to fight for this Drake. Like, in terms of, if the second Drake goes over, it's not the end of the world. He says tentatively.
Of course they do. It's just, it's imprinted in them, right? This is the LPL. You don't pass up a window like this. Top esports are ahead, therefore they want to fight to maintain their lead. Whereas RNG are behind, so therefore they want to fight to recover the disadvantage. It's simple.
Living up to MLXG's reputation. That rocket hit, but Ming was in the last half second of his recall. So still actually gets to go back to base there. TP coming through from Xiaohu from bot to mid lane here. They want to deny the Herald. Can they get the damage down? The answer is no. The Herald does get the charge. Will mean priority for top esports. They've got visual control of the river.
That's what they were going for, right? They get the Herald down, and so as a result, they have control of the area. Now it's up to RNG to try and force their way in here. Wayward is trying to stack up his Narbar with his Q, but still a while away.
Yeah, no rocket for
Knight on the
Jackie
flank.
either. Halfway on that cooldown as Drake started by top esports. Knight hiding in fog of war right now. If he doesn't have any ultimate stolen for the time being, we'll have to see what he grabs for himself as he enters the fray. But I think RNG realizing this is a bit dangerous. Knight moving in from the side as well. Chain lash there, damage on Breathe. Forces them away. And top esports, very controlled play here. Not overstaying, not over pushing. This is what we were talking about game number 1. A much more tempered top esports than what you might be used to.
Yeah, using the Mega Gnar well as a zoning tool. The threat of Wayward is enough to force them away. Knight as well on the flank. Now, they're trying to push in here. Knight could look for something. He could steal Ming's ult here.
Certainly could try and find an engage. You don't have Mega Gnar though, so it is a little dangerous as Jackalove gets some damage down. Flashes forward here. Knight has Ming's ultimate, as you say, but only one target to use it on for the time being. Jackalove sends a rocket. He's going to try and colonize Mars with that one, I think.
Yeah, importantly enough, they defend the mid-tier 1, right? Colonizer Mars can wait, and at the time, RNG will go for the reset. So top esports got what they wanted, but they didn't overstep. They managed to maintain their lead and just pick up their second dragon.
Yeah, so top esports do grab themselves the Drake, and crucially, actually defend that tier 1, right? Which I wasn't really convinced they were going to be able to. I was envisioning a bit of a throw there. Tien really wants the Scuttle Crab. It's a 2v2. Why not? Xiaohu actually gets out-ulted and forced to flash over the wall. Wayward TP's in. Knight can't find the knock-up, though. And Xiaohu dodges the slow. He's out with his life.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? We were thinking the Mountain Dragon was a big objective, but in reality, the Scuttle Crab is what these teams are willing to die over. And Xiaohu has to burn his flash, but it's traded for Knight's. Knight's not quite able to connect the stun. And Wayward even burning TP there to make it happen. So Knight's going to have to actually... I mean, I'm not sure that TP was necessary. He TP'd from base, by the way. I think he saw Jackalove walking towards the wave, and he was like, no chance, buddy. This wave is mine.
Yeah, Jackalove going for the red buff in the end, moves back towards the mid lane. I guess just setting up for where they want to be on the map. I'm not sure. Either way, it's going to be
We've all done that in solo queue when someone's walking towards the wave, and we've TP'd in like, no chance.
That's my favorite thing about playing Ezreal, is you get to run TP, so you can TP to the waves that you want. Knight trying to buy a little bit of space. It's very dark in that jungle for both sides, but the thing is, Breathe has a tier 1 tower, Knight does not, so if he gets caught out, if he pushes too far, he will get punished for that one. As Jackalove tries to move in, wants to get some damage onto Ming. Does need to be a little cautious. He's awfully lonely right now.
Yeah, wants to kind of wait till Tom Kench. That's the thing with Jackalove. You can never tell. Is he playing aggressive because it's Jackalove, or does he have his whole team in the shadows behind him? It's a flip to try and find out. Now, we do see them pushing in mid here. RNG have to respond to defend their tier 1. In the meantime, they're applying some pressure to that bot tower. They should just be able to pick this one up for free.
I think you have to quote the Prophet Crumbs in this kind of situation. The enemy team can't know what I'm doing if I don't know what I'm doing, right? Is that Crumbs or is that Cutie Pie? I forget. It's one of the Dignitas boys anyway. It's one of that gang. Yeah, bit of a tough one to read Jackalove. He's an enigma, that is for sure. 5-2 on the scoreboard, and it feels like this game is going to revolve entirely around Drakes.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, as much as top esports have a lead, it's not enough that they consistently can find advantages. I'm saying that. A lot of damage coming out.
Squeezing out. This is the thing. When you see Jackalove on Jinx, it's this team fight AD carry, but even just when the enemy team is vaguely nearby, he's in team fight mode. He's getting as many autos out as he can. He's getting every single scrap of damage that is possible to get out of this Jinx.
I don't think Jackalove goes out of team fight mode. I don't think he has another mode.
He genuinely believes he's in TFT right now. He's one of the sprites. Yeah, Jackalove, he's a man of his own. We talk plenty about Jackie Love and what kind of a player he is. I feel like Mark as well has kind of developed a lot while being on Top Esports. When you think about Mark on LGD, it was like this player that plays a lot of Nautilus, goes in whenever he sees an opponent, whether it's good or bad. And I feel like that's still somewhat the case with Mark, but a little bit more tempered and willing to play things like this time catch, willing to play for Jackie Love as opposed to just being an engaged tool. I feel like he's a much more three-dimensional player these days.
Which is important. I think, especially when Jackie Love, sometimes you do need to play that defensive role to provide for him because he is very aggressive, and it means they have the versatility to go for bot lanes like this. Now, you see RNG able to get the mid tower, and because Top Esports reset later, they're going to have control of the area. Something I want to note is we have the elixir picked up by Wayward. So investing that gold to be as strong as possible for this fight. They know that this one, with the Baron up and available, if someone wins this fight handily, that could mean you're able to convert it into that other objective.
Yeah, it would be the third Drake for Top Esports as well. That would be Soul Point if they can grab it in a Mountain Soul. Absolute nightmare for Kalista and Aurelia. RNG just trying to brute force this one as in goes Knight to the back of the plate and immediately Tien just walks up and smites it. It's just daylight robbery. RNG kicked out of the pit by Top Esports. And you know what? You mentioned that Baron. It would be dicey, but I wouldn't put it past them.
I think they'll take mid-tier 1 for now. I'm not sure they're going to go with the Baron. Wayward has popped his elixir, though, so the heavy investment for that extra health, the extra size, and that little trail behind him has come in. You can see they're trying to use this momentum. They should be able to get this tier 2 tower.
Yeah.
Will
and
RNG
maybe some
respond?
picks. In goes Wayward, diving onto Breathe. He's low on HP, but surviving. Ming onto everyone. Wayward locked up and taken down here as Breathe flashes out to the back of the plate. Rocket for a bit of damage, but it's just one kill for RNG and way too much bitten off by Top Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, Top Esports, it's a 1-for-1. Actually, no, it's not 1-for-1. They didn't even kill him. Sorry, it's just that 0-for-1. So RNG happy with that one, but they still lose those 2 towers. They still lose the dragon. Top Esports still favored in this overall play, but an unnecessary aggression coming out there and ends up backfiring for them. And now the gold lead still in favor of Top Esports, but it hasn't really expanded since that earlier point of the game. It's kind of kept level, and this game, as much as Top Esports, they have the lead, they have the dragon advantage, it still feels on a knife edge. If one team gets a big team fight, that will just turn the game heavily in their favor. They can capitalize on it, translate that into barons and such.
And you can feel how close this is, how tense this is, as Top Esports trying to brute force this one. They do get onto Breathe, but he's not able to follow up with the rest of the damage.
Yeah, and unfortunately that big AoE combo. One of the things as well is because Knight went for the kick instead of something like the ult from the Rel, didn't have that like constant AoE damage. And RNG doing a good job of like juggling in and out and not staying in the fight too long to go down. Now, kind of sort of take stock of the game at this point, because I feel like 3 minutes, right, we're looking at that is going to be the pivotal point of the game. Either RNG stop the Drake stacking, stop the Soul, or they are really going to struggle from there on out. And it looks like they ain't willing to wait for 3 minutes. Let's just flip a dragon.
They just do Baron.
They're in vision.
They're on a ward.
Yeah.
They're really on a ward. They've got a ward, control ward in the back of the pit, but they don't realize that Knight has full information of this one. They don't know that Knight is just over that wall as well. Way stunned up by the Baron. He's real low on HP. He's got to try and dive to the rest of his team. The blast code denied by Tien and forces the flash out from Way. And now Top Esports straight onto the worm themselves.
They'll just turn onto it. Do have to be careful. Way can still steal with the Sonic Wave into Smite. Oh, it's Top Esports. Of course they're going to go for it.
Oh my days, this is so close. Xiaohu forced away as Knight takes the Emperor's Divide. 3k on the Baron. Way has to earn his paycheck here, has to go for the Smite steal. Ming into the pit here to buy vision to try and survive here. Fate's Call comes on out. Sonic Wave onto the Baron and Top Esports.
Got Mega.
They're just doing this all day long. Wayward kicked away. Way finds it! Unbelievable! Way gets a kill, gets the Baron, and keeps RNG in the game.
The kick as well, fantastic. They made the call. They're like, Wayward has Mega. He can ult Way into the terrain, CC him, but he kicks him away just as the bar fills up, dives in. And I mean, for a play that was so messy, RNG find a window in. Really excellent. That's why Top Esports are stalling. They are literally stalling for Wayward to get Mega. And just watch how Way plays this one. It's fantastic.
Yeah, buys a bit of time, kicks the Nara away while queuing in. Look at that. The mechanics to pull that off are just beautiful.
Yeah, and then the rest of them end up getting away, so it's a 1-for-1. They get the Baron. I was talking about how it's a bit of concern going towards this Dragon, the fact it could be sold for top esports. Now RNG have the Baron to play around with, and you got to remember, it's not just the pushing power, you also get those extra stats from the Baron as well. Perfect timing, because they will have those up and available for that Dragon fight in a minute.
Yeah, and you know, Dragon's not up for another minute, but the teams are posturing already. The fight for vision begins. And I feel like that's been the war of this game. It's not really been about team fights. It's been about the fight for vision. And now with Baron, it becomes so much more difficult for top esports to be in a position to contest this next strike that, like you said, is so pivotal in this game.
We've had some big item spikes come in, though. Knight just finished the Rabadons. We have the Infinity Edge for Jacula, but on the other side, you can see items being rounded out for RNG as well. This is like prime position to have a fight, but for now, RNG, with that extra pushing power from the Baron, with the turret being placed down by the Azir, they really have control of the area. Bear in mind, I know I laughed about it before, top esports don't actually have to contest this one, but it looks like they are vying to do so regardless.
Tien actually has a flank angle here, and it means that top esports buy a bit more vision control of their own jungle here. A couple more wards going down. They need a ward in the pit if they can. There's the rest of the team moving on over. Knight has TP available. There is a ward. Look at that control ward at the blue buff right there. Perfect flank angle for Knight as the TP's on in. And now we'll have to see what RNG have in the tank.
Already comes down to this. Can Jackie Love get the resets? Can Tian get the resets in this fight? See RNG wary of the flank potential. And there's Mega.
Wayward's turn. Mega not. It's going to be the engage coming out. TES need to find the smite, and they do. There's the soul. Knight on the backside straight onto Gala here. He needs defending, but the rest of the team not there. Wayward low though. Breathe gains some resets. Gala still surviving for the time being. Chain Lash, and a Kingslayer comes on through, taking down RNG. One by one, they fall. Jackie Love lives through as Knight takes their names.
And the Knight Silas comes through huge again. They get the soul. They do not care that RNG had the Baron, had the stats. They're able to find it. Mark saving Jackie Love, keeping him alive till the end. And as the resets start to come through, the extra shielding from the Mountain Soul as well, top esports are able to take it and should just be able to look for the end here.
They're going to be able to brute force this one. 5 seconds on Way, but he's a one-man army. Mark happy to tank the towers to make sure that Jagulov can fire away. Way has to come in, has to jump into the middle of everyone just to try and survive, just to buy time for his team. But the Nexus low, Way falls. Half health on that Nexus is Jagulov still going strong, but they're just going to kill the players of RNG. They take the numbers advantage and they go in. Breathe now tries, but Knight with another double. And that is the series. Top esports win out their grudge match. They take down their 2022 rivals.
First time in a while they've been able to take out RNG in a series after getting, beaten out by them in the playoffs. RNG going off to MSI and winning the tournament, but top esports have answered back. And the manner in which they did it, a complete stomp in game one. But this game, they had the lead. They even slipped a bit. The Baron picked up by RNG, but despite that, they found their way back into the game, recovered, which is something we didn't often see from them in playoffs in spring, often falling short when RNG were able to claw their way back into it. So fantastic from them.
Yeah, awesome stuff coming out from top esports. Knight finding that flank on the control ward, getting the Emperor's Divide, denying access to the entire fight from Gala, basically. Gala did not get to influence the final fight, and just diving on in. And I feel like these compositions led to these fights just being an absolute brawl. Like, everyone just piling on one another. Everyone pulled in by the Rel. Everybody smashed about by the Azir, and the Silas pretending to be Azir. Like, felt like just pure chaos. But then top esports managed it. Like, they thrive in chaos. Chaos is what they live for.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to say, Wayward had a fantastic game, right? Playing the Narn to the Aurelia. That was my point of concern, honestly, for top esports, is if Wayward ends up getting punished, ends up falling behind, the Aurelia can completely dominate that matchup. Not only gets a solo kill, but really manages to hold strong and deliver in team fights. Knight on a Silas, as you said. I mean, do we expect anything else? But really showing what we can do. And when we have these chaotic team fights, the ones that we think, RNG should thriving. Their target selection's so good, but it just felt like they couldn't find the edge. And top esports really shone through, getting the resets for Tien, getting the resets for Jackie Love. But this has just been a fantastic series. I mean, commiserations to RNG. I'm sure they're fine about losing this series, but both teams really showing what cream of the crop, top of the table LPL teams can do.
Absolutely. And RNG, I think being given a lifeline here, the fact that they get this loss out of the way before playoffs, because top esports have evolved. This is not the same beast that you fought in spring. This is a team that is way more
Lord,
well
look at
thought
that.
out. I
Look at that spike at the end of the goal
I know,
graph.
yeah. That's 2 team fights back to back is what
You know,
that is.
Joe, you joked about colonizing Mars. That looks like the path, the trajectory of towards it.
Yeah, that's the rocket taking off. Well, colonizing the series, that is for sure. As yeah, phenomenal stuff from top esports, and I have to say, RNG now, as they look towards playoffs, these are both teams that you anticipate being in playoffs. These are teams that I anticipate being in the top 4, to be honest. We'll have to see. I just can't wait. I can't wait until the next time these guys fight. I can't wait until it's a best of 5 again.
100%. I mean, it's such a fantastic game, honestly. I'm glad the series delivered, because we kind of got like the stompy game 1, not as stompy, but like still quite one-sided game 2, and then game 3. It was so hard to call. It was such a battle between them both, and it's why you love to see the fact that we get these just, you know, these games, not even match of the week, by the way, Joe, and we get to see this sort of, this clash.
Yeah, what a clash to see. What a clash to see. What a way to kick off your Saturday. Like, this has been absolutely fantastic. And we, you know, all 3 series today were incredibly fun as well. Like, Weibo versus BLG, just an absolute barn burner the entire time. AL winning the first series of the day as well. While it wasn't a 3-game series, the games themselves were really, really fun to watch and really exciting. So I feel like we have been absolutely treated today. This has been,
Oh, yeah.
We've been lucky to be here, Orcs.
It has been a good day of LPL. Like, all 3 series, I feel like, deserve watching. If you are just tuning in for this series, I fully recommend you go back and watch the 2. They were really good as well. But obviously this one, expectations were high. I think it delivered. And I think as well, you know, some people looked at some of the games from top esports where it was like frustration. Like, this team was so good early and then kind of just petered off in the later stages of the game. I am so excited because I think you take the early game performance that top esports can offer, and if you improve the mid game, then it is such a threatening team to go up against, not just for like the LPL summer split, but for Worlds as well. Not many teams can hold up against what top esports can do in the early game when they do find the sort of right trajectory.
I mean, you absolutely have some of the best laners in the world on this team, right? You have this insane pressure. And when they have pressure, TN is so happy to be aggressive and use that pressure, which is, you know, what we saw in game number 1. That's how top esports won game number 1. It's also how top esports lost game number 2, right? Was TN being really, really aggressive with that pressure, perhaps a little too aggressive in the second one. And I feel like it's like you say, if they can clean up some of that messiness, the thing is, it feels weird to criticize top esports for messiness and that kind of thing on this series specifically, because this is so much less messy than I'm used to seeing top esports already. At this point, I kind of just want to pat them on the head and say, good job, guys. Like, that was way cleaner than what we're used to. Like, I don't really want to criticize them too much.
I think especially after we had that JDG, if anyone didn't catch it, JDG top esports game 3, where they were like tower diving really early. It was horrific. And that was kind of like, you know, you can definitely have 2 sides to top esports, but I think like, it's still a solid improvement. Like, does this series mean that we're never ever going to see top esports make mistakes again in the mid game and like throw away? I don't think so, but it's a big positive. And I think against the team who were their roadblock, which is RNG, having this win is a big boost for confidence. My question will go to V5 is the other big team that we like to talk about. Top esports were their roadblock in playoffs, so there's still a lot to be proven in the split, but definitely a big boost for them. And especially when the team who knocked you out of the finals goes on to win MSI, you have to feel a little bit sore about that one. You have to feel like, man, maybe if top esports had won that game 5, maybe they would have been the ones going to MSI. And a lot of ifs and buts, but what looks like a really solid summer split for top esports if they continue improving, continue in this form.
And that, I mean, that's the thing, right? Top esports that close to making it to MSI, just robbed at the last second. And I feel like that has consistently been the story of top esports. The one MSI that they played in, they won, right? They went to the mid-season cup, managed to win that one out against the top 4 LCK. That's all the way back in 2020, obviously. It's a different roster. But at the end of the day, this is a team that going towards this Worlds, if they can build that consistency, if they can stop doing the craziness in the mid-game and play it a little bit more standard, perhaps could be a team to take it all. Let's take a look at our MVP, though, for this game. And in my mind, for this entire series, Knight is going to be able to take it on this Silas. An absolutely magnificent performance. Once again, like, I can't remember the last time I saw Knight on Silas and it wasn't an unbelievable showing.
Yeah, I mean, he's so good on this champion. And here's the problem is that, like, I feel like, you know, Silas is really strong, is strong at the moment, but a lot of times he's like a good answer. He's good in the RE, he's good to swaying, gets great value from the ult. And you want to see, like, does the enemy team have good ults for me to choose from? I feel like Knight is, like, the fact he picked it here before really having any great ults to choose from, before knowing his mid lane matchup, just shows the proficiency on this champion. The fact that he was being respect banned in the first rotation, he is really excellent on this champion. And if it's in the meta, you know, that's either just a ban burn or potentially, like this, a game lost.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of those moments where they kind of flipped a lot on that singular play, but so many of these fights felt like RNG were going to make it happen. Like this one especially, that felt like an RNG moment as Xiaohu goes in, but they just didn't quite have the damage to finish the players off, and the second those resets come in, it's curtains.
I think what was the sick one as well was that I feel like it's such a treat to watch. I feel like for any newer LPL viewers who didn't see like Knight last summer when he was just on an absolute tear, like this, you can expect more of this, right? If Top East was in form, if Salas is meta, and Knight currently, I gotta say, like he has been playing really well this split. That's not to say he played badly in spring, but there's definitely been some moments, and as much as like, you know, they have played some weaker teams so far, it felt like, you know, Knight was that unstoppable beast that we've seen him be before.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, Knight is a similar player to me. In my mind, it's like someone like Caps, where when they're feeling it, they're just a monster.
Sorry, just I thought you said Knight is a similar player to me, and I was like,
No. Yeah, I'm quite good at League of Legends, you see. No, what I mean is...
Not to blow you on horn or anything.
Yeah. No, him and Caps are fairly similar in that, like, when they're feeling it, when the vibe is there, they are, you know, one of the best laners in the world. But sometimes when the mojo is not there, it all goes a bit disastrously wrong. The mojo is there right now for Top Esports. That's the conclusion I'm trying to make. And on that note, on me accidentally comparing myself to Knight in the mid lane, let's look at our results, because it's clearly time to round the show out for today. We've had an absolutely insane day of games. Starting off with Anyone's Legend 2-0ing Ultra Prime. Much closer series than the 2-0 gives it credit for, but another great performance coming out from Anyone's Legend. Then Weibo versus BLG, 3-game banger. Top Esports versus RNG, 3-game banger.
Yeah, and I think my takeaway is AL looking really good, and I expect if they continue this trajectory, should be in playoffs. Really exciting team to watch, great team fighting. BLG, Khan was a solid addition. I think he looked good in that series, but still not enough to take down Weibo. I imagine they hopefully will continue to look better the more they play with him, but still work to be done. Weibo, you know, a solid performance, definitely with some happy moments, but still one of our upper rosters as we'd expect. And then Top Esports RNG we just had. Top Esports looking really good. I think that's my statement. I'll say they look really good, Joe.
They do look really good. I'll give them that. Let's take a look at our standings as we round things out for the day, because their standings are getting real spicy. I'm looking at V5 and Top Esports. They don't play until week number 10, but look at those win streaks, 7 each. We'll see if V5 can maintain their flawless run until that week 10 when Top Esports face them. JDG, you know, hot on the heels, but so far losing that win streak. They lost a little bit more recently, but man, it is really hotting up in the LPL, and teams like RA, Ultra Prime, BLG, these are teams that you expect to make playoffs, but I don't know if they're going to anymore. They need to up their games.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you will see RNG and 8. They lost to V5 and they lost to Top Esports. I still expect them to clean up some of the weaker teams and gain some ground. Similar thing for FPX is like a lot of the losses were against stronger teams, so expect them to pull up some distance. That's the thing. It is a single round robin, as you know, so it does mean that despite the fact that the halfway point in the split, it isn't completely clear based on standings, but you can definitely draw away some firm conclusions. V5 still looking like that regular season beast we saw in spring, and definitely some of the bottom end of the table who it's like, okay, for example, WE, you are now 0-6. There's a lot of work to be done if you even want to be in the conversation for playoffs from this point onwards, and similar stories for those who are nearby with, you know, BLG being a bit of a surprise to be that low.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done for those towards the bottom of the table, but they're not out just yet. 8 is the magic number when it comes to that kind of stuff. But let's take a look, as 2 of those teams that we're talking about are going to be playing tomorrow. TT versus IG. And TT, I don't believe I'm saying this, but actually looking like a favorite, looking like a team that is getting some wins on the board, managing to win a series fairly recently that I don't think they should have. We'll see how they do against IG tomorrow. But then EDG with some serious work cut out. V5, I think, pretty unarguably looking like the cleanest team in the LPL right now. And EDG, while they are 5-2 in the standings, some of those wins have been a bit dicey.
Yeah, where other teams drop series, V5 drop games. Like, they've dropped 2 games, I believe, so far. It really has not been much. This team is looking very convincing. And, you know, I think EDG, as much as the scoreline is solid in terms of series, there's definitely been moments I've been a little bit questioning of their current form. This is a World Championship roster. We know what their ceiling can be as they won Worlds with the same roster, but we'll have to see if they can bring that level up against V5 because they are going to need it.
That is going to be the question, and we will find out tomorrow. With all that said, though, that's going to round us out for today. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. It's been a pleasure to bring these games to you. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Orcs from our perspective and from production. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you guys in chat tomorrow, but until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.
See you tomorrow.